for a short-handed penalty shot. Goodness me. Picks it up at center ice, swings wide left into the circle. Byfield holding, backhander. Oh, save made by Wedgwood. Great Scott! Justice is served. Taves keeps it alive. Shot towards the net. Thrown in front. Landeskog scores! Oh, Captain! My Captain! With 3:35 to go in the third period. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls of all ages, this is a tie hockey game. Far side half wall, tucks underneath. Manson lets it go. Tip, rebound, score! It's Nicholas Waugh's second overtime winner, and you don't have to go home, but you can't stay here because this party is over.
What time did you get to bed, Nelly?
Hippa sucker.
Yeah. It took me a minute. Took me a minute to get to bed last night because what a game. I mean, you guys know the Saturday Night Live. I will be fumbling over words today. The skit, though, it's on Weekend Update. Bill Hader used to do this character called Stefan. And he had this line that was used all the time that perfectly fits last night. He said, "This place has everything." And it had everything last night. I'm telling you, so, all these games, I take notes as it goes along. I've never had anything like this, I think, in an Avs game before. Where I wrote a Harvard dissertation that I was trying to publish for, a peer-reviewed study. And it is so long and so many things that we need to talk about. But the physicality, and this is, the reminder every year how great the Stanley Cup playoffs are. And a level of intensity that I think goes unmatched in any other sport that exists. When out of the gates, you have people being hit and then going airborne. That's the starting point. Manson lighting up Lawton again. You have a bunch of people on the Kings laying out guys on the Avs. You got Cale Makar taking elbows after the whistle to the chin. I mean, it was just that kind of game. Kulak jumping on guys. Big fights everywhere. Scrums, face washing. It had all that. To go along with, let's be honest here, the Kings playing a very boring style of hockey because they know that's how they have to play. I mean, their coach can say after these games that hey, we need to open things up and create more scoring chances, and we're going to change it by doing this and that. We got to be more physical on the D-men in front of the net. Bottom line is, that's the perfect type of game that the Kings want to play. They want to get you into a let's worry more about retribution and fighting and doing this and that as opposed to you guys playing free and open hockey. 2 games in a row. I think the Kings have gotten kind of what they've wanted out of a game. And 2 games in a row, the Avs said, doesn't matter. We'll still find a way. Now, I think that the Avs played into it a little bit. There's that fine balance that you have to keep of staying on your brand of hockey while also answering to the bell of physicality and sort of the extra that's going on in a game. But I loved everything about if your blood wasn't pumping for every single second outside of the glass shattering behind the Kings bench, if your blood wasn't pumping for every second of that game, I don't think you're human, because it was an incredible watch and not in a conventional way. And it gave you like nerves, because that was, once again, I said this after game one. When you get a game like that, and it's a game that the Kings want to play, all it takes is a weird bounce. All it takes is a call that goes against you. All it takes is one little moment for that entire game to flip, and I thought we got it. I mean, think about this for a second. You can't score. I don't know how many posts you've hit in this series. I think Johnny on the broadcast said he thinks the number's up to 6 or 7. But you just can't find a way to get it in the net. And then with about, 6.5 or 7.5 left in the third period, you're on a penalty kill. You rip the puck out of the zone. I don't know what happened. Like, somebody's got to explain this one to me. Maybe Jared Bednar can do it, because he's going to join us at 9 o'clock this morning. You get a puck that bounces off a ref and hops into the benches. The ref is outside the blue line, and yet they have a face-off that comes back inside your defensive zone, which then leads to the first goal of the game, which felt soul-crushing. And all I was thinking to myself was, this is exactly what I was talking about. The Kings, the only way they can win in this series is to play a game just like this. We're super physical, not a lot of huge scoring chances. Whenever the Avs got some sort of momentum or some sort of advantage on a power play, you took a penalty then right afterwards to make it a 4-on-4. That's how this game is going to look, and then you get a bounce that goes the right way. But to the Avs' credit, because they are, and this is what great teams, this is what Stanley Cup level teams can do. They can win in any brand or any style that you want. And they've battled their way back. They find the captain for a wide open tap in, tie the game up, get to OT, and just find a way to get the job done. Like, you can't help but be incredibly encouraged with these first two games, because it hasn't been the way that you've wanted, but I've seen forever, whether it's on the text line, Twitch, Twitter, YouTube, people talking to me. Everybody says, yeah, the Avs are super athletic and fast and this and that, but are they physical enough for when the playoffs roll around? You tell me. What did it look like? Does it look like they can play a physical style and still win? People are saying JML after the game said the puck didn't hit the ref. Okay, so I that's what I was wondering. It looked that way to me. And then you get, Taves right before the shots let off by Panarin getting cross-checked right between the numbers in front of the goalie with no call. And look, in a game like that, some calls are just going to be missed because you're going to call a penalty every 3 seconds. It doesn't matter. The point is you found a way to battle back. And look, you're going to be hard-pressed to find a game in which the Avs just aren't going to score a goal. They'll find a way to scratch at least one across. But in a series like this, it's just way more difficult than you would think. Now, I remember as this game's going along, there's a couple of big moments, and I think Bednar mentioned this in his post game. Two pretty big plays. One of them, Cale Makar, as the Avs are on the power play, kind of gives up a turnover. He's got to work his way back. He's got to make a play because it's a breakaway. And he gets called for the penalty that leads to the penalty shot. Hold on, sneeze. Come on. Thank you.
Yeah.
Haven't had one of those in a minute. He has to battle back and get himself back in the play and gets called for a penalty on what looks like a beauty of a defensive play. Gets him with the stick lift, doesn't hit the hands. Now, real time, hard to see. Hard to blame a ref, but you get put in a position where you're like, oh boy, got to make a big play. And once again, my God, is Scott Wedgwood playing unbelievable hockey right now. They put up his numbers last night. I think now going into 9 games, his last 9, he's averaging a goal per game. 1. His save percentage is like .960. And when you play a game like this, where every goal is going to be a premium at a premium, it feels a lot like some of the Broncos games that we witnessed last year, like the AFC Championship game. If somebody got in the end zone, you're like, that one touchdown might be enough. And in this series, it's like that one goal might be enough. And for this, you need to have your goalie stay on top of his game, and Scott Wedgwood has been absolutely brilliant in the first 2. When the Kings do get good scoring chances, which I think has been pretty few and far between, they'll have a few here and there. But that makes it even more important for the ones that they do get. When you get a penalty shot, you got to make something happen. You got to have a goalie that's going to bail out your team. And Scott Wedgwood has done that. Like, this is what I was talking about going into the playoffs. The difference for me between this team and even the one that won the Cup 4 years ago, no disrespect to Darcy Kemper, no disrespect to Frankie, you have like a different tier of goalie right now. And I don't know what Scott Wedgwood and Mackenzie Blackwood, where you would rank them as far as best goalies in the league or whatever. Statistically, they are 2 of them. But bottom line is, you play a game like this, your goalie's going to have to bail you out a couple of times, and he's done that in spades for the first 2 games. And look, there's a bunch more to talk about from this game, and we will. I'm telling you, the way that the Avs won that game was a killer for LA. It was. Like, LA did everything in their power with the roster that they have to try and scratch across a win. And for them to not get one out of these first 2, it feels like the inevitable's here. It always kind of felt that way just with how good the Avs are. But I give the Kings credit. Like, they are doing everything in their power to give themselves the best opportunity to win, and it's still not enough. So 303-504-0925, a lot more to break down with this game. Man, what a game last night. We'll have the head coach, Jared Bednar. He's going to join us at 9 o'clock. Also, TJ Ward is going to join us at 9:30 because TJ, he's doing the second-round pick in the draft on Friday, right? I think he's at the draft announcing that in Pittsburgh.
Oh, that's right. There's an NFL draft, and it's tomorrow.
It is.
We've been so consumed by the Ball Arena roommates, I forgot there's a draft.
Well, look, I'm telling you this. I know that the Avs don't have a pick on Thursday.
Broncos.
I'm sorry, the Broncos.
You are right, though. The Avs don't have a pick on Thursday.
The Avs don't either. This is what happens when you go to bed 2 a.m. 2 nights in a row. I still have in my head, though, Aqib Talib talking about a big trade might be coming again for the Avs. And he goes, maybe it's during the draft. So we'll see. Maybe there is something that's going to be fun on Thursday. And we can talk about that with TJ Ward at 9:30. So a bunch to get to, as always. Phones are open for you. 303-504-0925, the Schott Mazda text line. One price, one person, 1 hour. More about the Avs. Huge win, 2-0 lead next.
Burns a try. That's tipped over the top of Anton Forsberg. Kadri the rebound. Far side half wall. Tucks underneath. Manson lets it go. Tip. Rebound. Score!
Make plans now. Tomorrow night, we kick off the Altitude Sports Radio Playoff Viewing Party Tour. It's powered by Michelob Ultra. Join Andy Lindahl at Jackson's and Lodo for the Avs game, with Raj hosting the network broadcast on site. We've got prizes, wall-to-wall action with the Nuggets and the NFL Draft 2, and a full night of playoff energy. Don't miss the start of the tour tomorrow night at Jackson's. Texters are saying, you said the Avs again when I should have said the Broncos. We're going to have to all come to an agreement today. I think I've gotten a combined 7.5 hours of sleep over the last 2 nights. I have a 4-month-old at home. Napping's not an option. We're going to have to use context clues today. We're going to have to hear the way that I'm speaking, and you're going to have to deduce what I'm talking about. Whatever's coming in my head, as opposed to exiting my mouth, it's going to take a group effort today to figure out what the hell I got going on up here. Here's what I wanted to talk about. Physicality of that game. I'm telling you right now, you want to talk about some additions that help you. Kulak, Waugh, Naz Kadri. 3 amazing additions to this roster, because God, did they matter in a game like that, huh? You had Brett Kulak, who was stepping in after Makar took, giving Makar a run. Kulak was like, that's not allowed. I'll go to the box. I don't care, but I'm jumping on somebody. Kadri, who, look, if you look at the box score from last night, Kadri had a difficult time, like, just trying to get the proper minutes that he usually gets, because it was a lot of PK. It was a lot of stuff that kept his line sort of off the ice. But you see what he's capable of doing, whether it's in the power play or what he did last night to set up the game winner. He's just been as good as you could hope for. You know, we were all pumped at the deadline when that trade came in like an hour and a half after the deadline ended. But you see the impact to him. And I got to give it up for Nick Waugh. You know, outside of the obvious cool thing, which is the game winner, he has been such a great presence on the ice for this team in a number of different ways. Physical player, good defensively, a whole bunch of different stuff. He's able to create when he has to. He's got a good shot. Like, he's just a solid all-around player. And all of these guys were hugely impactful in that game last night. Huge. And it's why you go out and do this. And it's a lot better to make a trade like this for guys who are, you know, not on a McKinnon line or something like that. But can go out there and for, I don't know, Nick Waugh's on the ice for 13, 14 minutes, go out and just play your ass off. And that's what he does. Like, there's so many things about this team in the game last night that I loved. There's a couple that I didn't, and we'll get to them in a second. But I do want to talk about just when this game has everything else, why not also throw in the ice getting snapped and falling like
the glass.
The glass, goodness gracious. Context clues, guys.
I
knew that's why I paused. I was like, I said something wrong there. I can't remember what it was.
The ice stayed put together, but the glass behind the Kings bench.
The funny thing is, the guys did mention after that long delay, the ice was kind of messed up because you had every single player trying to get warmed back up. They couldn't bring the Zamboni out. But when the glass snapped behind DJ Smith and it starts raining down on him, like, I've never seen anything like it. I've never had that before. I've been around glass breaking, but I've never had it where, like, it falls on you and you feel like there's little shards that are in your clothes, or maybe you went down the collar of your shirt or something like that. Had to be miserable. And all I could think to myself was, of course this happens for a game that was already going to take until like midnight. But to the Crew's credit, it took a little under 20 minutes, I think 17 and a half, 18 minutes for them to get the new glass in there and clean everything up the best they could. But such a bizarre situation. And I'll say this. It was right after the penalty shot. Wedgwood makes the amazing save. I've sat on the ice once at Ball Arena. And it was that game that, what's the thing called that we were at, Nelly? What's that deal that they're doing?
Oh, the Mile High Dreams Gala.
No. It was on the ice, that little area on the ice next to the tunnel.
Oh, just that area, yeah, where you're standing in the VOM?
Well, it's like this new, it's called the Ice Box or something like that, where you're right on the glass. We've been there for a game. We've done that once.
What do you mean we? You got a mouse in your pocket?
Were you not there, Nelly? I thought you were.
I was not there for that one.
Oh, okay. But
that's why I was confused. But yeah, there's a nice exclusive viewing area right there. You're practically on the ice.
It's like a suite that's on the glass. And I remember when you get the opportunity to get on the glass like that, you hit it. The ice deck, thank you. When you get an opportunity to get on the glass, you hit the glass. And trust me, I banged the hell out of that glass. My wife kicked it. And what I realized is, God, we're weak. Because I didn't break any glass. And I got to tell you, in a moment like that, I don't know if it was one guy, multiple people, whatever, that led to that glass shattering. That bench angle of it is just pretty wild. But when Wedgwood makes a save like that, given that situation, it's a penalty shot, it's a 0-0 game, you got to make a play. And Wedgwood just kind of crawls around, sprawls out, makes the save. I think it's your God-given responsibility to bang the hell out of that glass. And so I don't blame anybody that was doing that. No one. It was just a bizarre circumstance. It also happened to happen right next to Sean Payton, who was sitting there, which is pretty crazy. It was just such a weird thing that happens in that game. I do think it took maybe a little of the intensity out of it. Not that the game got less physical, but it got less chippy, I would say. Because you had that long break. Remember how the game started? The game started with, every time there was a whistle blown, somebody was grabbing somebody else, throwing a face wash, a punch. You had guys on the benches leaning over, jawing at each other. And I do think that delay maybe took a little bit of that away from it. But LA, after the glass broke, they kind of took control of the game for a little bit, and the Avs took it back towards the end of the second period. It felt that kind of way in OT. OT had me really nervous because it felt like the Kings were kind of controlling the game, and then the Avs made a play. But that's just kind of where we're at. This series is going to feel a lot like that. This isn't... The weird thing about hockey is it's not like other sports. I think we all can see it. The non-biased eye can see the Avs are very clearly the better team in this series. But because the Kings are playing this sort of style, really, really clogging up the neutral zone, not giving away a whole bunch of great looks for the Avs, getting a little bit lucky with some posts that are being hit. They can turn this game into sort of a slop and give themselves an opportunity to win. If I have the 2015 Broncos out there, and I got a team that's 3-10, they're going to crush them. And there's really nothing the opposing team can do. In basketball, if I'm Oklahoma City and I'm playing against the Washington Wizards, you're going to lose by 50. Sorry, it's just what's going to happen. But hockey can lead to opportunities being given if you stay disciplined. And I think at times, I would say most times, I think both teams are disciplined. A lot of penalties going on in that game. The one big bummer for the Avs is the opportunities that they did get on the power play. They themselves kind of negated by going out and taking a penalty within the power play. And that's one of those things that happen. You get done with that delay, because remember, the Avs started on a power play. They take the penalty that leads to a penalty shot. Penalty shot saved by Wedgwood. Glass breaks. 20 minutes later, you're back on the ice, continuing your power play, and immediately Nathan McKinnon takes a penalty, which was weak. Very weak call. But you just didn't get the full opportunities, it felt like, to really see if the power play could do something. They had a couple early in the game. Their second one, I think, if I remember right, felt really dangerous, just couldn't find a way to put it in the back of the net. But on this subject, yeah, sure. Let's go out to the Ramos Law hotline. Car accident, you need Ramos Law, medical doctor and attorney, ramoslaw.com. We got Tyler who's waiting on the phone. Hi, Tyler.
Hey, good morning, Brett.
Good morning.
My take this morning is I think if that glass doesn't break, the Avs win in regulation, and I think they maybe win big in regulation.
Why is that?
As much playoff hockey as I've watched, I think it is such a game of momentum, and that place was rocking after that save by Wedgwood.
Oh, for sure.
Which was an incredible save. And then they were going straight onto the power play. So I actually looked over at my wife and I said, the boys are about to score. And then, of course, the glass breaks, and it was like 20 minutes.
Yeah, I mean, Tyler, thanks for the call. I won't say I disagree. I don't know if they're going to go out and score. I do know that you're absolutely right on that. That arena was electric after that save from Wedgwood. And we can talk about momentum and how you can feed off that and all that different stuff. It was just, everything about that game was weird. And weird in like a beautiful, wonderful way that I loved watching. Because it's just a great reminder that you have a team that can win in any kind of way. You want to get dirty, physical, do a little bit extra after a whistle, this and that. Okay, we'll beat you that way. You want to open things up and just go straight up speed and skill? That's not a problem. You want to win a game 1-0 or 2-1? Sure. You want to win a game 6-5? I got that too. They can do whatever.
Life finds a way.
See, and this is what's funny, is that this game felt a lot, and I mentioned this yesterday, like the Seattle series from a few years ago that didn't go well. Had a hard time creating opportunities. They wouldn't allow that game to turn into a track meet. They wanted it to be dirty and grimy. In that series, you couldn't find a way to get around it. This one you are. Now, you aren't getting around it by winning 4-1. But you are finding a way to win. You know, the one thing I would say that is bothering me a little bit is when you're playing a series like this, a style like this, when you get an opportunity to shoot, when you get an opportunity to put something on net, you cannot pass it up. And for the first two games, Marty Necas has done way too much of that. They had a 3-on-1, which how many times in a series like this are you going to get a 3-on-1 going the other way? He's got a wide open look at the net, and it's like he tries to thread the needle to get it tossed back to the other side. And I get it. If that pass is made, you're getting an easy tap in and you're taking a 1-0 lead. But I was just talking about this yesterday with Joker. As much as you're really good at setting guys up, and that is a huge part of your game, and it has to be, I just want to grab Natchez by his sweater and just say, remember this. You're a goal scorer. You have an amazing shot. I know it's like if this happens and it perfectly gets through, then it's a 1-0 game. It could also be 1-0 if you just rip a wrister because you're really good. I mean, I need somebody to be like, Marty, shoot the puck. When you get an open look at the net, shoot. This isn't, like the Edmonton series from 4 years ago where it's like the final score is 8-6, Savs win. You need to take advantage of every opportunity that you get. And to not get a shot off on a 3-on-1 is just unacceptable. So again, there's little things in that game that you can look at. You want to fine tune. You could say this bothered me, that bothered me. Overall, it's the grit and tenacity of the Avs that I'm really encouraged with through 2 games. And yes, if the Kings haul off and score in the first 2 minutes of overtime last night and they win, is the tone different this morning? Probably. But I really feel like it's good to see the Avs win a series like this because I don't know how many teams can play this kind of way. The Kings are really good at trying to drag you into basically a street fight. And the Avs participated in a little bit of that. But, they found a way. Found a way to get through it and do enough to win a hockey game. So 303-504-0925. Jared Bednar will join us at 9 o'clock this morning. Stick around. This is like two different colliding feelings at once. Number one, it's been back-to-back nights where these games have gone up until midnight. Or in the case last night, did that finish before midnight? Or was it like right after? It was close enough. So you have this energy drain from this, especially for those of you, and thank you all for listening, who get up early in the morning like we do. You got to watch the game, and then you got to go to bed, get whatever sleep you can get. And I think if you're anything like me, you probably got like a little bit of a post-game buzz going from the way that thing finished. I mean, when I'm in my basement by myself, punching my knee 5 times after the game winner was scored, there's not like I'm going right to bed after this. You know what I mean? So who knows what time we went to bed. The point is, you have that sort of feeling, which is exhausting, and then this series overall, which is just, it's any scoring chance feels like it could be the one that's the difference maker because they're coming so few and far in between. To have a comeback like that, because it really did, like for the first time, I think all series, when Panarin got the power play goal to put them up 1-0 with 7 minutes left, whatever it was, I really thought, damn, maybe this is one of those games that just isn't going to go your way. But for them to come back and do what they did, where it's, Landeskog finds a way to tie it, you take this game to OT, and you have a really weird sentence for people here in Denver, where Waugh beats Forsberg for the game-winning goal is a really weird thing to say out loud. But that's exactly what happened. What a game. And this team is, I think, so likable from the standpoint of they will do whatever is necessary to get this done. They will. And any style, any way you want to play, they will match your physicality. They'll match your sort of griminess, but they will also beat you in a number of different ways. If there's one thing I want to see improve, it's the power play, but it's hard to judge last night because you would get a power play and then go right to a 4-on-4 like 30 seconds in. I do think the ones that they got a full 2 minutes on, they were dangerous with it. And so it's just something that we'll have to judge as this kind of goes along. But what just an unbelievably great game. From around the league last night, Tampa ties their series up with Montreal as they win in overtime 3-2. Boston ties it with Buffalo as they get one in Buffalo to tie the series at 1-1. And then Utah ends up beating Vegas as they tie the series at 1-1. And so you had some wild stuff in the NHL, and then you look at the NBA. Guys, Philly wins Game 2 in Boston. They tie that series 1-1. Wemby, I don't know if you guys saw this. I don't know how this happens. The amount of force that Wemby slammed his face on the floor, leaves with a concussion. Who knows when he's going to play again? But that allows Denny Advia and Portland to tie that series at 1-1. And then I think in the biggest shock of all, 41-year-old LeBron James puts up 28 points last night for LA to beat Houston again, who did have Durant on the floor for 41 minutes. The Lakers are up 2-0 in their series without Luka Doncic and Austin Reeves. Pretty unbelievable. But that development in San Antonio, Nelly, if you could, it won't be that hard. Find the video of Wemby slamming his face on the floor. It almost looked like, I have a almost 4-year-old. And when little kids learn how to walk, I always say it feels like their head is half their body weight with the way that they move. They're always like leaned forward, and every step they take, it looks like they're just going to topple over and haul off and hit their head on the ground. Now, before you hit play, Wemby, and I don't know what it is if you're trying, like you fall down and you're trying to brace yourself for the fall, and so you're kind of like holding your neck up, and then the momentum of the fall just takes your neck and snaps it. I don't know what happens, but if you guys missed this from last night because it was happening during the game, watch Wemby's head if you're on YouTube or on Twitch right now. Go ahead, Nelly. And watch how hard this slams against the ground. Bam! I mean, that is unbelievable. So he leaves the game in concussion protocol. He does not return. Portland ends up winning. That looks like a concussion to me. I don't know if he's going to be back for game 3 that goes back to Portland, but you want to talk about a scenario that can really mess up your chances in a series. Like, he's trying to get up and he's got baby deer legs. Which, again, guys, something to monitor if the Nuggets find a way to bounce back, get a win or two in Minnesota. Yeah, is this slow-mo? I mean, watch how hard this hits. I mean, dude, you got the cheeks did the ripple effect stuff on that. And it's not like he's got a lot of fat in his face. This is the angle that I saw, though. This slow fall, I'm telling you, that's a series changer. And if Portland can find a way, if he doesn't go in game 3, or who knows when he's going to be back on the floor, if they can capitalize on that, that's crazy. You know, Philly winning in Boston 111-97, as they don't even have Joel Embiid right now. They tie the series up 1-1. And they did that because, listen to this, Nelly. Think about how frustrating this would be. Boston is the overwhelming favorite to come out of the East because Boston just won a title not too long ago, and they have the best roster in the Eastern Conference. And they're a team that's been there, done that. Detroit might be good, but Detroit is still unproven in the playoffs, as many of those teams are. This one has Jason Tatum and Jaylen Brown. Jaylen Brown goes for 36 points in the game last night. Jason Tatum goes for 19. He's 8 of 19 from the floor. Here's everybody else on the roster. I'm going to give you their points. 6, 8, 8, 9, 2, 4, 0, 5, 0, 0. No one else was in double digits for them in that game. And there's a reason why. Boston will shoot the 3 a million times. And on nights like last night, they might just miss. They were 13 of 50 from three-point range. So a lot of different things happening across both the NHL and the NBA. Lot of series getting locked up 1-1. It's not just the Nuggets and the T-Wolves that are in a brawl right now with an even series. It's pretty much everybody. The Denver Summit FC shattered the NWSL attendance record with 63,004 fans at their home opener at Empower Field on March 28th. After the international break, catch Summit FC's first ever battle against the San Diego Wave on April 25th at Dick's Sporting Goods Park. If you'd like to win tickets, text SUMMIT right now to 303-504-0925 with your first and last name, and don't miss your chance to be part of history in this inaugural season. So, a bunch to get to this morning, get back to the Avs from last night, and just a crazy, crazy game, fun game. You can always watch the show live on Twitch, twitch.tv, search Altitude SR in the search bar, the Altitude TV simulcast. You can also watch on YouTube. Subscribe to the channel and don't miss anything from Denver's #1 sports station, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Avs, 2-0 lead now against the Kings. Overtime winner. We'll break it down. Moser, Lombardi, and Kane next.
Burns a try. That's tipped over the top of Anton Forsberg. Kadri the rebound. Far side half wall. Tucks underneath. Manson lets it go. Tip. Rebound. Score! Wow! It's Nicholas Waugh's second overtime winner, and you don't have to go home, but you can't stay here because this party is over.
Bednar, up high, Manson, wrist shot, score! Nick Waugh the rebound, and the Avs have won in overtime. They take a 2-0 series lead against the Los Angeles Kings. It was fired from way downtown. The save was made, and new Avalanche Nick Waugh able to clean up to give the Avs the 2-1 victory.
Hey, Moshe.
Annie Lennox
You know,
likes to sing about glass now. That's what she does because she's got red hair.
Moshe.
Yeah, bud.
Do you remember when Bill Hader was on Saturday Night Live? He had this character called Stefan that would be on Weekend Update. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, I remember. I remember it. So I know Hader, obviously, and I think. Was he the one that wore the long, tight?
Yes.
Shirts, yeah,
and he had
okay,
this line he would say every time that he was Stefan. He would say, "This place has everything." That game had a little bit of everything. Fights, physicality, broken glass, penalty shots. I mean, whatever you wanted. Yes, this guy right here.
Yeah, I remember that guy, yeah.
Whatever you wanted out of your hockey game, you kind of got last night. But here's what I love, Moj. That game is, I think, once again, built in a way that the LA Kings would design a game plan to beat the Avs, and it still didn't matter. You still just found a way to do it.
I'm telling you right now, Brett, that I think the LA Kings, what DJ Smith is drawing up and what they buy into, that's exactly it, and they can't do it any better than they've done it. Better in game 2 than they did in game number 1, and they still didn't win.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? So when they get home and now they have to win 4 out of 5 games, and against the Avs, they're 4-23 in their last 27, it's going to be difficult to do. And I'm trying to explain to people how this goes down. They're like, oh, my God, they're just barely squeaking by the Los Angeles Kings. And I'm like, it's not – don't look at it like that. If you look at it from a bigger picture, Avalanche fans, let me try to put it on you. The Kings have played what they need to play, the exact game they need to play twice, and they've lost both times. And this one was in overtime, no doubt about it. But they've lost both times. And when you go to L.A., the Kings, the way the Avs are playing defensively, their structure, their buy-in, the Kings aren't going to win 4-1. They're not going to win 5-1. They can't do that. It would be so abnormal as to be just completely over here on the bell curve, something really weird. So you've got to figure that something's going to break a little bit, and this is the kind of situation where then the next game they try to open it up just a tiny bit. They get burned, and then game 4 they're going to have to open it really up, right? And then it's not. It's going to be tough for them.
Moj, how do you get to 90 points with 22 regulation wins on the year?
That's exactly how. I mean, that is their MO. Vic, you now look at it. They've played 84 games this year. Okay, 84. 34 of those games have gone to overtime. And another one almost did the other night or the other day on Sunday, right? I mean, that's what they do. They scrap you and they push you to extra time. They set a new NHL record for overtime games because they're not going to blow you out, but they're going to be stingy as hell at your end of at their end of the ice.
First off, great job last night. I watched the game on the Altitude app, and I'm not trying to say this because It's our company.
I agree with you, Vic. Yeah.
But the broadcast was just
Superb.
superior.
Superb.
And the picture was better. The audio was better. The production was better.
You guys vamping for 18 and a
It
half
was just
minutes
so
during
much-
that delay was awesome.
I try to remain objective, and it's not a knock on anybody else, but there was a day when a national broadcast was superior to a local broadcast. Those days are gone. Those days do not exist.
Yep.
Technologically, the local broadcast can do anything a national broadcast can do, and they do it better. So, great show last night. You guys killed it, first of all. Regarding the game itself, I have one concern, and I'm hoping you can assuage. If LA, a team of lesser talent than some of the teams that remain, if they can fashion a strategy to take everything out of a game and make it come down to that, what's to stop other teams that the Avs are going to face from doing the same thing?
Because it's not their MO. It's not in their DNA to do that. I mean, they can play defensively stingy and that sort of thing, but they also want to go the other way hard. And when you do, it's going to open things up for the Avalanche as well. I mean, it's just the way the
commitment
game
to just.
It's exactly right. The way the game is played. We called it last night, and in fact, I brought in Johnny. And I said, Johnny, it was about 2 months ago. It was the Avs and the Ducks, and the Ducks had some injuries, and all they did was lob the puck out of the zone, lob the puck out of the zone, lob the puck out of the zone, and change. Right? I mean, if I've had a nickel for every time an Avalanche defenseman is backing across his own blue line and letting the puck roll to him, and then starting up the other way, I'd be a rich dude right now because they don't want to deal with that pressure. They just want to clear the zone, throw it out, and try to counterpunch when they can. Both their goals in this series have come on the power play. One was a 6-on-4, and last night a 5-on-4 on. I guess that call was fine. I mean, I didn't want to get into that. The officiating last night to me was bizarre.
I guess that's why playoff hockey and the sport it confuses me at times for this reason. In basketball, for example, you can't just go into a defensive shell and lob the ball out. That's not the way the sport works. You'll get your butt kicked. You still got to put the ball in the basket. There's no you can't just sit back and play zone all day. But in hockey,
can you imagine if a guy got a rebound? If he got a rebound underneath his basket and he just threw it across the court?
That's what I'm saying.
And Jamal retrieves at his own free throw line and restarts.
Yes.
Restarts up the court. I mean,
that's what's frustrating
crazy.
sometimes about playoff hockey is that you can have a team like this that plays a defensive shell game, and that team can win games. And hell, teams like that can go all the way to the Stanley Cup final. It's just It's stupid.
Can I give you a reason to be encouraged by this, Vic?
No, I'm not discouraged.
No, I understand.
I'm just saying that what I just explained. That's stupid.
But what I'm let me put this another way. You said, should we be a little bit concerned that a team that's the talent level of LA is doing this? What if they play better teams? I think it's a credit to the Avs for not being impatient with that style and trying to do too much.
Sure.
Like, Moj, they haven't given up outside of what? I guess the turnover from Kale on the power play that led to the penalty shot. How many times have we seen odd man rushes going the other way? I think they're actually staying
very, very little.
They're staying really disciplined by not getting overly frustrated with this game and just kind of taking what's coming to them.
You know what? There are very, very. There are a couple. I mean, I've seen it, but there are very few blown assignments.
Yeah,
very, very few. If the Kings are getting a break at all toward your zone or even in your zone, at your net, whatever, it's because a guy, the puck took a funky bounce, 1. 2, a guy blew a wheel, that sort of thing. Something unfortunate has happened for them to get a really good chance because the Avs are committed to that side of the ice first, or as much. And that's what and again, I don't know if there's a team better in the league that commits to defense first and then can play their offense off of that. We'll talk to Coach Bednar about that coming up today at 9 o'clock before we hit the airport and hit the trip to L.A., so we'll do all of that. But that's just the way the Kings play. That's the way they have to play. Now, listen, they've opened things up since Jim Hiller was fired on March 1st. and DJ Smith was hired as the interim head coach. They have opened it up. They've scored more. But they know what they're facing in this series against the Avalanche. They definitely know. And just because these games have been tight and close and grindy, grind out KJ Granderson, just because they've been that – sorry, Kate. Just because they've been that, it doesn't mean – I mean, I've seen people online. I thought this was supposed to be an easy series. I thought the best team in the league is supposed to take out the eights. It's not the way it works because the way the game is designed. You knuckle chucks. Freaking knuckle chucks, man. You know what? This world is full of so many they're just obnoxious knuckle chucks on this planet. It's sickening.
For years, Moj, I've heard from Avs fans that, the Avs are really good and really talented, but gosh, I just don't think they're physical enough. Like, one thing that you saw from these first couple of games, hey, Moj, if Josh Manson is in the area code of Lawton, he's going to get lit up. That's just a given now, I suppose.
Oh, I saw that Altitude used your tweet. Proud.
Yeah.
Ooh, look at me. I'm Brett Kane. Look at me flex my muscles. I'm so special. They use my tweet
on television, everybody.
Ooh, everybody. Look at me and my red hair.
You guys just need to have a better social media presence. I think that's just.
Hey, I thought it was pretty good. I mean, the train on the truck is pretty good. I mean,
so
that's 2 games in a row. Lawton's gotten lit up.
Moj, you're calling the game, so you have natural enthusiasm. You're awake. You're sharp. You don't need coffee. But for those watching at home on those late starts,
dude, I got a gallon.
I know.
I could jet ski in this cup.
I know. I'm talking about last night. But for those last night watching,
copy.
right? So I had gotten 4 hours sleep the night before, so I was already on one. Trying to stay awake when you're at home during the break between regulation and overtime.
Oh, wait a minute. That's where you're going.
Yeah, I'm trying, like, those precious minutes. What is that, 15 minutes, Moj, between the end of regulation and overtime? What is that?
Well, no, it's a standard 18-minute intermission.
18. Okay. Those 18 minutes, it was like a torture chamber where you haven't slept in weeks and you have to keep your eyes open. And you're just like, all right, come on.
So, Vic, listen to something here. And look, I think what helped is you got the adrenaline pop from Landeskog scoring so late in the third that it held you over. But I thought you were going somewhere else. I heard my wife rustling upstairs around 9:45, 10 o'clock. Mm-hmm. And I go upstairs, and she's like, what, is it intermission? And I go, no. I'm waiting 20 minutes for for a glass to get cleaned up.
We'll get into that later. I've never seen anything like
goes,
that.
What? And all I thought to myself when I saw that glass break was, of course. After one game goes to midnight the night before, this one is going to go to like 12:30 now.
And a glass breaks in the most unreal method I've ever seen. Whatever. That notwithstanding, you guys did a great job vamping that. The fact that you have to coerce your body to stay awake to watch a playoff hockey game tells you all you need to know about these schedules. So here's what I did. I don't know about you, Kaner. So I sat through that intermission. I mean, I said, come on, baby, come on. I got through it, and I'm watching the overtime. Of course, I fell asleep. And I wake up. It's almost like the human mind knows what's coming. I wake up literally seconds before the winning goal. My eyes, I'm like,
you actually dropped.
I swear.
I was good. When overtime, end of the third, I was good.
I missed the first, 8 minutes of overtime? When was that goal scored? At what mark?
Yeah, 7 something, yeah.
I missed the first 7 minutes of overtime, but my eyes cracked open as soon as the puck was moved to the Avs zone and scored. It was uncanny. It was almost as if you were talking to me, Moj. You. Vic, wake up. Vic, watch this. Vic, watch this Wah guy.
It was 7:44 of overtime, and you probably woke up at 7:36.
Yeah, I'm dead serious.
Yeah.
Moj, you talked to me last night. Spiritually, emotionally, you did that. And I don't know how you did that. Telepathically, you got me.
It's the universe. I've told you this for years, and you slough it off. Brett, tell him.
The weaves of the universe.
Yes.
And
that's
the
my
threads.
Boy. Yeah, Yeah, with the awe. Can I get a yeah awe?
Okay, so a lot more to break down the game. We'll do that in a couple of minutes. We have Jared Bednar at 9 o'clock this morning talking about the game from last night, now heading to L.A. Also, TJ Ward will join us at 9:30. I believe he's making the second-round pick for the Broncos. on Friday. He's going to announce it. And I know it's like, hey, tomorrow it's Avs and Nuggets both playing at the same time, and we're going to be preoccupied, and the Broncos don't have a first-round pick. I do want to spend at least a couple minutes today, later. We do remember Aqib Talib did say something where he said maybe a big trade for the Broncos happens during the draft. Maybe that's in store on tomorrow night. Who knows? So a whole bunch to break down. Stick around. Hey, it's Brett Kane. Winning hits different with the Fanatic Sportsbook. And now that the playoffs are here, the stakes are at their highest, so don't wait for that what-if moment. Switch to the only sportsbook that protects all pro basketball player props across straights, parlays, and same-game plays across any first-half injury. That's right. If betting player props is in your playbook, whether it's points, assists, rebounds, steals, blocks, whatever, Fanatic Sportsbooks Fair Play Insurance gives you the edge when it comes to cooking up a parlay. Some books protect your bet for the first quarter. Some do nothing, but at Fanatics, where they flip losing bets into winning bets on every night on the court. That means if your player gets injured in the first half, your bet will play on with all the remaining legs, meaning a loss can turn into a win. Others copy trends. They set standards. Fair Play keeps every first half protected, so bet with the book that always has your back. Fanatic Sportsbook. Winning hits different here. Must be 21 and older. Gambling problem? Call or text 1-800-GAMBLER. Offer not available in all states. Terms apply. See the Fanatic Sportsbook app.
Man, I got a big day ahead of me today. Huge day. I'm flagging my sprinklers. What is that you say? Well, I'm identifying where my interior sprinklers are located because the big boys are coming tomorrow. The big machinery. Mile-high aeration is coming out to give those big, deep plugs to my lawn to allow the fertilizer and the water and the nutrients to reach the roots of my grass so that when the summer months come around, I've got green grass, greener than most. That's what you need to do in drought conditions, folks. It's nasty out there. You know what's coming. Make sure you prepare for it. Mile High Aeration, 303-778-1000. Or check them out online. They're the best in the business. They've been so for years. MileHighServices.com. MileHighServices.com at 303-778-1000.
more going into Wedgwood. Forever young. I love this. Oldest goalies to earn a win in their first career playoff start. Curtis McElhaney, I remember him. Les Blinkley. Got to do some research on him. And then welcome to the party, Scott Wedgwood. It's really remarkable to think how good he's been this year, to think that was his first ever start.
Need to do a little more research. It's Binkley.
Binkley?
Yeah.
Hey, close enough, guys. What did I say, Blinkley?
Whatever. Binkley, whatever it takes, right? Finger a dog.
We're close. Back to 1970. Moser was 10.
Jared Bednar at 9 o'clock this morning, so stay tuned for that. When I say the game had everything, it had everything. And I will say this, Moj, before we get to the glass incident, I do want to mention one thing, and I think a huge, massive, gigantic reason why you are 2-0 in this series. And this is no disrespect to the great players that are Darcy Kemper and Pavel Francouz, but my God, has Scott Wedgwood been amazing recently. You guys put the graphic up. Is it
dialed in?
The last 9 games that he's played, he's averaging 1 goal allowed with like a .960 save percentage. And
the run he's in right now, Britt, is pretty rarefied air.
Yeah.
He's freaking Marty Brodeur all of a sudden. Well, what is going on?
You have the penalty shot. And in a game like this, like we talked about this yesterday, Moj, and after game 1, it's in a style of game like you've played in games 1 and 2 versus the Kings. A single goal can just turn the game on its ear. And it can be like, you know what? You can start to panic if you give one up. And you have this power play. You're set up, what was it, like 3 power plays were negated by penalties that you took in the middle of it. You got Kale kind of mishandling the puck. It leads to a breakaway. He gets called for the penalty, which upon replay looked like he made an amazing play. He just lifted the stick.
I can see where the official was on the far side, though, and he sees that, so he's on the other side of the Kings player.
Totally agree.
And he sees that stick come up,
Yep.
and then of course Byfield does one of these, like,
yep.
And it never touched his glove at all, ever. But he gives it the old wave, like, hey, man, I would do the same thing.
But bottom line is you need a save. And him just sprawling back to his left, catching it off the glove, keeping the game knotted at 0, like, he has been remarkable in a series where you had to have a goalie on your A game because you know what? Forsberg's been doing it on the other side too.
Even the Wedgwood from the regular season, you could tell the playoffs how players they look different. Wedgwood looks faster.
Yes.
He looks crisper. I mean, everything about him. He's more aware. It's like he's on 8 cups of coffee out there. It's awesome.
I like it. I got home late. I went to bed late. I did not have a chance to see if we have any Scott Wedgwood sound from last night.
I didn't see any. I looked a lot of places. Didn't see Wedgie.
I heard a clip watching Raj in Spring last night, and he makes a very good point. He's like, look, he's like, I'm just having fun playing hockey. It's. He goes, I know what's at stake here, but this is enjoyable to me. Guys, this is a guy who for years toiled in the AHL. I mean, this is a guy who, bounced up and down at times between, he finally made it to the NHL. Let's call it 21, 22, maybe even a year before that. But he played with the Albany Devils, and he played in Ontario and in Rochester and all this. I mean, he bounced around a little bit, and he's like, look, I had to try to – you talk about pressure. I just trying to secure the job, just trying to, be a goalie, period, and to keep a job. He's like, I'm having fun doing this, and he really is dialed in. He's playing great, and again, I'm sure that Mackenzie Blackwood will see the crease at some point, right? But right now, you got to give Wedgie all the credit in the world because he has been flat out awesome, and it's a joy to watch a guy at the age of 33. You want to call it late bloomer, late chance, whatever. Remember Tim Thomas in the Boston Bruins? Man, this guy, he was eating reindeer on the Arctic Circle in his late 20s, and he gets a shot in the NHL and he kicks butt.
Vic, do you remember the game? Was it a couple of years ago that we went down? We were in the ice deck Remember that little area that's
Yes,
on the glass? It was amazing.
By the way, Bear Moser, she's like, I want to go back to the ice deck. I'm like, well, you can't anymore.
Well, yeah.
She's like, well, I had the best time with all that.
You got $20,000 on your
Right, yeah, right. Whatever it is, yeah.
It's a joke. I don't know how much those are, but they're great
Not
seats. The point is, I've never been on the ice for an NHL game with the glass right in front of me. And I'll tell you this, if you witness your goalie in a playoff game where it's 0-0 and goals are hard to come by, make a save on a penalty shot to keep it at 0-0. It is your God-given responsibility to hit the glass as hard as humanly possible. And I remember when we were at the ice deck, Moj, my wife, she kicked it. Like, she just hauled off and kicked it once because there was action near.
Wow.
I can't believe that snapped the way it did behind the Kings bench. And I've never had, I don't know if you guys have had this before. I've been around, glass breaking. I've never had it like raining on top of me, though, like it did to DJ Smith. Right. That's got to be like, I got shards of glass that went down my shirt collar. It's got to be like tucked into my pants somewhere. It's got to be miserable. But I've just never seen that before.
I haven't either, not behind the bench. I've seen panes of glass fall out.
Sure.
I've seen, glass shattered all over the ice from, hits and pucks. I've seen pucks break glass. I've never seen just, fans pounding on it. And DJ Smith said after the game that that one panel of glass actually had hit him a couple of times. So it was probably getting loose somehow because, the fans were on it so much that he's standing back there and it's kind of touching him, right?
Right.
Or whatever it is. And somebody found a weak point. Now, nobody had a ball peen hammer. Right.
It's like what I think it was? Somebody's wearing, and it can be this easy when it comes to breaking glass. Your ring that hits a point on the glass, right? That causes
that's like ballistic glass. That's thick glass, bro.
Okay, here's what I want from now on. I want all hockey arenas to put this in the back of your mind. Okay, here's how we're going to do this. We're not doing a 23-minute window delay anymore. That's gone. Get that. Just give helmets to all of those fans sitting in those rows. Hand them out and move on. Let's go. I don't have time to fill. I don't have time to change glass. I don't want to see all that. Just assign helmets to all those people. You bought those seats. You're right there. You want to sit up close? Tough. The puck comes your way. Learn how to dodge, duck, and dive.
Just a whole bunch of rows of duct tape tied up against each other.
Just learn how to dodge, duck, and dive. Get the hell out of the way. We got a hockey game to produce. Let's go.
What I want to do is, you know what? You ever been like a strip mall and somehow somebody's window gets broken? What do they always do?
Oh, it's the tape.
Put a piece of plywood in there.
Oh yeah, cardboard.
Yeah, just stick a piece of plywood. Let's cut a piece of plywood and let's go.
But here's what's crazy, Mo. So that happens, and it didn't take away, I think, the physicality of the game, but I do think it took away a little bit of the chippiness. Like the barking back and forth on the benches, the sort of face washing after every whistle, like that, I felt like kind of left. But here's what's crazy. You have this pop of adrenaline where Scott Wedgwood makes this amazing save. And now you get to go back on your power play with like a minute 45 left and try and make something of it.
152.
And the second you get action back started, McKinnon gets called for a penalty and you're back on a 4-on-4. You're just like, what in the world, man?
There's not a human being on planet Earth alive today, and that includes every Avalanche player, every coach, McKinnon, Bednar, who was more frustrated and thought that was a bigger bunch of bunk than Mark Rycroft.
Yeah.
I mean, I know what he said on the air. You should have heard what he said when we were at the intermission. Oh, baby. Players know, man. That's look, he's sliding on the inside. It's horse feathers, whatever. I mean, whatever. You survived it. That was a really funky situation. Well, you can't do those when you're on the power play. You just don't do anything to negate them. That's all.
Schmoser.
Right?
Schmoser.
You only had, by the way, 2 real power plays. Yes, Victorio.
The your job is one of the toughest jobs on earth. I mean, I put it up there with spinal fusion.
Right.
Working at an oil rig.
It's up there.
Right,
Being a
right,
linesman, right? Danger. It's all in the same category. So,
yeah.
Brett, you've been up there, so have I. When you're watching an Avalanche game from that far away, being able to follow and trace the puck, it's unreal how Mark Moser does his job. But that looked like a goal that we all saw on television.
Oh, my
that
God.
hit the side of the net. Who shot that again?
It was a defense.
Malinsky?
Malinsky shot it.
Malinsky. Okay.
Shot it, and Parker Kelly got a piece of it.
And you called goal, and the horn went off, and everybody cheered, and everybody went crazy, and then obviously it wasn't a goal. The question I have for you, what is your clue? Because the puck moves so fast, I mean, it's almost impossible to tell where it goes. What is your clue to call a goal, even if you're not entirely sure it's a goal?
Vic, it happened so fast.
Yeah.
It happened goal, not goal, like that to me, like this. I called goal because I saw Kelly. I saw his
The Avs celebrated.
players.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Players typically they know one way or another, right? And so he turns and he goes and charges and hugs and the hug. And then I saw the referee and I saw Doughty. I'm like, Doughty's not mad. He's showing that it's not a goal. I'm like, this is no goal. So I went from goal. Parker Kelly got a piece. That's not a goal.
Wait, you go based entirely on player reactions around the net.
That is correct.
What if a dude is like? What if they give up a goal?
Which is why. Let's go back to the Kadri goal. He got stuck.
Yes.
In 2022. What do I have a halo around me? What is going on here? Look at that. I'm angelic.
You're angelic today, yeah.
That's pretty amazing. Look at that. Here's what I did know. I don't know where the puck went. Okay, but I knew it wasn't in the screen, and I knew that Vasilevsky didn't have it by the reaction.
Yeah,
it didn't go into the screen.
Wait, you mean
it wasn't out of the rink, and he did not.
No, we're talking about the game in Tampa.
22.
Gotcha.
So I knew it had to be in the net. It had to be. I knew Vasilevsky didn't have it by his reaction. I knew it wasn't in the screen. This is instantaneous deduction, Vic. I'm like, that is in the net, so that's in the net. Sure. Where is it now? It got stuck up above the top of the net and the back bar.
You mentioned something earlier, Moj, about the power play and how you really had only like 2 really on the game.
Yeah.
I did feel like the power play was decent. The second one especially felt really good. It was like dangerous, just couldn't find a way to finish. I'm not too bent out of shape. Some people texted in earlier in the show saying this is going to get us beat later in the postseason or something like that. I actually felt like it was pretty good.
Can I give you some more positivity?
Yeah.
Let me tell you where the trepidation lies with the Los Angeles Kings. Who scored your goal so far for the Avalanche?
Oh, yeah, third and fourth liners have scored. Well, no, Landeskog scored last night. What am I talking about?
Yeah, but he's been on the third line, right, with Cat.
Okay, yeah.
Right?
It's been Nick Waugh, it's been Logan O'Connor. Yeah.
That was going to be my
Lecky,
next...
of course. Lecky's a top liner, but he had it. Listen, McKinnon and Natchez and Makar, in terms of scoring, they haven't even gotten started yet.
Hey, Natchez should have had 2 goals last night.
Let me tell you something, bro.
Let me tell you, that fact is not lost on the LA Kings. They realize that...
Well, Natchez can only score if he actually shoots it.
Yeah, stop right there. Stop. Everybody stop what you're doing. Stop driving. Stop thinking. When you give me a 3-on-1 in a scoreless game
you gotta have
and
a
things
shot.
are tight and you're trying to do the extra pass, I love Marty Nachos. But listen to me, Marty, if you're listening. I know you stayed up to listen to the show this morning. You got to shoot that puck, bro. Extra pass?
I need somebody, Vic, to grab Natchez by his sweater, hold him this close.
No, man.
This close, and just say this. You're a goal scorer. Shoot the puck. You have an amazing shot. Shoot it. He had not a wide open net, Moj, but a wide open look. No traffic in front of him.
It was 3-on-1.
Throw it on net.
How do you even get, in a tight game like that, how do you even come up with a 3-on-1?
That's like a 3-on-1 in the NBA, and you kick it out to a guy for a 3, and he clangs it. You're like, no. Yeah, listen, he's got the ability to go short side, top shelf, no doubt about it. He's trying to send it across. I dig what he's trying to do, but this is about putting pucks on net. And look, Makar was there to clean up if Forsberg makes the save. Mikey Anderson, I thought, made a really good play, but you also allowed him to make a good play because rather than shoot, you're trying to find Landy.
Shoot the puck, Marty. You've got a good shot. You score goals all the time. Shoot it.
Nobody will understand this reference except me. I'm going to say it. Shoot the moon. Shoot the moon. Shoot the moon, shoot the moon.
So again, the Avs take a 2-0 lead in this series.
If anybody gets that, I'm forever in your debt. And by the way, just like you guys, yesterday, Brett, you were total luggage. You were junk.
What do you mean? I was great until the very end.
Okay, well, you weren't. It's very rare on this show. Listen, I'm luggage from time to time. Vic is Samsonite from time to time, right? American tourist, traveler, whatever. I've got sort of carte blanche to shoot the moon.
Mosh, here's the good news.
Luggage.
I felt like you were pretty pepped up yesterday. You were taking over when I was crashing. I'm on, I think, a combined 8 hours of sleep over the last two nights.
Yeah, me too, bro.
But, Moj, I feel it this morning. I'm feeling good. You know what's going to suck? I only wear this when I'm what?
You play golf?
I got a tee time at 10:30 today.
Oh, my God.
And I am going to probably shoot a hundo, and I'm totally okay with that.
Brett,
It's gonna be totally fine.
I played yesterday on no sleep, right, after the Nuggets game. And here's one thing I've learned. When you try to play that game on 3 to 4 hours sleep, just go home, get back in bed, and forget about it because you just can't do it.
I figure that's going to happen today.
Yeah, you just can't do it.
And I'm okay with it.
Yeah.
So that's, anyway, 303-504-0925, Jared Bednar at 9 o'clock, TJ Ward at 9:30. Stick around. Tulotero. It's the favorite lottery app of many. You can play all of your favorite games, whether it's Powerball, Mega Millions, Lucky for Life. And whenever you hear that sound, remember this. If you download that Tulotero app and use my code MAGIC, you can play your first lottery game for free. And today, how does $100 million sound? Well, that's the Powerball. So use my code MAGIC, get that free credit to play, and take your shot at $100 million. Download that Tulotero app, Tulotero. Use my code MAGIC and try your luck. It's Tulotero, your lottery app.
Folks, Cudarelli Vision is where it's at if you want to see, if you want to read. I'm looking at my phone right now. I had to throw my glasses on to read this copy. Why? Because it's very small print. Refractive lens exchange is the solution at Dr. Cutarelli at Cutarelli Vision. I've been there. I've talked to him. I've gone in for a consultation. And for some reason, my eyes aren't quite there yet. Yours might be. Everyone's eyes are different. If you do have the ability to get this done, for whatever reason, you have to do it. Why? Well, it fixes you up. You don't have to worry about the reading glasses or the contacts when reading your phone or a menu or a computer. Cutarelli Vision RLE. Not only does it fix your vision, it also eliminates the possibility of a cataract, whatever the hell that is. Dr. Cutarelli is Colorado's most experienced with over 90,000 of these vision procedures. Schedule your free consultation today. All you have to do is go online. Cutarelli Vision at ColoradoRLE.com. That's ColoradoRLE.com. That's Cutarelli Vision RLE. No readers, no glasses, or cataracts.
Make plans now. Tomorrow night, we kick off the Altitude Sports Radio Playoff Viewing Party Tour powered by Michelob Ultra. Join Andy Lindahl at Jackson's in Lodo for the Avs game with Raj hosting the network broadcast on site. Got prizes, wall-to-wall action with the Nuggets and the NFL Draft 2 in a full night of playoff energy. So don't miss the start of the tour tomorrow night at Jackson's.
Read that again.
I'm not reading all of that again.
Raj is hosting the network broadcast on site.
Yeah.
Is that what you said?
That is what
does
it
that
says.
mean?
That means because they're doing two games, Berto is doing the Nuggets and Raj is doing the Avalanche broadcast.
He will host it on site, the network broadcast.
Tonight.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to the network broadcast. All right, go ahead.
You know what Moser did to me yesterday, Vic? So he showed me the intro to the broadcast yesterday, and I watched it, and it was good. And I said, yeah, it's good. And then he got mad at me, and I don't know what sort of...
You didn't think that tease was good?
I said it was good, and I
You're
don't...
a straight up 100% grade A-hole if you didn't think it was great. Lee Blair did it. It's awesome.
This is my problem, Vic. I don't know what he wants me to say. He wants me to compliment him, but I don't like... to take my shirt off.
Not me, Lee Blair. Lee Blair wrote the whole thing.
What do
the editors who put it all together.
I said it was really good, and then you were like, "That is
not what you said." You go, "It's good."
Right.
Do you see the difference involved in that? Do you see it?
Can I mention this? We'll get back to the Avs in a bit. 9 o'clock. Jared Bednar's going to join us. So you look around the NHL and the NBA playoffs. So last night, Tampa, they win to tie their series 1-1 against Montreal. So that one's back to even. Boston goes to Buffalo and beats them 4-2. That series is now even. Utah in Vegas wins 3-2. That series now even. But here's what's crazier to me. Go to the NBA for a moment. The Boston Celtics get worked by a Embiid-less Philadelphia 76ers team because they shot 12 of 50 from three last night.
That's unbelievable.
Mm-hmm. So psychologically, I need to ask Nuggets fans a question because this is how it works for me. This is like therapy. When you're watching other teams at home favored teams, top-seeded teams
yes,
that
it
are
helps.
supposed to win.
Yes, it helps.
And they lose to lesser teams in these game twos, these important game twos, and they cannot secure that home court the way they had hoped. Does it make you feel better about the Nuggets loss to Minnesota the other night?
Yes, it does.
Well, yeah, because
it does
Minnesota's a higher quality team than Philly too. Okay?
Yeah,
that's one thing.
But
a higher
hang on,
quality
for sure.
team than Portland.
But hang on a second.
San Antonio. Did you see
no doubt about
Wemby's?
it.
Did you see Wemby's face
So, yes.
bounce off the
Yes.
wood?
Just 1 second,
Bounce.
because those other two games were the ones that surprised the hell out of me. 41-year-old LeBron has now carried the Lakers to 2 wins against the Houston Rockets. By the way, Durant played last night 41 minutes. LeBron put up 28. I don't know if you saw his reverse dunk that he had last night, and I know we don't like LeBron around here. It's a marvel that a 41-year-old is still doing this stuff, and he's carried them to a 2-0 series lead. And if they get past this, maybe they get Luka and Austin Reeves back in the second round, and who knows what happens from there. But what Vic just mentioned, and Nelly, pull this back up. So I got a 4-year-old, and you guys remember when your kids are first learning to walk, it almost feels like their head is half their body weight, and when they first walk, it's like they're about to topple over and fall on their forehead, right? I don't think I've seen somebody fall to the ground and smack their head harder on the court than what Wemby did last night. And when you're 7'6" or whatever he is, that's a long way to fall. He leaves the game with a concussion. That allows Portland to tie the series at 1-1 with who knows if he's going to be available in Game 3.
But even without Wemby, the fact that they fell apart in the fourth quarter the way they did.
So I want you guys to watch. Is this the real stuff? Oh, this is the slow-mo.
Oh, that's hard to watch, bro. That's hard to watch. I mean, his face just...
So watch this next angle, how hard his head hits the floor, because it's unbelievable.
You know what this looks like? Oh, my gosh. You know what this looks like? And I'm not trying to be sly or funny about this, but when I see that, I'm envisioning like a 50-degree wedge hitting a green with some backspin. That's what his head looks like.
Wemby is so big, I can't even get his full body in frame. I have to like exit my frame to make sure he's in here.
Oh, man, that's awful.
Vic, I was thinking it's more like this. Let's say you're about 40 yards out, right, and you have a tight lie. But you say, you know what, I can do this, and you grab your 60. And then what do you do with your 60 degrees?
You blade it.
Or what?
Or
you bury it.
Or you bury right into Mother Earth.
You bury it behind the ball and you clunk it. I mean, his head was buried in the paint.
So here's the thing, though. When he gets up, I don't know if you guys saw it, he had the baby deer legs going on. Like there was obviously he had something upstairs that was concussion related. And I don't know, Vic, what the protocol is in the NBA, how many days you got to wait, if there's a mandatory thing, if you just got to pass a test. I have no idea. But the second he left that game, you're right, San Antonio fell apart. And I know Portland's not great, but Avdi is a pretty good player. Like, they can, if he's out of the lineup for another game, they can make that series really interesting. They can.
You know, I've been in this business for 34 years. Maybe a little longer, something like that. I can't even tell you how many radio shows I've done in my life. Thousands and thousands and thousands and thousands and thousands. And if I use the word balls, like, you know what? The gym locker room has a lot of storage. In the storage area, there's a lot of balls in there.
I'll show you during the break.
Okay, now that's totally fine. But if I say, and I don't even know the answer to this, so I guess I better tread lightly. Where do the Boston Celtics get the colognes
to shoot 53s in a game?
To take 53s in a friggin' basketball game.
That's all they do.
I know, but I hate their guts.
No.
I hate their guts. I mean, if you went to 1988 even, and you showed that game to NBA players, they go, "What the blank am I looking at?"
Moj, listen to this.
That's what they.
Listen to this for a second.
How do you take 53s in a game and make 13? You bunch of losers. Bunch of you know what they all, Vic. You know what they are, Vic, and you. This is probably you. So if it's you, I don't want I don't want to blast you. I apologize. But you're at the gym and that one kid who just guns. He just guns from all over. Just gun. Gun. He going to get his. Not playing hoops, just gunning it from 30 feet. What a joke.
Let me give you guys something from that game yesterday. Here's Boston.
Joke.
Okay. Jaylen Brown had 36 points. 36. Jason Tatum had 19. I'm going to give you the points for everybody else who played for the Boston Celtics last night. 6, 8, 8, 9, 2, 4, 0, 5, 0, 0. Nobody else was in double digits.
Junk.
No one. That's pretty difficult to do. Think about it.
Just junk.
But yeah, it's a gross style of play.
Who's the big fella? Big guy.
For Boston?
Yeah, short hair.
Oh,
big fella.
Keita? Is that his name?
No,
Vucevic.
Vucevic.
Yeah.
Well, Keita's not a big guy.
Fellas,
Mike, why are you shooting threes, big man? Come on.
Can you allow me this? Because, listen, LeBron James is a hot-button topic on a lot of different sports radio shows. Mediums.
You like getting nailed by the king?
We've talked about it. You could say what you want about LeBron James. But allow me this. A man of that age, of that elderly status, he is halfway to 80, more than halfway to 80. I want you to think, how many 41-year-olds are driving around right now listening to this show? Did you happen to watch any of that game last night and some of the dunks? And
it's
plays?
Unreal.
He has, LeBron James, at the age of 41, a half-elderly person, has the Houston Rockets down 2-0 simply because he is able, at his tender plight, his age, he is able to will the Lakers to consecutive victories in the playoffs.
I've always said this, and it's not to spark a discussion about it. But I do think when you're talking about the stupid Jordan-LeBron debates that people have, if you don't factor in that at 41 years old, he's still putting up 28 points a night in a playoff game, then you're insane. Like, it is, I think, the most incredible athletic feat I'll ever see in my life.
I've never seen anything like it. And you know what? Houston tried everybody on him. They put muscle on him. They put bigs. They put smalls. Nobody could handle him. Nobody could handle him. He did everything. He just dominated the game at every angle.
I hate to interrupt your LeBron love fest.
Okay, see, that's the reaction. See, Kaner?
No,
that's the reaction.
I'm with you, Vic.
That's the reaction. Because people are rolling their eyes and saying, no, you
get
don't
past
stop
your hatred of him.
You stop rolling your eyes. You may not like him for whatever reason, and this goes for everybody listening. I don't care what you think of him. I'm talking about the athleticism at that age. Moser, you should know better. You're an old, brittle man.
Yeah, don't sit there and just be old, Moser.
You're the slowest healing, brittle-haired man I've ever. You should sit there and wonder aloud how that's possible.
Vic, that may be true. But I'm not going to get on Denver airwaves and stroke him. I can promise you that.
Moj, it's amazing what he's doing.
I don't care.
How about this?
I don't care.
Hey, Vic.
I don't care.
Which athlete do I hate?
Ain't no glazing going on from the Moj, baby. You ain't finding no glaze.
Shut his mic off.
Nelly,
shut his mic off.
Do not shut me off.
Nelly,
do not
we
shut
have
me
two
off.
of us telling you to shut him off.
Shut him off.
Shut him off.
Rules. Vic, just quickly, what athlete do I hate more than anybody else?
Aaron Rodgers.
And I am willing to say, because I'm being fair, even though I hate this guy, he's probably the most talented quarterback I've ever seen.
Unbelievable feat of athleticism out of a 41-year-old man. That's what we're saying. That's what we're acknowledging. Moser, get over your smarmy self and acknowledge greatness when you see it. Yeah, sit back.
You know what this is like? It's like beets. That's the Earth's superfood. Provides all these different nutrients, takes care of your body, but I don't like beets. Don't stuff beets down my friggin' throat. I ain't going to eat them, okay? I ain't doing it. And you're not going to shut me off, and I'm not going to glaze LeBron as great as he is. I know he's been remarkable, but I'm not going to use up my valuable Denver airtime to glaze a guy that I don't like. End of story.
It's just basketball.
That script. Oh. You got
so.
Oh, my God. And by the way, number 2, Vic, newsflash for you. The Rockets suck. Okay? They suck. Oh, they tried everybody on him. Who? Tom, Dick, and Harry?
The reason why this might matter here.
Laurel and Hardy? Ooh, Laurel and Hardy couldn't guard LeBron. Ooh, what a miracle.
Here's why I think this does matter to people here in Denver, by the way. LeBron going up and helping his team go up 2-0 on a Houston Rockets team. Who do they face in the next round if they move on?
Oklahoma City.
OKC.
Who's got a better chance of taking down the Thunder? The Lakers, especially if they get Luka and Austin Reeves back, or the Houston Rockets? Which one?
Houston
the Lakers.
That's why it matters to me. I don't want Houston to move on for that reason. I want OKC to try and get beat up a little bit.
Houston is such a bad team. It's tough doing sports talk with you sometimes, Moj, because you get your little personality and differences in the way of just talking sports. It happens with so many different topics. Arenado. Just talk sports and quit being a petty fool.
Vic, I'm old. I'm brittle. I got brittle hair, sorry. I'm a slow healer.
And a pansy.
I got a bad attitude. I got no sleep. Last night. So that should tell you, I give 0 Fs.
Okay, all right. Well, we'll get back to the Avs. You want that?
I'm not.
Is that better?
No, I'm not talking about them. You guys spend the next half hour talking about them.
Right. Get back to the Avs. Jared Bednar at 9 o'clock. Stick around.
My co-hosts like to give me the business, right? You just heard him say it. Oh, you got brittle hair. Oh, you're old, slow heater, all this stuff. Well, that's old Moj. I went to the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Yeah, I was feeling a little bit older. I had low testosterone. I wasn't feeling like myself, and I got it taken care of. And just because you're getting older doesn't mean you have a bad attitude. It also doesn't mean you have to feel like it. If your energy is low, sleep is off, weight won't budge, your mind feels foggy, maybe even your sex drive isn't what it used to be, switch things up. Get to the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic and get it taken care of. Go to their website. Find out all they do, RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. And right now, they've got advanced medical strategies to go along with all of your treatments, including TRT, GH peptides, NAD+, GLP-1, PDA, and more. So you're treating low T and other hormonal issues. It's going to help you shed pounds, too. You have more energy, enhance your body composition, improve sleep, sex drive, and much, much more. You're going to get back to feeling your best. Do what I did. Look at me. I got about 2 hours sleep last night, and I'm feeling great this morning. And you can, too. So give them a call today, 720-440-7900. 5 locations in Colorado. Fort Collins all the way down to Colorado Springs. That number again, 720-440-7900. Or go online at RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Burns a try. That's tipped over the top of Anton Forsberg. Kadri the rebound. Far side half wall. Tucks underneath. Manson lets it go. Tip. Rebound. Score! Wow! It's Nicholas Waugh's second overtime winner, and you don't have to go home, but you can't stay here because this party is over.
Bednar, up high, Manson, wrist shot, score! Nick Waugh the rebound, and the Avs have won in overtime. They take a 2-0 series lead against the Los Angeles Kings. It was fired from way downtown. The save was made, and New Avalanche Nick Waugh able to clean up to give the Avs the 2-1 victory.
Last night I thought was a great example of something else. I mean, it was a big physical game. There's a lot of hitting, a lot of fighting, a lot of stuff. You know what else last night had? Your acquisitions at the deadline all came into play last night in huge moments. First of all, I love that when Makar got run at, Kulak was the first guy to go and hop on top of somebody and start, not swinging, but close enough. He's like, I'm willing to go to the box. If you're going to come after my guy, then I'm going to go to the box about it.
I agreed. I'm not going to yell at you guys anymore. I'm going to chill out. It's going to be cool. But when you look at the style of play in this particular series, you see why the Avs made the trade for Kulak?
Yep.
Does it come a little bit more into focus what they thought they needed there? Yeah.
Like, Kadri's the obvious one, how much he's helped in a multitude of different areas, power play, everything else. Like, he set up the game winner last night from the very start. But then you get Nick Waugh, who I thought through 2 games in the postseason, Moj, because this is how we kind of judge these guys. How are you doing in the postseason? I think Nick Waugh has been great through 2 games. Obviously gets the game winner last night. Can't get any better than that. But I thought he's been great. Kulak great. Kadri great. Like, you're seeing all these impactful guys that came over, over halfway through the year making big-time plays.
Right. And, again, I love Samuel Girard as a dude and as a player. I mean, he provides a lot of valuable things, but the emergence of Sam Malinsky allowed you to make that deal to get a guy who last night played in career playoff game 100. You think he knows how to play playoff hockey? It's not his fault the Oilers went to this Cup Finals 3 times in a row and didn't win. I mean, he's been doing his part, or twice in a row. He's a rock solid guy you can count on. We'll talk to Coach about that in less than an hour.
I have a question. I'm going to ask this question. Did it in the first hour, and I want you to answer it again for those who are just tuning in. So last night, we've seen it now in 2 straight games. The LA Kings play this style of brand, this hockey that is just, it's pulling teeth, right? Just to survive the way they play. So if they can do it, and they've made both games close, extremely close, if they can pull this off, and clearly they are not one of the most talented teams remaining in the postseason, far from it, what's to stop other teams? What's to stop Minnesota from doing it? What's to stop Vegas from doing it? The Mammoth, other teams that the Avs may face down the line. Why wouldn't they just adopt that style?
Because that's not how these other teams are built, Vic. It's not how these other teams are constructed to play. Other teams that have, I mean, they listen, if you talk to the Kings guys, they know they don't have a ton of upper top-end talent. They don't. Ain't nobody got a 50-goal scorer in L.A. There's no 100-point guys. There's no, 90-point guys on that team. They just don't have that. They don't win like that. They have to play this style, and they commit fully and wholeheartedly to it. Their back-checking, I thought, last night was superb. I mean, you see every passing lane is congested. Every outlet is contested.
The front of the
Everything.
net is a... You know what the front of the net looks like? It looks like a checkout line at Costco.
Yeah, but Vic, in order to play that style of game, you've got to sacrifice the other end. You know what I mean? You can't just always be on the go the other end to try and score and so on. And so there's a give and take, and I guess they take a lot in terms of the defensive side, and then they try to counterpunch you or get in and try to cycle you to death and get their chances that way, which is why I tell you, if the Avs play their brand of hockey and their style, starting with the defensive end, starting with their goaltending, their blue line, and the forwards back in the defensive end, if they keep playing like this, LA can't get to 3 goals. They can't get to 4 goals. They can't get to 5 goals. They can't. So that's why, again, you're talking about going to overtime 34 times this year for Los Angeles. Imagine that. 34 times. Imagine this. You're a football team, and all you do is, 3 yards in a cloud of dust, 3 yards in a cloud of dust, 3 yards in a cloud of dust, and you say, why can't other teams do that? Well, because they got more personnel, they got different schemes, they got different stuff. But imagine you're a team, and let's take an NFL season, 17 games. Imagine you go to overtime in 7 or 8 of those games. Not quite half, but almost half, because in the regular season, 33 out of 82, not quite half, but almost there.
It's like the Broncos.
Imagine, yeah, exactly. Imagine that, though, going to overtime in 7 or 8 NFL games during the course of a year. I mean, that's just – teams aren't going to do that, but that's the way they're built. That's the way they have to win now.
I said this earlier. I'm actually pretty encouraged with these first 2 games. I think LA, to their credit, I think
you're encouraged, are you? They're up 2-0. I'm just joking. Calm down.
I'm not.
Here's what I'm talking about. I think LA has played as perfect a first 2 games as they're capable of playing. Mm-hmm. They're doing exactly what their game plan, what they're laying out before the game, what they want to accomplish. I think they're doing it, and it still hasn't mattered. And I think the Avs, to their credit, we were talking about this with the Nuggets and T-Wolves series. And Vic, you're like, throw doubles at Anthony Edwards. And I was wondering, how long can you do that before he just gets sick and tired of it and is going to start chucking up shots because that's how he wants to play? The Avs are not trying to force their game, and I think that's where they could get in some trouble, is if they get frustrated by the style of these first couple of games where they stay a little bit undisciplined, get over-aggressive, and then you get a 2-on-1 or a 3-on-1 going the other way. That's how I think they can lose. Yeah. And it really hasn't happened. Like, they have stayed disciplined for the style they need to match against LA right now.
You know what's pronounced in the playoffs, and this goes for every sport, really. Every call's under the microscope, or every non-call, and you're sitting there going, what the hell? When the Kings scored their goal, did you see what happened to Brock Nelson in the crease?
Yeah.
And
it was Taves, right?
It was Devon Taves.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Devon Taves.
So in a regular season game, is there no doubt that's called? Is there no doubt on earth?
I mean, Lawton clearly, Vic, cross-checks him right in the number, at the top of the number.
So the postseason, to me, and this applies to both the NBA and the NHL, it's not a question necessarily of talent all the time. It's how much can I get away with? Like, teams are actively telling themselves, players, let me get right to that line and make them blow the whistle. And sometimes they will, and sometimes they won't.
Did you see Jeff Malott give him an elbow to the face?
Yeah.
The side of the net on that
You know what I'm saying?
Come on, man.
Because players know that. They're not dumb. It's the postseason. Whistles are swallowed in both sports. Let me just go to that limit and put the onus on the officials. That's what happens in the playoffs more often than not.
You know what they do? They take it to the limit.
Yeah, they do.
More time.
They do. By the way, it's really funny. I was, you had the camera pan over and they showed Sean Payton in the building last night. I think I came to a realization about Sean Payton. And Vic, see if you follow me here. Mm-hmm. There's one reporter that Sean Payton is willing to throw a lot of smiles and give a lot of information to. Who is that?
Kay Adams.
Is that his wife or girlfriend? Who is that with Sean Payton last night? Who do you know?
I have no idea.
I don't know if he's married or not. That's why I'm asking. I have no idea.
I don't know.
I'll tell you this. Looks a lot like Kay Adams. A lot. I don't know if anybody else saw what I saw. It looked like almost like a Kay Adams clone. And I was like, oh, well, now it makes sense. That's why he's always smiley around Kay whenever she's at training camp. Got it. But Mo, he was sitting right next to the broken glass, wasn't he? Wasn't he right next to the bench?
No, he was right next to the Kings bench. Yeah.
Look at this. Vic.
Yeah.
Tell me that doesn't look like Kay Adams.
She does. Yeah.
I mean, it's exactly like her.
Yeah.
I was like, oh, that's why every time she comes to town.
I mean, they say, I mean, what's the saying? You're attracted to girls that look like your father?
What? What? Hang on. Did you say you're attracted to girls that look like your father?
Something like that.
Hang on.
Hey, if you think my father, let me tell you something. I've never seen Terry's dad, but I can imagine she doesn't look like him.
No, Moj.
She does not look like Easy.
Yes.
She does not look like Easy. I can promise you
the first time I met the Queen of Chicken, I thought to myself, dead ringer for Easy. Dead ringer.
First time I saw Lindsay, I'm like, you know what? That is so Troy Kane. It's unbelievable. This is really weird. You tell my lovely wife, you tell my bear, the bear, that she looks like Keith Moser. And see if you don't walk out of the room with a limp.
Oh, anyway. Yeah, I noticed it last night, and I was like, well, that makes a lot of sense now. 303-504-0925.
Easy, old Lombardi. Yeah, I see it.
Can't separate them.
Jesus, God.
You know that old saying, your wife always looks like your dad.
Well, I mean, for you dog lovers, for you guys who are just like make out with
maybe
your dogs.
In the animal kingdom.
Yeah.
I mean, in the animal kingdom,
very much so.
Like dolphins, like a dolphin's wife. Maybe he looks like his dad a little bit. Okay, I get it.
You guys are notorious dog gurglers, right? I mean, you make out with your dogs.
I don't
you
make
take
out
it to
with my dog.
Yeah. No, I've seen Moser on this show make out with his dog.
I
Literally.
like my dog. My dog can lick my cheek. Yeah, that's fine.
Rick likes to lick. You know, he's
but Moser goes tongue to tongue with his dogs. I've seen it.
No, I do. That's gross.
Guys, raise your hand if you've seen Moser.
No,
I've seen it firsthand.
I'm not Magda from
You're
Something
one of
About
those
Mary,
weirdos.
for God's sake. That's gross.
Moser, that'd be so funny. You're just sitting
Magda
in
and Puffy. Come on, man.
You sit in a tanning booth, you go home, rip a Virginia Slim, and just let your dog lick right out your mouth. There you go.
Rick, come here, buddy.
303-504-0925. Can listen to us anywhere on the Altitude Sports Radio app. It is powered by the Will Hite Law Firm. Injury lawyers, go to willhitewins.com. That's willhitewins.com. Jared Bednar in 45 minutes. Stick around. All right, Jared Bednar in 40 minutes. We'll also talk to TJ Ward at 9:30, so stay tuned for that as well. What do you got, Moser?
I want to give a shout-out to DJ Triple T, Craig Turney at Ball Arena. Crowd started to file in a little bit last night, and what do I hear? What do my wondrous ears hear? Vic, you ready? Feel the beat in the rhythm of the night. It's until the morning light. Forget about... I heard that, and I out of my booth, and I looked down, and he's way down there in his DJ area, and he's like, "What's up?"
Oh, because he was listening?
What's up? Yes.
What's up, DJ
So thanks,
Triple
DJ
T?
Triple T, kicking major butt with L. And by the way, I guess it's not DeBarge, it's L DeBarge. I don't care. Just feel the beat in the rhythm of the night and dance until the morning light.
What's the odds DJ Triple T's listening right now and that he's not sleeping? I'd say 0%.
Probably
everybody that watched the end of that game is probably sleeping.
His daughter probably has him up. You know, I mean,
Okay.
Little kids wake up early. You know how it goes, Brett. You've got 2 of them yourself.
What time did that game end officially, Moj?
Oh,
Did you happen to
frick.
look at your...
I think it was like midnight. It was like 11:55.
Yeah, well, I walked in the house. Well, I texted you as soon as I walked in the house, 1:07. So I don't know, something. I know it was after Well, yeah, it was about midnight because we were in the post-game show, and Kyle said, "Yeah, tomorrow when they fly to L.A., and I had to go Kiefer. That's today, bro.
Well, I
That's
know
today.
Moj,
Today
don't
we're
even talk
going.
to me. The night before I got home at 2 a.m.
Yeah.
Well,
it's late, bro.
I know it was midnight when the game got done because after Wass scored, you know, I got to be quiet in the house. I can't just yell and scream like a psychopath with 2 kids sleeping.
Sure you
So I took my fist and I punched my right knee, I think 5 times. And then I looked at the clock because now I'm amped. I got adrenaline running. And I saw it was midnight. And all I thought to myself is, I'm not going to bed for at least another
No
hour.
chance.
So I don't know what time I'm going to bed, but this is going to be a bad one in the morning. I feel great today, though. I feel
Again,
great. All it takes, Vic, here's the problem. I think if the if the Nuggets yesterday just won,
Yeah.
then I would have been fine.
Be riding high. The problem is you're going to attempt to play golf today, as I attempted yesterday, and you feel fine and you're excited and you're jacked up to go play.
You're going to be
And then
junk.
at about hole number 6.
I know that, yeah.
Hole number 6, after you have a couple pops, because those come with the golf game.
Yeah.
It's going to hit you, and you're going to wish you could just sleep next to the cart somewhere, like on the tee.
100%.
That's what's going to happen.
Hey, people are asking me, guys.
I have already accepted my fate of terrible golf today. That's not the point. Yeah.
Yeah, you're gonna be total junk. You're not gonna be able to concentrate over putts. You're gonna be 3-putting everything. You'll see. People are asking me why on the Panarin goal did the face-off come back inside the offensive zone.
I was confused by that too.
Because the referee claimed it never touched him.
Well, the linesman said, I don't know if Manson clears it off the glass. How does it physically get into the Avalanche bench?
He claims it never touched him.
Did you
How?
guys have in motion?
I thought it did.
I apologize because I heard, I think, Riker say, well, they'll get that fixed and they'll take it out of the zone, and then it was just face off inside the zone. And then I didn't see an angle. I mean, I don't know how it's physically possible for that puck to go that direction without hitting the ref. He was the only guy there.
Well, it's like the Kennedy. I mean, how does that bullet go this way and that way? And I don't know.
Didn't you ever see the Chappelle Show skit? It was actual magic. They've known about magic
Oh,
for
yeah,
years.
actual magic. Okay.
We've known about magic for years, and we just held it from the public.
I called the game.
It's a magic
I think
bullet.
I saw Manson clear it off the glass. The linesman came off the boards and it hit him and ricocheted into the Avs bench. Is that not what happened? Or am I imagining, is this some sort of big dream that I'm having and I'm still in the maw right now and I don't realize what truly happened? Because that's what I saw, which is why I was so confused. If it's off the glass, I mean, did he clear it off the glass, Brett? Help me.
It looked like it.
He claims.
Where's
it
Lee
never
Blair? I
touched
need
him.
Lee Blair.
Hey, by the way, I
He's
want to
sleeping like
echo what I said earlier. Your
sleeper.
broadcast, the Altitude local broadcast, because you guys do this every night. Your broadcast, and no offense to the national folks, good people, they try. Your broadcast was far superior in every venue. You were better audio, better pictures. It was crisper. Obviously, I'm big fans of you guys. It's just better. And And it used to be, the days used to be where the national boys came into town. And you're like, uh-oh, watch this. They're going to throw some big machinery at this broadcast and really gussy it up. Those days are gone. And this is why I love the fact that the NHL still has the local crew do the games. And you saw the difference last night. And I hope some of you who did compare and contrast, because that's what I did. I'm weird like that. I went back and forth. And wasn't even close.
Hey, Moj.
I mean,
I
think
I was on you guys the whole game.
It's pretty damn good.
It doesn't matter. Again, nothing against those guys. The broadcast as a whole did not even compare.
Let me ask you a question, Moj. We talked about this after game one. When it's tied 0-0 going in, midway through the second period, and I'm nervous that a stupid bouncing puck luck, broken stick, something's going to happen, and that's going to lead to the Kings taking a 1-0 lead. In the case of last night, it did. I don't know what happened, why they got the face-off inside the zone, but they did. Panarin buries it. You're down 1-0. 8 minutes left in the third, right? Did you think the Avs were going to lose? At that moment? Did you think, of course, this is how it had to happen sort of thing? Because I'll be honest, just with the way the game was trending, there's part of me that was like, for the first time all series, I was like, man, I think they might drop this one now.
All right, well, you've got less than 7 minutes to go in the game. Forsberg is playing his butt off between the pipes for the Kings.
You're hitting posts again.
You're hitting friggin' posts. They're trying to be as stingy as possible. And there's major concern with less than 7 to go. I thought we were going to get to a point where they were going to have to yank Wedgwood, and then we'll find out, right? Well, hey, man, the goal that was scored, we got to give credit to Marty Necas.
Going 5-hole on the goalie back into the freaking crease.
Was he trying to bank it, or was he trying to find
Landy?
I don't know. Because it looked like he was trying to find Landy to me.
Yeah, I thought so,
But to
too.
throw it through the goalie's 5-hole.
Yeah.
To Landy cutting in, I
think a little bit of that was luck.
But Lawton is puck. But see, this is the point of the game. When I talked to you about, hey, man, they did everything right for 59 minutes and 43 seconds, right? Lawton is puck watching in the low slot. He's looking at Marty Necas, right? He's not even feeling Landy peel and come streaking by him on the left until it's too late, and then bang, it's in the back of the net. I think you could argue the Kings defensively played a flippin' good game for 59 minutes or more than that, whatever you want to, however minutes you want to put out there. But that one breakdown, dude, can decide not only a game but an entire series. That's how playoff hockey works.
The Avs did the Jokic meme. They did the Nikola Jokic after 23.9 seconds of great defense, and it's just him doing this. Heaving it up
over
like
his head.
That's what they did. Like the Kings played almost perfect defensive hockey for more than 2.5 periods, and it's just like one little breakdown, one little mistake is all the Avs need.
But you hit a post again. Look, man, the big guns are going to get theirs eventually.
Oh, Moj, I saw the expected goals from last night.
Yeah, McCarr's going to get it. All these guys are going to start getting theirs, dude.
How many expected goals, whatever that sort of analytic is, where they have expected goals?
Well, I don't know what
for
it
the
was.
night?
What was it?
5.
Yeah.
5 last night. And you came away with 2. And you just know, and this is what's got to be so deflating for the Kings, is like we felt like we've done everything right. We've gotten lucky to a certain extent of hitting posts, and when the Avs go on a power play, they take a penalty, they give it right back sort of thing, and you come away with nothing in 2 games in Denver.
You know, do you want a little bit more good news, Vic, or do you want to finish your thought first? I apologize.
One text I want to read because this person is right on. As I'm watching the broadcast last night, 4789 says, I can't tell you guys how weird it is to have a Forsberg in net and a Wah on offense. It hurts my millennial brain. Well, I do not have a millennial brain, but it hurts my brain as well because I'm hearing all these names and I'm, Drury's, and I'm like, what year am I in right now?
Yeah,
what year is this? What floor am I on?
Vic, I know you don't do this, but if you had ever dropped acid, you're probably having flashbacks, to 01, something like that, right? You're freaking out. You're going back in time traveling. Woo, mamma mia.
What Varlamov goes top shelf and beats Sakic for the goal, like that sort of thing. It's just it is weird to think about.
It is crazy. Yeah. The names that there's names that bring back certain memories that you can't let go of.
Yeah. Well, the LA Kings, if you want to have some more positivity, the Kings on the road this year were 20, 10, and 11. So they
had a better road record?
Way better.
By a mile.
Way better.
They were 10 games above Hockey 500 on the road. At home, they were 15, 17, and 9.
I think that's the third worst record in the Western Conference for home, right?
Yeah. The Avalanche tied a franchise record with 29 road wins this year. So, I mean, if you're looking for some flow and some positivities, and one team has to buck a ton of trends, and one team is skating right into all those trends, you can see the way it is right now. It's not going to be easy because LA, they're going to continue to employ their tactics and try to slow you down, man. But again, sticking to your game plan. I'm sure we'll talk to Coach here in about 27 minutes.
Okay.
I'm sure he's really proud that his guys did that, Vic.
I have a new rule. If national television that dictates all this, if you're going to assign the Denver market these games that start after 8 o'clock in whatever sport, here's the rule. If things break down, for example, if the glass shatters for some reason, you just keep playing, and the folks who sit behind that glass, give them hats, give them masks, tell them to get the hell out of there for a couple minutes, whatever. We ain't stopping. I don't care. Just keep going. Keep playing the game. Deal with it. You're hockey fans. You got to be tough. Tough it out.
What if
puck comes your way, get out of the way.
What if somehow the rim that Minnesota was going to gets bent?
Well, that happened before the Nuggets game. Remember, it was like a half an hour wait. Deal with it. Tough it out.
Keep playing. Keep playing.
Yep. Now, I mean, if you're going to give Denver...
If the rim's bent like this, just shoot it sideways from that side of the court.
If you're going to give us these ridiculous late-game starts, I don't have time for a cleanup in aisle 3.
It actually, I mean, it felt really long in the moment.
Oh, my God.
I'm sure for you guys, Moj, because you guys had to fill time during all of that, I'm sure it felt long. It actually, when you think about it, was 17 and a half minutes to put a new pane of glass in there and clean up everything off the bench.
18 and a half total.
And those people that ball arena did a great job.
They
Nothing
did.
against them. They go as quickly as they can. It's like a pit crew, right? I'm just talking about the essence of the game. Moser, that's when you had a chance to get into radio mode and just talk about El DeBarge all you wanted. You could have done 23 minutes on El DeBarge.
Well, I asked Reichs to sing. I mean, I did do that. We showed Kiefer. How about Kiefer with pizza and then sucking on his pen?
Yeah.
How about that?
Kiefer was totally uninterested in doing his job during that break.
He did. At the very
you don't
end,
understand.
He did.
See, one thing you don't understand about Kyle.
At the very end, he did. He said, why don't I go back down to the desk or go back to the desk, and maybe I'll do a little feature here for 2 minutes.
See, Moj, let's let them in on a little secret.
All right, let's do it.
Kyle Keefe comes off as this fun-loving, having a grand old time. You know, it's so fun. Everything's so fun. But during the actual games, the amount of intensity and anxiety
he's a mess.
Coursing through that man's blood when he's watching a game, you can't even talk to him. He's unapproachable.
Yeah.
Oh, good God!
That pen got a workout last night. Did you see it? Brett, did you see the pen?
Yeah.
That pen got a workout.
I mean, the fact that that Keefe didn't even, like, here's what's so funny to me. Keefe, not for a second, at least initially, thought to himself, this is going to be a long break. Maybe I should go and help my boys out.
Why don't I go jump on the desk?
Not for a second did it cross his mind.
He's got his pizza. He's got his pen. He's got his notes. I mean, just sitting there, just chilling.
Like, Keith, why don't you go back and run another 3-minute segment of your podcast again? Why don't you go do something like that?
Go play another game of fill the cup with foam.
Yeah, hey, it's intermission of the playoff game. You guys want to hear what David Carl said to us 3 days ago? Yeah, cool, Keith. Way to go.
No, you can't predict that kind of stuff. And then, excuse me, You saw the glass they put in was too big, right? It was too tall.
Yeah.
A little bit taller than the other. But, I mean, they'll recut it. Yeah. It'll be, when they get back to town, it'll be good to go.
I'm here to tell you, they put that glass in, and it was uneven. Guys,
who cares?
Nobody cares.
Nobody
Just
cares.
Get that sucker in there and
Listen,
make sure it's going to stay.
I don't care if you put paper mache in there. I don't care if you stand 5 big dudes right in the way. Get the game going. The fans who pay good money to sit there, hey, I'm talking to you. I don't know how much you pay for those tickets. Tough. Just dodge it. Dodge, duck, dive. Puck comes your way. We ain't got time for you to be safe.
Yeah, those guys and gals who fixed it, they did a great job.
They did. Yes.
I mean, I'm gonna give them a lot of credit. They hustled their butts off, and they're banging out that glass. And
then the glass goes up. The glass goes up, and they call a penalty like 2 seconds after plays resumed.
Moser, just real quick. Let's say that happens with 5 seconds left in the second period. Are they playing the final 5 seconds?
No, they eat it. There's a time frame, which is why we needed Kiefer, because he's the king of broken glass. I mean, his reputation precedes him. It was the time in Anaheim, Brett, where a piece of glass got broken. Not only did they get it broken, they didn't have the right size replacement glass. So they cut a piece of glass, but they cut it the wrong size, not once but twice.
I remember that, yeah.
This was like over a 40-minute delay, and Kiefer, what's the latest? No update, back to you. I mean, he was following the guys into the glass room. Finally, they had to kick him out. He was doing his job. I'll give him credit. But yeah, he was kicking butt.
Why didn't somebody tell Kiefer he needs to jump on camera and give us a breakdown of another dead president again? Why isn't he? Why not one of those? Tell me about how James Garfield got. You know what I mean? How about that?
It was 2 weeks ago today that Abraham Lincoln was assassinated at Ford Theater.
Exactly.
When we come back, I will give you a very good reason. Yesterday was sort of funereal the way we did the show. Why you shouldn't be as taken aback by the Nuggets' loss in Game 2. You should feel somewhat better about that game and what to look forward to in Game 3.
Also, oh, by the way, coming your way next. Hey, this is Brett Kane and the Fanatics Sportsbook. It's just the best, and winning hits different with the Fanatics Sportsbook. Now that the playoffs are here, the stakes are at their highest, so don't wait for the what-if moment. Switch to the only sportsbook that protects all pro basketball player props across straights, parlays, and same-game plays. Any first-half injury, that's right, if betting player props is in your playbook, whether it's points, assists, rebounds, steals, or blocks, Fanatics Sportsbook's Fair Play Insurance gives you the edge when it comes to cooking up a parlay. Some books protect your bet if it's just the first quarter. Some do nothing, but not at Fanatics. They flip losing bets into winning bets every night on the court. That means if your player gets injured in the first half, your bet will live on with the remaining legs, meaning a loss can turn into a win. Others copy trends. They set standards. Fair play keeps every first half protected. So bet with the book that always has your back. Fanatics Sportsbook. Winning hits different here. Must be 21 and older. Gambling problem? Call or text 1-800-GAMBLER. Offer not available in all states. Terms apply. See the Fanatics Sportsbook app.
Folks, Cutarelli Vision is where it's at if you want to see, if you want to read. I'm looking at my phone right now. I had to throw my glasses on to read this copy. Why? Because it's very small print. Refractive lens exchange is the solution at Dr. Cutarelli at Cutarelli Vision. I've been there. I've talked to him. I've gone in for a consultation. And for some reason, my eyes aren't quite there yet. Yours might be. Everyone's eyes are different. If you do have the ability to get this done, for whatever reason, you have to do it. Why? Well, it fixes you up. You don't have to worry about the reading glasses or the contacts when reading your phone or a menu or a computer. Cutarelli Vision RLE. Not only does it fix your vision, it also eliminates the possibility of a cataract, whatever the hell that is. Dr. Cutarelli is Colorado's most experienced with over 90,000 of these vision procedures. Schedule your free consultation today. All you have to do is go online. Cutarelli Vision at ColoradoRLE.com. That's ColoradoRLE.com. That's Cutarelli Vision RLE. No readers, no glasses, or cataracts.
Oh, by the way, stories around sports in the world that we feel like you should be aware of. You should also be aware that Jared Bednar is going to join us in 15 minutes to break down the game last night, so stay tuned for that. But I saw yesterday, I thought this was kind of over. It's not. You guys see Vrabel yesterday?
Yes.
Oh, dude. I don't want to look at you and Rick, all happy-go-lucky. Give him a kiss. Give him one.
Give Rick a kiss.
Give him a good.
Give him a kiss, Rick.
He's not in the mood.
He looks.
For those listening, that's Moser's dog. It's not a man named Rick.
Oh, yeah.
just for those who aren't watching.
Yeah, good point. Good point.
Yeah.
Very good point. Way to chime in there.
Yeah.
I watched, I'm online, obviously, with social media, the statement made by Mike Vrabel. And with all due respect to Mike Vrabel, and he tried to pour his heart on. What a waste of my time and everyone else's time. He said nothing. He meant nothing. I don't care about your personal life. It's not my business. It's not my business.
I don't either.
Yeah,
Can I just say one thing about one thing? He did pretty much admit that they had a relationship.
100%. And what came to my mind? Here's what came to my mind. Again, we are not one to judge on ethics and morals, but sorry, I'm going to. What is with New England and the Patriots and their issues with everybody there? Why is it that always these Patriots coaches and players, what is going on? I mean, buy some morals. One time, just ethically fix yourself.
Yeah.
New England?
It is weird. Very, very weird.
Look, I'll just say this. It's none of my business. It's pretty apparent what happened. It's not even pretty. It's very apparent what happened.
Well, he did, Moj. He didn't come out and say these allegations aren't true. He said I had a long chat with my family.
So let me ask you guys, as men, and one man sitting next to Rick there, does it bother you that Diana Rossini, her career's done, right? She's gone. She may land somewhere else, and this guy gets to skate?
Yeah. I will say the difference here is Rossini, her job is to provide information.
Mm-hmm.
And
his job is to coach football.
And his job is to win football games. So it's like there's not really a conflict of interest business-wise with Mike Vrabel.
Yeah, but there was a transaction made, and both parties are responsible for that transaction.
I think he's just as guilty and gross as anybody in this scenario.
I don't feel sorry. Hey, listen, there's no empathy for Mike Vrabel. You did it to your family.
No.
You did it to your marriage. You did it to yourself. Screw off.
But let's say there is impropriety there. It affects her job because there can't be any future situation. The impropriety question comes up. If he's calling a screen pass on 3rd and 2, the impropriety question doesn't come up with his
Correct.
job. It's a difference between their jobs.
Vic,
doesn't mean that one's any more moral than the other.
Hey Vic, you think some players around the NBA, NHL, MLB, NFL are cheating on their spouses? Does it affect the way that the business looks at them? I mean, it morally it's terrible. But their job is to win games. And so, yeah, whatever. Also last night, I know that the Rockies lost in a rare 1-0 Coors Field game to the Padres yesterday. But if there is a bit of good news, have you guys seen what young prospect Chase Dollander's been doing on the bump over like his last 4 or 5 outings? Now, it's weird.
He's getting better.
They're doing this thing with him where they're putting a reliever in the first inning and then he pitches like the next 5 or 6. But, dude, he was lights out, didn't deserve the L next to his name yesterday. He's been incredible. And, again, if this is just a season where you want to see the arrow pointing up, you're finding some moments. Dollander pitching the way that he's pitching, I think, is a big sort of revelation early in this year. But, yes, the Rocks do lose. Again, 1-0.
Hey, I've got one for you. How do you feel about history and alternate uniforms, that kind of thing?
Like when people wear throwbacks?
Yeah, well, the New York Yankees, dude, the pinstripes are iconic, and the road grays, right, are iconic. They did wear a black top where it said New York, which was really out of the realm of normalcy for them. But they don't go all like everybody else does. They don't do all these different, the Rockies with their green and whites. The Yankees don't do that. But the players now are saying, hey, look, we want to get in the City Connect. We want to get into the goods of the goods. We want to wear some cool threads, man. I don't know. The Yankees threads are already pretty cool. But how do you guys feel about all the alternates and all that sort of thing?
It's just another way for teams to make money. I mean, every year you come out with a new uni so you can throw it up in the merch shop and have people buy it.
The Broncos do it. The NFL does it. Yeah, everybody does it.
But what I would say is just make sure they're cool. Like, a lot of times teams have those in they're terrible. Like the Nordiques jerseys, for as cursed as those things have been this year, they're cool. They're awesome.
They look cool. They haven't been very successful on the ice. But
well, that's what I'm saying. They're cursed, but they look cool. Did you guys see this? We talk about first pitches a lot. Did you guys see the Miami Marlins first pitch last night? Who threw it?
No.
Go ahead, Nelly, pull it up. It's not terrible.
Who is it?
Fernando Mendoza. I want you guys to watch and tell me what you think here as he throws out this first pitch. This is going to be the number 1 pick in the draft, okay, at quarterback. So not terrible. It's a little lob.
Yeah.
I heard, but I see people giving Mendoza grief. Here's what this is. This is a guy who's done nothing but play quarterback his whole life. Because it's not a baseball throw what he's doing. What's he doing, Moj?
It's an NFL throw.
He's doing the quarterback thing.
That's a football throw. That's a football throw,
I put it next to my ear, and I let it go.
Correct.
Baseball, you wind the arm all the way around, you come through, you figure eight, all that stuff. Here's what's weird to me. The only guy that I've seen play quarterback in the league that threw the football like a baseball was who?
Somebody who was also a baseball player, John Elway?
Tebow.
Elway had some baseball in him.
Tebow.
Oh,
Tebow did the full wind up with the arm like a baseball throw. And I'm telling you guys, like, Mendoza's not throwing the ball weird. He's just throwing it like a quarterback.
But Elway, maybe it's that arm angle and whatnot, Vic, that baseball history that allows these quarterbacks to maybe throw like that a little bit. I mean, Mahomes' old man was a major league pitcher, so he's thrown a lot of baseballs in his life.
They just go here. It's ear and let it go. Now,
but not Elway. Not Elway and Mahomes. No. That's a sidearm sling and all kinds of stuff.
Tebow went all the way around like this and let it go.
Yeah, he did.
That's why his release was so long.
Can you imagine if an NFL quarterback delivered the ball like Kent to Colby?
Well, everybody says Stafford's got a baseball He's got the baseball throw, but that's only when he has to do sidearms and stuff like that.
Phillip Rivers has that awkward delivery. His son, who's a great high school player, has the same delivery.
Really?
Yeah. Sort of like
Wow.
elbow attached to the torso. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
Elbow stays on the torso and then sort of shot puts it, but it works.
Nelly, you got one for us?
Oh, by the way, the great Devin Hester was the 57th overall pick in the NFL draft. So he is teaming up with Heinz 57. And this year, they're going to offer the 57th overall pick a lifetime supply of Heinz ketchup. Now, if you're an NFL prospect, are you crossing your fingers now? You're like, dude, I'm going to get to go to the league and I get a full lifetime supply of ketchup. 57, baby, 57. Here we go.
I don't need a lifetime supply of ketchup, but I will tell you one thing. The people who are anti-ketchup are crazy. It's a great condiment. It really is. It's great on kind of everything. I don't know what the beef is. Like the people say, don't put ketchup on a hot dog. Makes it better. I'll die on that hill. I'll do it. One last thing before we get to Jared Bednar.
I don't know there's anybody in the world that loves ketchup more than Mark Rycroft. Riker is a gigantic sauce guy. He can't eat anything except Rolos without sauce. He would love to be the 57th pick.
One last thing real quick. Did you guys just see what the UK did, what they banned yesterday? The UK approved a lifetime ban for anyone born after 2008 smoking. They are banned from purchasing cigarettes, cigars, vapes, anything. It's not allowed in the UK. Yeah. But here's what I think is funny. It's
good luck pulling that in Italy.
Anybody born after 2008. Does that mean if I was born December 31st of 2008?
7.
No, 2008. It's after 2008. So December 31st, 2008, I'm in the clear. I get grandfathered in. That's the rule. Seems pretty arbitrary. Just saying.
Listen, you can the road to hell is paved with good intentions. I mean, just think of the how do you enforce this, man? I don't even.
Well,
I don't even get it. I don't know. Listen, even if it's a great thing, and look, I don't encourage people to smoke. I hope you don't. I think vaping is probably rough for you.
Yeah.
But golly, everybody's mommy and nanny, and I can't.
Okay, Mo, you got it.
That's not overreach. I don't know what is.
Let's get to the head coach of the Avs, Jared Bednar, as the Avs take a 2-0 series lead. Bednar joins us next. All right, let's head out to the Ramos Law Hotline. Car accident, you need Ramos Law. Medical doctor and attorney, RamosLaw.com. The head coach of the Avalanche, Jared Bednar, joining us. Coach, first of all, congrats on the win last night. How you doing this morning?
I'm tired this morning.
Yeah?
It was a late one. That was a late one.
It was.
By the time I got home, it was like, I don't know, 20 after 1.
Well, do you think that waiting 20 minutes for glass to get replaced had something to do with that?
So that was part of it. Yeah, late start time, quite a few penalties, I think, in the game. Then you break the glass, and there's a delay, and the media, availability after the games is different. It's one coach and players and the other coach, and by the time that wrapped up and I drove home, it was late, and so but we need to get up this morning, so we got to get moving to an airplane here by 1 o'clock.
No doubt about it, Coach. You never really come out and say Moser wrong, although I'm sure you've thought it on more than one occasion. But correct me if I'm wrong about this. I told the boys in the first hour, I said, look, I think the coach is probably most proud when you look at these two games that his team is not – you're not getting out of the game plan. They're sticking with what got you there and what you want them to do, and it's paying off. Even if it takes overtime, that they're not getting frustrated and they're not trying to do too much. They're staying within the game plan. Is that correct?
That is 100% correct. If I just sort of separate the two games, I really like the way we checked and how we were committed defensively the first game. I felt like we could have, and we had dangerous chances, we had some good looks in game one. But I felt like we could create more offensively. So do the same thing defensively, take a look at all that, and then let's get a little bit more dangerous. Let's use our skating to our advantage, find a way to execute through some tough checking, and I thought we did that game too. We had some lulls in the game where we didn't have anything going on, but when I started looking at the scoring chances that we created, some of the looks that we created throughout the course of the game, they piled up and were more dangerous than game one. So we didn't finish them all off the way I would have liked. I think their goalie had something to do with that. Some of it was execution. And then we needed to continue to check the same way. We did that in game two as well. So it's like you check in to win the hockey game because they're a very tight defensive club and they find ways to keep the puck out of your net, and you have to do the same thing. And to this point, I'd like what we've done on that side of it as well.
Coach, fine line between coaching and micromanaging your players. You allow them to be themselves. But what do you say to a Marty Necas when he had that 3-on-1? Shoot the puck. Do you tell him that, or do you even have to say it?
Well, we haven't discussed it yet, but yeah, it's one of these things where I think you got to be a little bit selfish there. I would have liked to see just get the goalie moving once and then hit somebody else, and to me that was likely, Marty and Kale kick it, get it back, and hammer on a one-timer or make an early pass and that second pass is too tight to the crease. I think Marty has, he's got such an incredible shot that if there's a little deception on the pass, if you catch it and release it, I think there's a good chance it's going in. You can't get afraid of the goalie because he's, and I don't think that was the case, but because he's playing well, I think you got to repeat the process and get more pucks there, and eventually he's going to make a mistake. And that wasn't the only one that we passed up on. Marty had another walking down the slot in overtime and fed it over to Mac. That was a great pass. One time did. I mean, I guess their defenseman blocked it, but we were getting some good looks in bunches at certain times throughout the course of the game.
Head coach,
what's interesting about that, Coach, real quick? I'm sorry, Brett. What's interesting about that is Clark. He went down on all fours to block that McKinnon one-timer into a wide-open net, but being down on all fours in overtime did not allow him to clear that puck, and Waugh was able to put it through. It's kind of interesting how, and we all know how it goes. You live by the sword and die by the sword sometimes.
Yeah, that's exactly it. There's benefits to playing that way, like the fronting all the pucks that come to the net, trying to jump out in front of guys. You could block a lot of shots. You can get it pushed north and get going on offense, that's a benefit. The downfall is if you're playing that way and you miss it, and the guy gets a bump on you, a cross-check on you, moves you out of the way a little bit, is disruptive while you're trying to do that, the puck can lay behind you. And when it's behind you, it's the only person there is the opposition and your goalie, and it's exactly what happened with Nick. So they blocked a lot of shots again. They're committed to that. And we got to find ways to get in front of some of their D to prevent them from blocking some of those, and then we've got to find ways to do what Nick did and disrupt them enough so he can't get a clean look at it. Harder shots, the right elevation of shots, like knee high instead of up higher, where guys can just catch them in their belly and get moving north. I think, there's all kinds of things that we talk about and look at to try to get opportunities like that with Nick, but nothing more than just repeating it more than we did in game one. And now we'll try and repeat it more than we did in game two and try to get bodies around the net to get rewarded.
Head coach of the Avs, Jared Bednar, with us. All conversations with the coach are thanks to our friends at Mr. Rooter Plumbing, proudly rooting for Colorado's hockey team. You come away 2-0 to start this series, and McKinnon and Natchez and McCarr and some of the big dogs don't have a goal yet. That's got to be pretty encouraging that you're getting, first of all, supporting stuff from maybe the guys on third and fourth lines, but also that they're eventually going to find it.
Yep. Yeah, no question. I think those guys have played well. They've had dangerous looks. They've been they're off the board, but that's why the games are so tight. We're chipping in, like the first night. Logan O'Connor gets 2, one gets called back. That's a great night defensively and offensively from the fourth line. It propels us to a win. And last night, a guy like Nick steps up and great play by Naz to get it out to Mance on that goal. A good hard work and shift. We strung a couple together, but just a couple great plays from one from Naz, Mance to deliver it there, and then from Nick. And you need different guys stepping up on any given night in order to win hockey games. But as you know, and I know that the big guys will find a way, more times than not. And when they do, then hopefully we can put a few more pucks in the net if we keep getting this, support from our second, third, and fourth lines.
Is Wedgie? I don't know what it is. Is it just the playoffs? He looks faster. His instincts look better. What is going on with Scott Wedgwood right now?
Yeah, no, that's it. It's confidence. It's the size of the moment. He's enjoying playing the game. Like it's his first playoffs. Start. He's excited about it. That's where you want all your guys to be. I mean, you look around the league, not just our game last night, but physical, the intensity, the passion that everyone's playing with, the desperation that everyone's playing with. It makes this game so fun. It was a great game to watch. I didn't love the delay, but I mean, the fans in our building were going crazy, and guys should be excited. You want to have that excitement because the opposition is going to have it, and your building can help energize you. And I think our fans have done an amazing job of that. They're all behind Wedge right from the second they announce his name coming out on the ice, and it's helping him play his best. He's having a lot of fun playing the game right now, and he should be.
Coach, you mentioned something a couple of weeks ago to us when I asked you about the goalies, and Scott Wedgwood said the same thing after Game 1 to the TNT crew. He used that term, it's the rhythm of our team, by going Wedgwood and getting Blackwood in there too. But when you got a guy who's given up 4 goals in the last 6 starts, I mean, do you just keep riding hot hand or what?
Yeah, it's all about, and for either guy, we talked about it, like Wedge and Blackie and myself and UC, and it's just you gotta kind of stick with what got here, but you also got to be flexible. So Wedge has never played every second night for a long period of time in his life, and it's not that he can't do it, but our team is one, and been in first place partly because of the way we rotated our goalies and how good they've been. Now this is a little bit of a weird 7-game series because we've got like a couple 2-day breaks built in here. So it's mostly about rest and being able to be sharp, right? So, Wedge and I will communicate and with Blackie and we'll sort out what we're going to do because we play game 3 and then we got a 2-day break, and that's lots of rest at this point of the year to get kind of rested and ready to go again. So we'll sit down and have a discussion and make a decision kind of based on how Wedge is feeling at this point. And then we may get to a point where we're sitting down and having the same conversation with Blackie about how he's feeling and his rest and how he's playing. So it's a long road to get to where we want to go. And right now, like, Wedge is playing well, and I like to stick with him if he has the juice to be able to do that.
Head coach of the Avalanche, Jared Bednar, with us.
That you've held serve on your home ice, right? And sorry about that, Kaner. You've held serve on your home ice, so that's what you've got going on right now. And the Kings are going to bring it. And you've played desperate hockey teams before. What do you expect out of this Game 3 on Thursday?
I think it's going to be the exact same thing we've seen in 1 and 2 with them. The level of desperation is going to go up. I know they knew that was a big game last night, and they played as hard as they possibly could, and we still found a way. And they'll be a little bit more energized and rambunctious too, because they're going to get in front of their fans now, who are excited to see them play. And like I said earlier, the building helps. It helps. Now, if you can get out and have a good start and put one in early, you can quiet that building down too, and then a little bit of nervous energy can creep into their game. So it's all the types of things we talk about, like what kind of start do we want to have and why. And I expect both teams to come out and, hey, we've been really consistent in what we do all year. They've been really consistent about what they do all year. You've seen it for 2 games now. It's going to be a grind, but it's a lot of fun, and we're looking forward to the challenge going into LA.
Coach, when you're on the bench, and we saw what happened to you a couple of weeks ago, by the way, you've healed nicely. Unlike Moser, you are a quick healer. Moser is a slow healer.
Yeah. I don't need to catch strays because Coach is a fast healer.
I do have to ask, though, just human, do you flinch at all? I mean, head on a swivel? How does that change the way you act?
Yeah, I'd like to say it changed, but 2 came in the bench last night, very similar. Hands are still in the pockets. I had a good flinch on the second one, though. So, I don't know. It's just habit. It's the way I like to stand. It's the way I like to sort of pace the bench. Been doing it a long time. It's hard to change that. But I was a little jumpy there when I saw the 2 come in the bench last night.
Well, how would you feel then if you just heard glass breaking behind you like DJ Smith had?
No, that wouldn't have affected me that much, to be honest with you. Although you'd have to probably go in and that looked like it'd come down, like it, fell right on top of those guys. So you probably got to go get undressed and shake everything out in the back while they're fixing the glass, because that stuff was everywhere, and it was like tiny little pieces and shards of glass everywhere. That's why it took so long.
Was part of you like, dang it, because we all heard the pop. I heard it through the TV. When Wedgwood makes the save on the penalty shot, that place was rocking, and then immediately you go to this just intermission, essentially. Yeah, and a long one. And we didn't come out of they came out of that break better than we did, But, it didn't take us long. Like, they kind of owned the next 5, 6, 7 minutes, and then the end of the period, that encouraged me a lot, because we had a lull in there of, like, we just weren't creating anything. They were shutting us down, and it wasn't from, lack of try or competitiveness. We were having a little bit of a tough time executing and getting over to support the puck, to come up with enough pucks. But the end of the period there, I liked what we were doing. We were buzzing around. We strung 4 or 5 shifts together, and it was probably the most dangerous point in the game until, like,
the point we kind of did the same thing in overtime to score. So you just got to make sure those lulls and momentum swings in the game that they don't take too long. And our bench is doing a good job of recognizing it. You know, that's a couple of shifts in a row for them. Let's like someone get it turned and everyone's talking and saying the right things and they're aware that the next shift's got to go out and play in the offensive zone and kind of slow them down a little bit. So there's a good awareness and engagement on our bench right now, which is why I think like we've been as good as we have been on the defensive side of it through 2 games.
Coach, last thing here. I don't know what level they can get to. I really don't. I thought when they came out for overtime, the Kings pushed hard. Like they viewed that as their one opportunity. Can they play better than that? Maybe they can. I don't know. But you guys were able to withstand that. You played smart, good hockey. Then you inflicted your will, which results in the game-winning goal. Where's the next gear for your team, and what does that look like?
I think we got a little bit more, like on the offensive side of things. I think we need to study, learn, and then we got to implement some things into our game here consistently. And there was a few things that we talked about after game 1 to get more dangerous offensively, and I saw flashes and stretches of it in game 2 that helped us create some chances. I think we can find a couple more. I think we can execute a little bit better, a little bit faster in a couple areas than we did in game 2. I think we can chip in a power play goal. Like last night, we nullified all our power plays. The first power play was fantastic. We had I think 4 scoring chances, 2 right at the net front. We hit
5 shots.
Posts.
Yep.
You hit a couple posts. It's like game 1, you scored 2, you have 1 nullified. I felt like we could have had 1 more and then still chipped in a power play. It's going to come down to execution, shooting. How well do we shoot? Game 1, we missed the net a lot. Game 2, I think we got a little bit better, but passed up on some shots like Marty's on the 3-on-1. Like you just got to keep creating those looks and making good decisions but I do think we can put a few more than 2 in the net in their building, and we got to keep defending the same way.
Jared Bednar's weekly visits are always brought to you by Chili One's beer, one chili, one at a time. Coach, congrats on the win last night. Yeah, one more thing, Moser?
Yeah, do you know how hard I'm going to sleep on that plane today? I don't care how much turbulence. I don't care what's going on. I am going to be out.
Dude, I'm the same way. Emotional games, late nights. We'll get some video to watch, but I definitely could use a nap today at some point, so we'll see you there.
100%. Okay.
Head coach of the Avs, Jared Bednar, joins us every week. Congrats on the win last night, Coach, and good luck tomorrow.
All right, thank you, guys.
Head coach of the Avs, Jared Bednar, joining us as he does every single week.
You guys don't even know about that. You don't know about sacrificing your mental and physical being for something. You know what I mean? You guys are just weak. In bed. Oh, I'm in bed during overtime. I happen to wake up. I mean, this kind of crap. It just drives me crazy sometimes.
Yeah. You're talking to the guy that went 56 straight hours without sleep.
Oh, that's right. Oh my God.
Yeah,
okay,
but you had like a steroid going on. You were more energized than we were.
Baby. You big baby, Brett.
I have a big baby.
Sleepy time.
I have one of those.
You are going to shoot 106 today. I'm telling you right now.
I know. I'm just like,
I'm telling you.
Don't hit triple digits. That's all I'm hoping. Stay tuned. TJ Ward is going to join us in just a few minutes as well. Stick around. Oh, do I love my Surfsides. I always got this, I got a fridge in my basement, and it is one drawer is nothing but Surfsides. Because of the variety, I love it. Whether it's the teas, the lemonades, I'm on the lemonade kick right now. They are awesome. Only 100 calories, 2 grams of sugar, 0 bubbles. Just a perfect drink, especially as the weather's starting to turn to a little bit warmer. I'm going to the golf course today. You can bet your bottom dollar I'm getting one of those there as well. Get yourself a Surfside, the official partner of the Colorado Avalanche and Denver Nuggets. It's sold in Ball Arena along with restaurants, bars near you Must be 21. Please drink responsibly. All right, going to be joined shortly by TJ Ward, former Bronco. And again, the Avs with another win last night. They improved to 2-0 in this series against the LA Kings. And then tomorrow we have that insane, not just Avs, not just Nuggets, but also first round of the NFL draft is happening tomorrow. And if this man's teammate, Aqib Talib, is correct, then maybe the Broncos are some sort of players in the first round of the draft. I have no idea. Now, when TJ joins us, keep in mind, he is going to be the guy who is going to be announcing the day 2 pick. So he's going to be at the podium for the Friday pick. Yeah. Get Vic's mic on there, Nelly.
Yeah, I'm on.
There we go. Okay.
He's going to be in Pittsburgh.
Yes.
Alongside all those children who are not in school this week.
Yeah. Shut it down, baby. Shut it down.
Shut down the schools. We got a draft.
I am curious, though. Maybe I can get him to have a battle with Aqib for who's got more inside information. I'll straight up ask him, what do you know about what's going to happen? see if you can beat Aqib at his own game now. But TJ Ward, he does have a podcast, by the way. It is the Safety First Show that you can find on YouTube. So check that out when you get the opportunity. But we'll talk to TJ in a second. I am curious, Vic. Aqib Talib nailed the Jalen Waddle thing, and then he said, be on the lookout. Be on the lookout. Maybe it's during the draft. The Broncos make another trade. I know that you're going to be fully consumed into 2 playoff games at the moment, Vic, but how much do you buy into the idea that maybe the Broncos could do something tomorrow, something fun?
I would not be surprised one bit. I think listen, there are some smart people over there. They're not dumb. And it starts with the ownership group. They understand the window that they're in right now.
Yeah.
It's that window, rookie quarterback, don't pay him franchise money yet. You got 2 or 3 years to make things happen.
Championship windows!
Why wouldn't you pounce right now? Hey, New England's doing the same thing, right?
Yeah. Well, I guess, according to Schefter, it's A.J. Brown is going to get traded to New England. They're just waiting for the post-June 1st thing so that the cap hit for the Eagles isn't as bad as I think it would be $43 million or something if he was traded today. So they're waiting for that. But you're absolutely right.
This is when you take risks.
Look, man, the Avs have done this year after year, haven't they? Like, picks, don't care. Take them. I want Kadri. Bring them over. You want the immediate impact kind of stuff, and that's kind of the role that they're in right now, and it's a hell of a place to be. It's fun. It makes days like day 1 of the draft less fun, but I know the Rams don't have a Super Bowl to show for it since that initial one with Stafford when he was first traded there, but the Rams have operated this way for a long time, and they're constantly in contention and constantly seen as championship contenders. You have a quarterback on a rookie contract. This is the time to pounce. So I would love if in the middle of these games we get some sort of Schefter bomb where it's like the Broncos have done X, Y, and Z. Now, I've talked about this, Vic. If they were to do it, I think the only play that really makes sense for this is probably tight end. Probably, because I don't know where else they go.
Running back? That's not off the table, bro.
It's not, but would you make a sort of splash trade for a position where you have invested a second-round pick in one guy and then you've brought J.K. Dobbins back? Like, that's what I don't know.
It remains to be seen, but I think a reach offensively here is not a reach. It's not a risk. There's no risk undergoing. You're trying to make an area of your team better, an area that we know they need to get better there, no matter what.
Right.
So I think everything's on the table. That's the excitement going into this weekend for the Broncos. You don't have a first-round pick. That's fine. We've seen teams thrive without first-round picks, as long as you know what you're doing in the later rounds.
Yep.
62? Hell, again, what is to stop them from taking 62 and packaging 62 with a current player or future picks and moving around a little bit?
Right. Texture says Trey McBride. Look, that would be my dream, but I think it would cost the entire price of the franchise to trade him in a dead cap right now.
Yeah, I don't see that happening.
It's not. There's a couple that maybe I could see coming out there, but we'll talk more about this with TJ in just a few minutes. Just quickly here, Vic. We just talked to the coach, Jared Bednar, and it is weird to think about that you're up 2-0 in a series and you haven't gotten a single goal from any of your big guns. Not a single one. And that is going to provide, I think, a bunch of opportunity. How many games could you honestly see, Vic, Nathan McKinnon, Marty Natchez, and Cale McCarr not being on the score sheet? Like, it's going to happen.
Of course. It always stuns me. They say in the postseason, what wins postseason games, your third and fourth lines, because the top two lines are usually neutralized.
So they did it in 2022.
Yeah, exactly. Your third and fourth lines win these games. Those are the ones who break through. And that's why you should rest easy as an Avalanche fan, because they are so damn deep. Their third and fourth lines have players who can be first or second lines for some of these teams. You know what the Avs remind me of? Oklahoma City. Basketball.
Kinda, yeah. I mean, Vic, when you're throwing Naz Kadri and Gabe Landeskog on your third line, you're in pretty damn good shape. The guy who scored the game-winning goal last night, Nick Waugh, is all the way down. He's like a fourth liner. You know what I mean? Like, you have so much depth now available to you. So much. And I really do feel like we're on the cusp of some sort of breakout for him. It has to.
What happened to Moser?
I don't know. No idea. He's being Moser.
I think he's packing. He's getting ready to go to Los Angeles. The difference between the NBA and the NHL is their schedule. They don't wait 3 games between. Like, here we are. We're waiting 3 days for the next Nuggets game.
Mm-hmm.
The hockey guys, they don't skip a beat.
No. The NBA does like to drag things out. I think we got TJ ready to go here, don't we? Oh, never mind. We'll take one more second before TJ joins us. Again, he is going to be announcing the second-round pick for the Broncos, the day 2 pick tomorrow, which I've wondered if they do make some sort of move and trade away that pick, what happens then? Then what?
Sure.
Okay,
there
so now we got TJ. Let's go out to the Ramos Law hotline. Car accident, you need Ramos Law, medical doctor and attorney, ramoslaw.com. Champion of Super Bowl 50, TJ Ward joins us. TJ, how you doing this morning?
I'm great, fellas. How's it going?
Good.
How's your golf game, first off, before we get going to draft talk? Where are you at right now?
Man, last time I played, I think I shot a 93. I'm nowhere near where I was when I was playing consistently, but, it's still fun. I enjoy going out there. Even when you think you're playing great, you shoot some great shots, and you look up at the end of the scorecard, and it's the same score.
Yeah.
So I got a couple of questions for you, TJ. I know you're going to be announcing the day 2 pick, but first of all, Aqib Talib, your teammate, he's been breaking Broncos news. He did that with the Jalen Waddle trade, and then he says, be on the lookout for some trade maybe during the draft. What kind of inside news do you got for us? Try and one-up him.
Man, I don't really got I don't think I'm as much as inside as Lieb yet, man. Lieb and Sean and Lieb be, doing his journalism duties, man. He's deep inside, so he got a one up on me on that one.
Well,
I just hear it as they come.
What I was going to ask you is, if they do some sort of trade and they give away the day 2 pick, then what do? You're in Pittsburgh to go announce the pick. Then what?
Plays golf. That's what he does.
Man, you know what? I have some other obligations, but that would be disheartening. So I definitely hope we don't give away that pick. If anything, we trade some of those back end picks that we got and try to get, either more day 2 picks or maybe get a day 1 pick. But other than that, man, I think regardless, I'll be doing something.
TJ, we were just talking about it. Given where the Broncos are right now, they got a guy on a rookie contract as a quarterback. You have 2 or 3 years now to spend some money elsewhere. And it would not surprise me one bit if the Broncos take some shots, take some risks. Don't you agree this is the window, this is the time?
Yeah, it's definitely the time. It's definitely the time. You got a mature quarterback in his rookie year. He's not just in his rookie year, right? He has experience. He has playoff experience for 2 years now. And, last year, barring injury, I think we win the Super Bowl. So it's definitely the window right now.
The defense is great. It was great last year. What do you think when people try to make comparisons between the defense last year and this year to what you guys were doing?
I mean, you could make comparisons, but I think we're 2 different styles of defense. But at the same time, man, when you're playing excellent defense, you're going to get compared. And they do it their way. We did it our way. It's a little bit different, but, at the end of the day, being effective, that's the ultimate goal, right? So, we both are very effective. We both, led our teams, and we both, made clutch plays and big plays whenever we needed to make them.
Hey, the kid that the Broncos drafted last year, cornerback, safety, Barron, what is he in your eyes? What position should he be playing?
Man, I think he's a natural safety. I think he's a natural free safety, if you ask me. He has nickel skill set, but when I see him out there, he's a little, he's broad, right? He has some girth to him. He can run. He can play the nickel as well, but the way the game is transforming, I think he definitely can fit right into that free safety position as well. Maybe even strong, honestly.
TJ, there's another guy I wanted to ask you about because I had back and forth with people all year long I know Riley Moss got hit with a few pass interference calls, but I'm like, when you're playing opposite of somebody that's as good as Pat Surtain, you're going to get targeted a lot. What's your evaluation of Riley Moss's game?
Man, Riley's cold. I've been saying when you get as many targets as he does, you're going to get some penalties, and I think some of those penalties are definitely unfair and unwarranted. I think half of them could easily be no calls. Right? You out there fighting, you scrapping, and that's all you can ask from a corner when you're getting all those targets is just keep fighting, just keep fighting. He never gives up. He's always right there on the play. Half the time he makes the play, a third of the time he gets a penalty, and the other third, they're successful. But that's football, man. As long as you got somebody out there fighting, play in and play out, man, I could work with that. But outside of that, he's a playmaker. He makes plays. So it's not like he's just getting penalties and all that other stuff where, I think the story kind of, is unfairly unraveled for him. But, he's a baller, man. I like Riley.
Hey, so I'm looking tonight. Is that Night of Champions at Paramount Theater that you're hanging with Peyton and everybody? Explain to folks what that's all about.
You know what? It's just a night of congregation for us, a few of the players and storytelling so the fans could get an insight of what that year was really like, what the Super Bowl period and the playoff periods was really like from all of us sitting there in the same room. I think this may be the first time that has actually happened because you hear the stories individually when guys do their own particular interviews or their own perspectives of how that year was or what happened during that time. But, having a few guys, D. Ware, Peyton, myself, Emmanuel, a few other guys, it's like we're all right there, right in front of each other. And it's almost like a live podcast, right?
That's awesome. And it's going to be tonight at Paramount. I'm not even sure if tickets are still available, but if they are, look it up. Hey, the one thing I want to mention, and you guys will weave stories all night, that season, it's not as if it was magical from the get-go. You had ups and downs. Hell, your franchise quarterback, your Hall of Fame quarterback missed half the season with an injury, and then he had to come back. I mean, can you comment a little bit on the coaching job Gary Kubiak pulled off just to keep people happy, to keep egos in check, having to go through all of that and still find a way to win the Super Bowl?
You know what? I disagree. I think it was magical from the start because when you think of magic, right, you don't think of something that you see the whole time coming, right?
Yeah.
It's something that's not in sight and that comes out of nowhere, right? Making the rabbit come out of the hat, right? We had those kind of moments all year. Game-winning plays at the end of games, starting with game one. Just when you think that we're not going to get it done, Peyton gets hurt, Brock comes in, and boom, we keep winning. It's like, that's what is so magical about that season, right? It wasn't just a clear-cut path for us to the Super Bowl. There's a lot of ups and downs, a lot of uncertainty in how far we would get, and I think that's what makes it so magical.
TJ Ward with us. You're with us on behalf of a couple things, but one of them is the Ward Boy Project. Can you tell us a little bit about that?
Yes, the Ward Boy Project is our foundation. Me and my brother started a few years back. Just giving back to the youth, giving back to youth programs, getting back to underserved communities, right? We love to create access and opportunities for kids through programs and through fundraisers. So that's what that's all about. It's up in the Bay Area where we're from. We have our football camps, of course. We have a mentorship program called the Draw Program. That is what, we're fundraising right now for mostly. We have a golf tournament May 18th at Crow Canyon Golf Course in San Ramon. So if you haven't checked that out and want to be a part of that golf tournament, celebrity golf tournament, be a bunch of guys out there, you can go to wardboyproject.org or you can go to @wardboyproject on Instagram and get all the details.
Well, you got a busy week, man. You got the function tonight, then you're going to Pittsburgh for the draft. Have you done that? You've done that before, haven't you, where you called out a Broncos draft pick? Have you done that?
No, I haven't.
You haven't?
This is my first time.
All right.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm just curious. Do they just hand you a piece of paper and you make up whatever the hell you want? Do they hey, man, read the prompt. How does it work? Have they told you?
No, definitely haven't told me yet. If they did, I might have some inside information for you guys. But no, I think it's just a name on a piece of paper, like the award shows, the Grammys or something, right? You just read it off. Hopefully, I don't misread like the guy.
I was gonna say, hope you get an easy name, man. Hope you don't get stuck with.
You want a John Smith or something like that?
Man, look, they better give me a pronunciation if it is tough, but I got it, man. I'm not worried about it. I don't shy away from big crowds, and this is a great opportunity, right? It's going to be one more piece to Bronco country that hopefully he can come in and play right away. It's day two, so if you're a day two guy, man, you expected to contribute immediately, whether it's starting, being a rotational guy, or on special teams. But you're gonna be out there.
One last thing for you, TJ, and appreciate your time. I see you repping the gear for the athlete agency that you're with. What is that like when you're in the game, now you're outside of it and doing a little bit of the agency role?
Man, it's been great, man. It's been some ups and downs, like any career starting off. Right, we started this in 2021. We have two sides. We have a football and a basketball side, and now really a third side with the NIL, coming amongst us so fast and rapidly. But it's just championship representation, man. It's something that I felt ideal representation should be from a player's perspective. Someone who's done it at every level, has been through the top of the top and the bottom of the bottom as an athlete. So just giving perspective to these guys and big advice, right? We hopefully, I do have I got a guy that's coming out this year. His name is Julius Lowridge, and he may be a guy we may be looking at. He goes to South Dakota State, plays running back, and I think we need a couple running backs here in Denver, so that'll be cool.
Is that my inside information?
Yeah.
Is that what?
Nice. Yeah,
Hey, that's not inside information. That's wishful thinking.
Yeah, I got
But
you.
That's
know
an
what?
agent doing his job. Is what
Yes.
that is.
Exactly, right? That's exactly what I'm doing. So he has a lot of potential, and I'm hoping he gets his name called tomorrow
That
or
is
the next day.
the
Or
player.
even period.
Exactly. That's the Player Above Sports Group that he's talking about there. TJ, thank you so much for the time this morning. Can't wait to see you on Friday.
Appreciate you guys. Thanks.
Thanks, man.
TJ Ward, champion of Super Bowl 50, part of one of the best defenses that's ever existed. I mean, that's what it was.
Well, again, I go back to that season and the roller coaster that was that season, the amount of games they barely won, the fact that Peyton was hurt for most of it, came back, occupied the starter's role when they needed to right on time, and rode that wave to a Super Bowl championship. Man, that's why you gather on nights like this at Paramount Theater.
Exactly. 303-504-0925. Get a fact checker next.
Drive north on I-25. Get off on Bannock. 53rd and Bannock, you will find Flatirons Fire and Design. They have everything you can ask for patio furniture. If you want a grill, fire pit, outdoor kitchen, pizza oven, and my favorite, because I have one of these, they came out and put it together, a sauna. In fact, I used it last night trying to stay awake for that overtime. I got to stay awake somehow, so I just got really hot. Anyway, if you want to see what they have to offer, you can visit the showroom off of 53rd and Bannock or look at it online. Everything you can ask for under the sun. Flatironsfire.com. Not only do they have it, they have the pros to build it. Flatironsfire.com.
Just let it ride, Nelly. Let it ride.
Just smile.
Let it ride.
Why
No,
does it
no,
make
turn
me
it up.
smile?
I said let it ride. Hit that chorus. I'm not afraid to say it. I like the Jonas Brothers. I'm not
So do
afraid.
I.
I like them.
Yeah, it's very poppy, man.
100%.
I dig it.
And
Yeah,
they're
very
good,
poppy.
earnest fellas.
This sounds like El DeBarge.
Hey, speaking of, guess
Let me
what?
ask you something. What world do we live in where you're afraid to admit you like the Jonas Brothers? Because I do.
I'm not afraid to admit it. I just said I'm not afraid. I'm not afraid to admit it.
I sensed a little you were afraid to come
Well,
out.
you're going to catch judgment from people who listen to Metallica, like, oh, this is your style of music. Yeah, it's my style of music. I don't know what to
If
tell
you
you.
give me this Waffle House song over any of that hair metal, I'll do that all day.
I would go to a candlelight vigil if they sang this
So would
song.
I. If you offered me a Friday night candlelight vigil of this song with the Jonas Brothers, I would be there.
Am I on or am I just talking to the void? I got something for both of you. I like this too. My lovely wife comes down. She says, by the way. I said, what?
Oh, by the way, it's at 8:45, Bear.
She says, you know who he was married to? I go, who? Because I was singing, feel the beat and the rhythm of the night, right? She goes, the DeBarge guy. I said, no. Brett, you ready to have your doors blown off?
Make me a gazebo.
He was married to Janet Jackson.
What?
What?
Yes.
Dude, wait. I told you he looked like Michael Jackson the
I told
other
you
day.
That's
marry
what I'm
someone-
telling you.
I told you, listen, I
What
told
is
you
going
early in the
on?
show, you end up marrying someone that looks like your father.
Dude, I'm telling you, man. I know. I knew it would. Of all the people
What
on
did
the
I tell
planet,
you?
it would blow you. It would blow your mind the most.
One of my favorite jokes I've ever heard was Bill Burr. He was talking about the Jacksons, and he was talking about how good Michael Jackson was. And what was the dad's name? Was it what was the father? Jackson 5 father.
Joe
Jackson. His face permanently twisted from years of yelling, sing!
Yeah. Oh my God, that's awful.
It's awful,
Oh
but it's
my God,
funny.
I can't even imagine. Hey, real quick, some things we've established on this show. Coach is most pleased that his team stuck with the game plan, didn't get frustrated, and just continued to play their game, and it paid off. That's number one. Number two, that Terry Lombardi looks exactly like Ezio Lombardi.
There are some similarities there.
Those are the two things that we've established on this program today, and three, that DeBarge is married to Janet Jackson. There you go.
I just got to say something, though. I don't think anything has come so much full circle than yesterday. I go, the DeBarge guy and that entire band looks exactly like if you drew the Jackson 5 from memory.
Well, you said Dollar Store Jackson. You said Dollar Store Jackson.
Timu Jackson 5, yeah.
Right.
And then Vic said, you marry people who looked like your father or something like that. And then you tell me that.
Picture of my wife.
That's exactly. Holding a big rat. Yep, that's her.
And then Moser says, the guy I said looked like Michael Jackson is married to was married to Janet Jackson.
Correct.
I don't think anything's come that full circle ever.
That's just weird, bro. It's just weird. Just bizarre. Life is crazy.
Like, I just, the queen of chicken is easy. I never would have put it together.
Don't call me that.
If she heard, first of all, if she heard you say that.
Easy E. Sorry.
If she heard you say
removed
that,
that.
You'd probably get punched.
Nah, it's a compliment.
If I say to Lindsay, you know, you look exactly like T. Willie, she would punch me right in the face.
Yeah, right in the kisser. Ooh.
Yep.
Who got knocked out yesterday?
Well, Victor Wembanyama got knocked out.
No, hockey. There was a fight. It was one punch.
Slavkovsky got hit. He didn't get knocked out, but Hagel got him right on the button.
Right on the jaw.
Right on the button.
Clean.
Yeah. Knocked him down. Yep, stunned him hard.
Most
Didn't
shocking.
knock him out.
Most shocking thing from yesterday, is it that Wemby got concussed and the Spurs lost? Is it that the Lakers won Game 2 against Houston with Kevin Durant in the lineup? Is it that Utah tied the series with Vegas 1-1? Like, what is it?
Utah almost won Game 1.
Yeah.
I think the Rockets completely falling apart at the most important time of the year, playoff time, with a team that some people even suggested earlier in the season, watch out for the Rockets. They got Durant. Is this enough proof, guys? And I'm not a Durant hater. Kevin Durant's an all-time player. One of the more overrated players in the game today. Look at what he did in Phoenix.
Yeah.
And look at what he's done in Houston.
Look, man, if he didn't join Golden State, there's a lot of different conversations happening surrounding KD.
A lot of different combos. Yep.
I'm watching his game last night. He does nothing to make his team that much better. I'm telling you.
The earliest Wemby can come back for the playoffs is game 4, according to these concussion protocol rules. The day before game 4. That's the earliest. But the average timeline for return would be game 5 to game 6 for most guys in concussion protocol. So who knows? Hey, maybe that shifts the series. I don't know.
All that does is it makes this damn T-Wolves series so important for the Nuggets. Because if Portland can somehow even stretch the Spurs to 6 or 7 games, I'm not even asking for them to win the series, stretch them, tire them out a little bit.
Nelly, you got an abbreviated fact checker for us?
Nelly monitors the mistakes in today's Fact Checker. Fact Checker. Presented by Backus and Shanker, serious lawyers for the seriously injured.
Brett, you had a rough appetizer hour today, but you bounced back. You persevered. It's not how you start, it's how you finish. And here's just a little sample of some of your foibles this morning.
I know that the Avs don't have a pick on Thursday. This is what happens when you go to bed 2 a.m. 2 nights in a row. I still have in my head, though, Aqib Talib talking about a big trade might be coming again for the Avs, and he goes, maybe it's during the draft. I've gotten 8 hours of sleep for 2 straight days. Give me a break. It was 6 a.m.
And you're going to try to focus on golf with no sleep? Good luck with that.
I'm going to shoot.
Good luck with that.
I'm going to shoot the best 96
You know what, Brett? Maybe
you've ever seen.
Maybe you'll take your head out of it. You'll be okay. Riker the other day for Game 1 on Sunday said, the Flames are doing a really good job of dabba. And I go to Johnny and go, who are the Avs playing, Johnny? He's like, they're playing the Kings, Moj. I'm like,
yeah, it's happening.
That's what I thought.
Yeah, all right,
it
iTunes,
happens, man.
Spotify, Moser, Lombardi, and Kane. Check out that Jared Bednar interview. And by the way, no games tonight. Get some sleep, everybody. We'll talk to you tomorrow. Love you. See you.
Room for Manson. Wrist shot blocked again in front. Score! Wah! Wins it! The Avalanche survive in overtime.
Cudmore. Up high. Manson. Wrist shot! Score! They've won the rebound, and the Avs have won in overtime. They take a 2-0 series lead against the Los Angeles Kings.
Kadri the rebound. Far side half wall. Tucks underneath. Manson lets it go. Tip. Rebound. Score! Wow! It's Nicholas Waugh's second overtime winner, and you don't have to go home, but you can't stay here because this party is over.
Sterile no more. You lunatics got to watch a 2-1 overtime win late into the night. In fact, it was early this morning by the time it had ended. Nicholas Waugh's second career postseason overtime victory. The Avs take a 2-0 series lead into Thursday's Game 3 out in California at Crypto.com Arena. Yeah, you lunatics. You guys brought it up to 11. You brought it up to 12. You brought it up to the point where you shattered a pane of glass on the back of the LA Kings head coach. And to that Ball Arena crowd, I applaud you. What a game. What a game, coach.
Dude, I was on the edge of my couch for, the entirety of that first period, second period, third period. And then I was on the edge of my bed, on the edge of my pillow. Just had the volume cranked up. Because when you get to an overtime game and it's already 11, what was it, about 11:03 when overtime, not even when it started, when you found out you were going to overtime. It's about 11:03, was it not? Ed, how long is the intermission until overtime starts? Is it 15 or is it 20?
Right around there.
Ish. Holy cow, that was a late night, man. None of you, I promise, that are listening right now are worth a damn at your job. And you know what that means? It's playoff time, baby. It's the best time of the year, man. All kinds of inefficiencies in the workplace here in the Denver Metro. Nobody's getting a dang thing done. Lots of extended conversations around the water cooler talking about, did you see our guy Nico Waugh in the right spot? Hey, that last shift that ended up winning the game, that was a fun shift, Raj. You could feel it. It was growing. It was mounting. It was buzzing. And I know that it's a lot easier said than done. But my word, can you not just throw volume in the direction of Anton Forsberg and throw bodies in front of him a little bit earlier?
Yeah, there's one thing that I firmly believe that you can learn from last night's game as we welcome you guys here into the morning sprint. Alex Ryanemi alongside the coach, Mike Sanford. KJ Granderson's behind the glass today. There is something that you should take away as an Av player and as an Av staff member. You don't have to force the tic-tac-toe plays because you're so damn good, right? Like the Avs are good enough offensively. They are the best offensive team in hockey. They're the best defensive team in hockey. They have the best goaltending in hockey right now. You don't have to force the tic-tac-toe play. You don't have to force the beautiful play. That's naturally going to happen with who the Avs are. It's just you're probably going to get 6, 7, 8 plays a game in the natural flow of things where you go, oh man, 3 passes, back doors wide open. And so far through 127 and a half minutes of hockey, you've either hit the post, Anton Forsberg has made a save, it's been blocked by Brent Clark, or you've missed the net on those beautiful plays. So don't force it. If something's not there, if there's a body and a stick in the way, don't force the pass. Go low to high, take a step to the middle, and make sure you've got net front presence. That play all starts with Nazem Kadri being able to go retrieve a puck. Brent Burns throws a puck at the net earlier. It gets stopped, but their ability to recycle pucks, lines 1 through 4, and get the puck low to high to the defenseman shooting from the point is, I think it's second to none in the league. And Nick Watts, it wasn't pretty. Turned around, he whacked at the puck, happened to get it on his backhand, and Forsberg was slightly out of position. Goes in on the ice.
Yep.
You're not going to score a billion goals like that, but I'd rather you do that than try and force a backdoor opportunity.
Raj, all you need is 2 against this Kings team. You just need 2.
Yeah, you don't ask how.
So just volume it.
You ask how many.
2. I mean, that's going to probably play out unless they're, man, I'll tell you what. I talked about sports trauma quite a bit yesterday and how I feel like I've seen this scary horror movie before with the Denver Nuggets losing and, a 19-point lead. It's not the exact same, but losing a 19-point lead. One thing that I've really been reassured about with the Denver Nuggets, and I'll get into how it ties in with the Avs and the Kings series, is that when you're dealing with sports trauma and depression about a particular game, like I kind of still am dealing with that with the Nuggets, I love to have some company. Misery loves company, and sometimes it's the best cure for sports trauma. Have you looked around both the NHL and the NBA in terms of series that are tied 1-1 with the overwhelming favorite losing a game? Like, I know that Victor Wembanyama's teeth were left on the floor.
Holy smokes. If you haven't seen Victor Wembanyama take a bite out of the hardwood in San Antonio, you're missing out.
The Spurs...
That hurts so much at Frostbank.
The Spurs that we all thought were the juggernaut going into the postseason, they're 1-1 in that series.
Well, yeah, you're an injury away
I get
from
that.
anything crazy
But
happening.
even when Wemby got hurt, that was a very tightly contested ball game that, frankly, I was watching it. The Blazers were leading. They were playing really good basketball. Did you see, obviously, what's been happening? The Celtics, the 2 seed, the no-brainers, they lost last night.
I don't think that series is in jeopardy.
The Knicks lost to the Hawks 2 days ago.
That was always going to be a 7-game series.
And then the 8 seed Magic, as we know, are up 1-0 on the Pistons, the 1 seed in the East. Now,
those are crazy.
And then you look on the hockey side too, Raj, like this isn't just specific to, like, playoff wins are hard to come by. I don't care who you are. Like, we all can look at series ahead of time and say, oh, they're going to sweep that series. Like, I thought the Celtics were going to sweep that series. Frankly, I thought the Knicks were going to sweep the Hawks. I did. I could be wrong for that because they haven't been in great form as of late, but I thought Jalen Brunson, end of game scenarios, like, that guy's going to win basketball games. He's been there. He's done that. The Hawks are not that team. But, like, I look at the NHL now and the Canadiens and Lightning, like, that
what
series
a great series that's
great
been
series.
so far. That was a
great series.
If you needed to get ready for the violence that you saw in Colorado and Los Angeles last night, all you had to do was watch Tampa Bay and Montreal to start off the slate. Those two teams hate each other. Couple of overtime games already.
And I understand that the Bruins and Sabres, like that's a more evenly matched series because the Sabres are doing something they haven't been to in a long time.
Right.
But they dropped one at home last night. They lost home ice.
Yeah,
Gone.
weird bounce cost them that game. Took all the energy out of KeyBank Center. That weird backhand from 150 feet away jumps over Jukka Pekka-Luukkonen's glove, and everyone in Buffalo's going, oh no. How did he misses wide right again?
And then the finish him fatality series that's known as the Utah Mammoth versus the Las Vegas Golden Knights, because that series is MA. It is that is not a game that you should purchase for your 8-year-old son or daughter. And the Mammoth get their first ever franchise playoff victory in Vegas. They lost home ice. And so the point being is, yesterday was the game for the Kings to do exactly what they wanted to do what almost everybody else has done. And that's like, we're underdogs, like overwhelming really over. I would argue that the Kings are probably the biggest underdog in either the NBA or the NHL, probably with the OKC series.
I don't remember what the NBA odds were on series. I know Colorado was like in some books minus 495, which is overwhelming to win the series. And they were far and away the biggest favorite to win their first round series in the NHL.
And I'd say probably OKC.
You're probably right there.
Yeah, right in the same conversation.
Now, the disparity between 1 and 8 and the ability for an 8 seed to win in the NBA is far less than it is in the NHL. Like, those are on different planets.
Correct. Yeah, I agree. But the Kings played the perfect game. Anton Forsberg essentially goalied you for, 57 minutes?
They have played 127 and a half perfect minutes, and they're down 2-0.
And they adjusted well. Like, they came out and they got the Avs to do kind of like, it was a little less parental from the Avs. Like, that was a physical.
Oh, it was a battle.
It was a battle early on. And then, of course, the delay happens, the glass delay. Sean Payton's sitting right next to it, looks over there like, we got a situation relative to 20 minutes of delay. Never seen this before.
I was eating my dinner right before puck drop when Sean and his wife walked in.
Skyleen?
When Skyleen was walking in with Sean. I just finished up my dinner. I was packing up my bag and posted our little rink walk with Connor. And I went, Coach, put up my hand. It wasn't even acknowledged.
Really?
It was from you to me. I think there were a lot of things happening. There was some not energy, but there was some noise going around. He may not have heard me, but I was like, big gulps, huh? Just went upstairs.
It's like when Vrabel mean bugged me for no reason at Senior Bowl.
Good talk.
Yeah, good talk, Russ. See you out there.
What a game. I came in here after game 1 going, Ball Arena felt like it was game 52 of the regular season.
Playing the Islanders.
After game 1. And maybe I can just explain it away by 1 p.m., 80 degrees on a Sunday, and coming off the emotions of game 1 against the Timberwolves and the Nuggets.
Probably a lot of people that had brunch beers.
Probably.
Early brunch beers.
It's just that feeling around a day game.
Maybe brunch mimosa, sour stomach, a little bit too much acid on the tummy.
From the second I walked into that rink yesterday, it felt different.
It was buzzing.
It was buzzing. It felt playoff ready. And maybe it's because of how game 1 played out. 2-1, hard hitting, not as much of a walkthrough as you thought it was going to be, even though the Avs controlled the entirety of game 1. I think the fan base realized, we're here. Now this is 15 wins remaining. And then after last night, it's 14 wins remaining. There was not a lull in energy at any point in last night's game, even after a 20-minute delay for a broken pane of glass. There was not a lull ever.
All that being said, with a hockey club in Los Angeles that certainly has great history on their side, bit ancient history.
Yeah, we're going over a decade now.
It feels like it's not necessarily Hockey Town, USA.
Especially after the Lakers have a 2-0 series lead.
Man. The Lakers are doing their thing in the same building. I think had the Kings found a way to scrounge that up, knowing LA having grown up in that area, that building would have been dramatically different. Series tied. Because people love jumping on to the cool thing to do in town.
Yeah, and I wonder in LA how many people who actually can afford to go to crypto.com for a playoff game can afford to go to both. Right? So are you of the ilk and of the bankroll that you're like, oh yeah, we're going to the Lakers game and then we're going to the Kings game tomorrow night? Or are most of the people in the upper bowl of crypto the people that you can't see when the lights are on in there, right? We can see Jack Nicholson, we can see Will Ferrell, but we can't see John Q. Smith and his 2 kids up there. I assume most of the people in the upper bowl are making business decisions on what game to go to. And at this point in LA, you're probably choosing the Lakers.
Yeah, it's also just there's a buzz, there's an environment in LA sports when everybody's kind of catching the fever. I think that the difference in Gabe Landeskog being in the perfect spot, just lurking to force that game into overtime, that was awesome.
We will listen to how that goal unfolded every single playoff game here on the Morning Sprint, all postseason long for the Nuggets and the Avalanche. We'll do your big play replay coming up on the other side. You won't want to miss it. Avs win a thriller in overtime, 2-1. Make your plans right now for tomorrow night as we kick off the Altitude Sports Radio Playoff Viewing Party Tour powered by Michelob Ultra. You can join Andy Lindahl at Jackson's in Lodo for the Avs game, and I'll be there hosting the network broadcast live on site. We're going to have signed prizes, wall-to-wall action with the Nuggets and the first round of the NFL draft as well, and a full night of Avalanche playoff energy. Don't miss the start of the tour tomorrow night at Jackson's right next to Coors Field. We're going to do it after every single playoff game. Avs and Nuggets. It's time for a big play replay.
BPR me right now.
BPR. The Avs get a 2-1 overtime victory. How did we get there? Halfway through the first period, Cale Makar rips one off a post, and Scott Wedgwood, owner of a sub-1 goals against average, makes a huge 3-on-1 stop.
Burns for Logan O'Connor. Kings cede possession. Out pops Cale Makar. Avs have killed it off. Here's Makar. Shot. He hit the post. Short side. He beat Forsberg and hit the iron. It's a 3-on-2 the other way. Cale Makar gets back. All alone. More. Save made by Wedgwood. It's knocked aside, and now there's all kinds of pushing and shoving behind the Avalanche net. Punch thrown by Logan O'Connor. It's absolute fury. Lawton knocks his man down to the ice. He's got Cale Makar in a headlock. And the Kings are bullies right now at Ball Arena.
Colorado was out shooting LA 11-4 at that time. Makar goes down by himself, rips one off the short side post. McKinnon jumps in, thinking he could make a play in the neutral zone, doesn't quite get there. And Makar, because he's one of the fastest skaters in the world, ends up getting all the way back. But there's miscommunication between him and Devon Taves. Makar goes to the puck carrier, so does Taves. Puck gets moved over to the far side. Scott Wedgwood on the 3-on-1 with the back checker, makes a big-time save, and we're still tied at 0 halfway through the first.
And we also got some kerfuffle that happened after that play. And before the delay, because of the shards of glass that were all over DJ Smith's back of his head and in his potentially inside of his suit, man, that was a physical game, not just physical on the ice, but physical after the whistle. It did you notice, Raj, that after that delay, there wasn't quite the physicality was happening on the ice, but not necessarily after the whistle. It was like the delay kind of created a little bit of a pause in the fighting action that you saw. Because the first period was a bloodbath both ways. I thought it was gloves were off, and it was time to get down. Did you hear the ESPN call our guy EJ when Cale clanked that exact play off the post?
I did not listen to a single second of the ESPN call. I was right next to Connor.
EJ,
so I was listening to our good boy McGahee.
EJ with some good old-fashioned local knowledge. You could hear that all the way up in Greeley. I love that.
It's pretty good. You could smell that all the way up in
sure
Greeley.
could.
Well, you're supposed to get some snow here in a couple of days. Maybe EJ's a little bit ahead of the game. I'm 60% sure that it's already raining outside. All right, moving on. 5 minutes later in the first period, Coach and I were talking about this guy in the break. Brent Burns lays the lumber.
Clark back for Panarin, fakes the one-timer, keeps it himself, trying to thread the needle, hands it off, one-timer again, save made by Wedgwood, rebound was there, it's cleared aside. Kempe keeps it in, Jack Drury applying pressure, Avs have to be careful here, Cage gets a piece of it, knocks it loose, Kopitar, run over by Burns, what a hit made by Brent Burns, overskated by Drury, down low, save made by Wedgwood, Drury the backhander, and he'll clear for the Avalanche with 25 seconds to go in the Kings power play. Couple huge stops made by Wedgwood.
Brent Burns, a couple of big-time hits on the half wall last night in the defensive zone. One, he pinched in the offensive zone as well. The Burns and Manson physicality has stepped up to a different level. We expected that from Manson, not so much from Brent Burns. He's a big dude, but he's not like overly physical. I think the first two games of the series have been some of his best hockey we've seen since the beginning of the year.
Yeah. Yeah, he looks like he's A, having a fun time out there. B, he's picking his spots wisely, knowing full well that he's not the speedy skater that he was 15 years ago. I know that was never part of his entirety of his game, but he's 41 years old. So he's hitting intelligently, knowing that if he tries to throw his body out there, he's going to have a hard time getting back into position. We talked about that during the break, Raj. The other thing I would tell you, Raj, is yesterday, as tight as the game was, man, it really was a defensive masterclass from this blue line. All three pairings, Raj, have been fantastic. They've been so good. And that's a big improvement over, I think, what you saw a year ago in the postseason.
Without a doubt, I think they're excellent in the neutral zone right now. We go 0-0 going into the second period. The Avs go on early power play at the 17-minute mark, 3 minutes into that second period. They win a draw, but it chips off of Cale Makar's stick right to the middle of the ice to number 2 overall pick. The 23-year-old centerman Quinton Byfield goes down on a breakaway.
Byfield for a short-handed penalty shot. Goodness me. Picks it up at center ice, swings wide left into the circle. Byfield holding, backhander. Oh! Save made by Wedgwood! Great Scott! Justice is served! Cue the wedgie chance. Byfield went forehand to backhand. Wedgwood read him like a book the whole way. Out goes the glove. And in the name of gloves, Wedgwood save keeps it at 0-0 here early in the second period.
Byfield hooked by Cale Makar on the shorthanded penalty kill breakaway. It wasn't a hook. It was a stick lift. Son of a gun. Bad call.
All good. Puck don't lie.
Puck don't lie. He gets a penalty shot, which
all good.
You don't really get to see a lot of shorthanded penalty shots in the playoffs. Scott Wedgwood, man, that is a save that he's the only netminder on the Avalanche that can make that type of save.
And
that
one of
sprawling Dominic Hasek.
One of 5 in the league, athletically. The kung fu keeper, as I like to call him.
Yeah, that sprawl on your back, make the extra effort with your glove. He's just kind of Gumby-ish at this point.
He's a really, really proficient yogi. The guy could be I think he's a Pilates yoga guy.
A yogi, huh?
I think so.
Big save, keeps it scoreless in the second period. We jump. Yes, coach.
On that power play, there's 2 things that, I don't know, man, like they just seemed like there was a challenge yesterday. Is generally speaking, all faceoffs in your O-zone were a challenge. Like you weren't winning a ton of faceoffs. The Avs weren't when you were in your own zone.
It's funny. That was a faceoff win that led directly to Byfield going on the breakaway that caused the penalty shot. That was a clean win. Snapped it right back. It just hit off of Cale's backhand and went to the middle of the ice.
Number 2, zone entries were challenging yesterday.
They tried a few different things. Like you didn't see as many of the double drops. They were trying a little bit more east to west passing through the neutral zone to try and guarantee possession. They're having a tough time getting into the zone. I thought the first power play for Colorado was excellent tonight.
It was. Later on.
Grade A.
Third period, like second and third period, man, I was just like,
Every power play they had, they nullified.
Yeah.
They kept taking penalties.
Within 30 seconds,
right?
45,
so you couldn't really get into a flow on the power play. So it hasn't been good. I'm not going to sit here and try and defend the power play. It has not been good thus far against a penalty kill that during the regular season was bad. You got to be better on the offensive zone draws and certainly got to be better on the zone entries. The hope is it gets fixed by the time Dallas or Minnesota shows up. We continue on in the third period, 3 minutes and 45 seconds into this third. Sam Malinsky makes the biggest offensive play of the game.
For Malinsky, a drive. Score! Sam I am! Hold on.
That was the Malinsky goal that ends up not going in. KJ, do you have the Malinsky defensive play on Quinton Byfield on the doorstep by any chance back there? If we don't, that's okay. Malinsky almost scored to start off the third period. Ends up going to the side of the net. Drew Doughty knew it wasn't in. But shortly after that, LA has the puck in the offensive zone. They get a couple of shots toward the net. And at the 16:05 mark, Sam Malinsky with Quinton Byfield, who's got 6 inches and 60 pounds on him on the doorstep. Malinsky makes a diving play to knock the puck around. It was a sure goal for LA to go up 1-0 early in that third.
Yeah, Byfield's a fun player. I know he got stuffed on a couple opportunities. He's going to learn from it. This is a better Kings team in terms of what I see for the future, for some of the young core. But yeah, Sam Malinsky, big time play there. Sam Malinsky, again, a part of a very good pairing. I thought both he and Kulak were really good.
Malinsky led the league for all defensemen in plus-minus during the regular season. The
My
Avs
favorite
PK
stat, Raj.
has been fantastic all season long. They're starting to get a little dangerous. Valeri Nichushkin, beautiful zone entry, rips one off the pipe.
Kempe with it. Harassed by Val Nichushkin, able to get it deep, cut off by Brent Burns into the corner, stick lifted by Taves. Now Nichushkin has it, shorthanded 2-on-2 with Brock Nelson. Nelson holds up, Nichushkin cuts to the middle. Nichushkin shot off the post. How unlucky are the Colorado Avalanche? My goodness gracious. Forsberg keeps getting beat blocker side, and it keeps hitting the post. That's 3 tonight.
A really pretty zone entry. Sits, delays, walks to the middle of the ice. I think those even-manned zone entries maybe take a little speed off of it, right? Speed check yourself. Allow LA to back off and then take advantage of the middle of the ice rather than trying to take guys on one-on-one. Use your speed, which is something that is a huge advantage for Colorado. Use it to your advantage.
So when you say even man rush, right? We're talking, good on good, 3-on-3, 2-on-2, 4-on-4, whatever it may be.
Mm-hmm.
What's a 3-on-1? Because we had one of those.
That's an odd man rush.
Although the number is
the numbers
2.
would tell you.
It is
the numbers
the
would
separator
tell you
is
even,
2.
Yes.
That's what I was watching. Like, a 3-on-1's got to be an even man rush.
I've thought about that for years.
It just hit me last night.
Because coaches, I remember when I was a kid, it's odd man rush. I was like, there's 4 guys in the play. That doesn't make any sense. Not everything has to make sense. Right after that, the Avs surrender their first.
Trevor Moore throws it back door, wide open, they score. Panarin again. A play that should have been down ice. The faceoff was put in the Colorado zone, and the Kings get another gift and take a 1-0 lead with 6:56 to go in the third period of Game 2.
We did see later on that the puck actually didn't hit the referee on the clearing attempt. So by rule, that puck should have come back into Colorado's zone. It was contentious when it happened. The big play was Scott Lawton cross-checking Devon Taves in the back directly before the pass gets to Artemi Panarin. The puck never gets to Panarin if Taves isn't cross-checked in the back. It should have been a penalty.
Should have been a penalty. And you know what? Our guy Lawton, well, he ends up watching the puck a little bit later, and puck didn't lie again.
He sure does. The captain shows up big time and ties the game.
Buchanan can't get the puck off the faceoff win from Landeskog. Taves keeps it alive. Shot towards the net. Thrown in front. Landeskog scores! Oh, Captain! My Captain! With 3:35 to go in the third period. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls of all ages, this is a tie hockey game.
Gabriel Landeskog off a beautiful pass from Val Nichushkin. This was an offensive zone draw that Landeskog loses. LA forced the puck up to Taves. There's a little tip that we missed from Landeskog trying to tip it on net, and I think that creates the weird bounce that Nichushkin can go to the corner and go get that puck. Scott Lawton gets caught puck watching. Turns out that the Avs got the better of the 2 Toronto centermen.
They sure did. How about the pass from Taser, though? I know it was an open,
from Nichushkin in the corner?
Oh, the Nichushkin. Yes, sorry. To be able to thread the needle the way he did. That was not Taser in the corner?
No, Taves was the strong side defenseman. He was the one who shot the original puck.
Okay.
It was Nichushkin in the corner, up to Gabe Landeskog. Colorado ties up the game. Was that Marty Necas who made the pass?
I thought it was Necas.
Was it Necas? My fault. It was Necas, not Nichushkin. Both missing that one. It was Marty Necas who made that pass.
He had the second. I thought it was
Necas had the primary assist from the corner. The secondary assist was Devon Taves, who was the original shot from the short side on the defense.
Mm-hmm. It was a beautiful thing.
Scott Lawton gets caught puck watching. The Avs tie up the game with under 4 minutes to go, and we go to overtime. Was he worth a first rounder and a fifth rounder? You guys let me know.
Deep one-timer, shot tipped wide. That chance from Kiviranta. Burns a try. That's tipped over the top of Anton Forsberg. Kadri the rebound. Far side half wall, tucks underneath. Manson lets it go. Tip, rebound, score! Wow! Nicholas Waugh, second overtime winner, and you don't have to go home, but you can't stay here because this party is over.
Nick Waugh, his second career overtime winner, cleans up the rebound. There was a shot from Kiviranta. There was a shot from Burns. The final shot from Josh Manson. Fire pokes it home.
Did you ever think that you'd hear the words Waugh beats Forsberg? How cool is that? I saw your tweet last night. Really good, man.
Avs get the win at the 12-17 mark of that overtime period. Nick Waugh, the hero in overtime, as Colorado takes a commanding 2-0 series lead out to LA on Thursday night. Denver Summit FC shattered the NWSL attendance record with 63,000 fans at their home opener at Empower Field on March 28th. And after the international break, you can catch Summit FC's first ever battle against the San Diego Wave on April 25th at Dick's Sporting Goods Park. If you guys want to win tickets, text SUMMIT, SUMMIT, right now to 303-504-0925 with your name. Don't miss out on a chance to be a part of history in this inaugural season. The Avs win 2-1. That's your big play replay after game 2. Coach Mike Sanford, Alex Ryanemi, KJ Granderson's behind the glass. Join us at 303-504-0925. Coach, we're just a day away from the first round of the NFL draft. Sean Payton was in attendance. Are they going to do anything tomorrow? The answer is probably no. We'll go through some NFL news on the other side of the break. It's the morning sprint coming off of an Avalanche overtime thriller, a commanding 2-0 series lead thanks to Nicholas Waz overtime tally. He was traded for a first rounder and a fifth rounder at the deadline. Is it already worth it?
Yes. Without question. I mean, I know that wasn't necessarily like.
Yeah, he didn't win the cup last night.
Yeah, and also he didn't score that goal single-handedly by any stretch, but guess what? He was there.
Brother, the zone entry from Nick Waugh there, it
Yeah,
was
that was
kind of
elite.
like gummed up in the neutral zone. He takes his time. He's not a fast player. That's very clear. Especially compared to like Natchez or McKinnon.
But he's big and sturdy.
Big and sturdy, takes the puck down below the goal line, circles back up towards the Avs penalty, or not the penalty box, the Avs bench, holds onto the puck, waits for some help, goes low to high to the defense. They go back down to Kiviranta. He has a one-timer. Puck gets back up to Burns. It all happens because he gets the puck down below the goal line. And when the Avs get into trouble, they don't get the puck below the hash marks or below the goal line. They have turnovers above the tops of the circles, and then it's numbers coming back.
All right, so big-time hockey guy, Raj.
Sure.
I asked you this during the break. When this game went to overtime, did you feel like it was inevitable the Avs were winning, or did you have your sphincter inside of your throat?
Is a frog's ass watertight? Oh, no! I was puckered.
Yeah, it was too.
LA was the better team for like 22 of the final 27 minutes of that hockey game. LA knew that their season was on the line.
But Raj, you told me that they're just straight buns, man. I keep watching
It's
this
so
game
funny,
as,
right?
as a non-hockey, expert by any stretch. I'm like, dude, these guys are pretty good. There's a couple of good players, man. Like, I like that guy. I like what he could be. Their goal, Forsberg has been fantastic.
He's been unbelievable.
Like, as good as Wedgwood has been, and I saw a couple tweets last night that like Scott Wedgwood's he's gonna start entering into Denver/Colorado sports, like to be in the best of the best postseason players.
Yeah,
in
if they
Denver.
win a cup, for sure.
He's been phenomenal, but I don't even know if he's been the better of the two netminders on the ice.
Crazy to say, right?
Dude, Forsberg's been unbelievable because he's seeing so much more volume. Because, like you've said, the blue line is it's aging for LA. Or there's pieces of that blue line that are aging.
Half of the blue line is young, and half of the blue line feels ancient. Like CC, Dumoulin, Edmondson, Doughty feel ancient, and then Brant Clark and Mikey Anderson feel like they're spry and have a step because, they're in their 20s.
Is there a path forward in this series in LA that this dam might open up, or do you think it's just this is what you're going to have to do?
I think LA has played their perfect they've played two perfect hockey games. This is the only way that they can have a sniff against Colorado. I think it is far more likely that the dam breaks for the Avalanche.
That's what I'm saying. Sorry. The Avalanche could start scoring goals. I'm saying that's what I'm asking. Like, is there a place where you've seen the best that LA now has, and we might see a 3-goal performance in regulation?
They got
like,
to
that
pop
would feel
one
like
early.
It just, man.
Look at the 2 goals that they've scored. Sorry. Well, honestly, all 3 of the goals that they've scored in regulation play, they've been kind of crappy, bouncy plays. Now, the pass from Natchez to Landeskog to tie up the game was pretty, but that came off of a broken play that was tipped in front and went to the corner, and you had to recycle a puck. The Lehkonen goal from game 1 threw a puck from the corner, and Lecky went to the net front. They've been waiting too long in the game, Coach, to have those types of plays. I want to see them throw a bunch of crap at the net early on and get a bunch of bodies net front early on, because if you score a goal or 2, LA has no choice but to chase the game and open up, and that's when I think Colorado can score 3, 4, 5 on Forsberg. It's just been 0-0 through 40 minutes of the game too often in the first 2 games.
Am I crazy to say that Forsberg's, frankly, been the best netminder of these 2 on the ice?
I don't think you're crazy. And Wedgwood's got a .960 save percentage.
I mean, he hasn't given up an even, he hasn't given up a 5-on-5 goal.
No, he gave up a 6-on-5 goal. 6-on-4 goal,
6-on-4 in the game 1, right? Because you pulled a goalie and you were on a power play. And then yesterday was a 5-on-4, wasn't it? Just straight up power play goal.
Yeah, where there was a penalty in the net front.
It's wild.
Wedgwood's been amazing. That guy better get a Vezina finalist. I don't know what he has to do. We've got our latest mock draft from Peter Schrager on ESPN. Fernando Mendoza, no doubt he's going number 1 overall to the Las Vegas Raiders. David Bailey, the edge rusher out of Texas Tech, is mocked to go number 2 to the Jets. Jeremiah Love, he has slowly moved his way from maybe number 12 to maybe number 10 to maybe number 8. Mocked at number 3 overall to the Arizona Cardinals. If he goes 3 to the Cardinals, does Tennessee pick at number 4? Because it feels like they need that running back. Or do they trade down? How's this? Where's the first trade in the NFL draft tomorrow?
It could be with Tennessee. And you got to think with Robert Saleh, what he they allegedly have their quarterback in Cam Ward, right? And Robert Saleh.
Allegedly.
That's how I feel.
I throw shade at the Kings like you throw shade at Cam Ward.
Yeah, I mean, the funny part is in both instances, there's like moments where they're like, oh,
right.
Okay. But kind of like losing, they lose. Like they both lose. Like, I don't know about Cam Ward. I know that Robert Saleh is going to want to try to get his defense right. And probably getting multiple picks helps you out second, third, fourth round to be able to bolster like your linebacker core, your edge core, your secondary, to be able to get some players in this draft that could potentially be there, or even your interior defensive lineman. So I could see like Tennessee has so many needs right now, and they have their quarterback that I could see them wanting to get some of those other needs addressed. They're just not a good football team.
There's a mocked trade right now at number 9 for Kansas City. ESPN has Dallas trading up to get to number 9 to take the cornerback out of LSU, Mansour Delane. The Chiefs would then get numbers 12 and 20. The Cowboys would get numbers 9 and 29. And they've got Kansas City taking Reuben Bain Jr., the edge rusher out of Miami, the guy with very small hands and short arms, but still somehow like one of the best edge rushers in the group.
Twitched up, brother. Violent. He is he might have some short arms, but that guy gets home somehow, some way.
And then at number 20, they have him taking Omar Cooper Jr., the wide receiver out of Indiana that started this draft process this year as like a projected mid-second round pick.
He's climbed. He's been climbing and climbing and climbing, but I think he ends up in the late teens to 20s.
Has he climbed just because of his quarterback, or do you think he's
a good player, man?
Round pick?
He's a good player. I mean, he was a transfer. I believe Omar Cooper came over in that James Madison swath of players that followed Cignetti and staff over to Indiana. So, man, he's a really good high pointer of the ball. He's got, I think he's not quite as big, but he's got Cortland Sutton type. I think that's like the type of player that he is. He's not going to be the blow the top off consistently. Big, physical. It's going to be in position to give you opportunities to go get the ball. Good player.
Doesn't it feel like Kansas City's missing that type of wide receiver?
He's an IU guy the whole time. Sorry.
IU the whole time?
Yeah, he was a 3-year IU player.
Doesn't it feel like that's a type of wide receiver that Kansas City is missing?
Yeah, just...
like, does Rashee Rice, Xavier Worthy, or Tyquan Thornton scream Cortland Sutton to you?
No. Mm-mm. No. I'm trying to think like back to, I mean, even during the Tyreek Hill era, was there another receiver that had that feeling? Like strong, physical, can go get the ball. Like Omar Cooper's, he's like a 6 foot plus, but 200. I think at the combine he was over 200 pounds. He's not like, this guy isn't like 6'5", 230 by any stretch, but that's his play style.
They had that 1 year of, didn't they have D-Hop 1 year?
Yes, but that was,
but like very old D-Hop.
Yeah, I thought he wasn't that just like not this past season, but the season before? I think he was over there for, yep, it was 24.
Marquez Valdez-Scantling is kind of that build. 6'4", 210, but he's not as...
He didn't play that way.
No, he doesn't play like Cortland. They've been missing that type of receiver almost the entire time.
Yeah, I mean, guess who's been playing that role?
Travis Kelce.
100%. He's been the guy that's chain mover, red zone threat, basically just keeps you on schedule. Not going to hit home runs per se, but he's going to keep hitting singles and doubles, and you're going to be good with it.
We are just over 24 hours away from the first round of the NFL draft. Obviously, the Broncos do not currently possess a selection in round one. I think it's part of the reason why Sean Payton was at the game last night. Doesn't have to worry about making a selection.
He wanted a date night with Sky Lee, man.
It's a great game to go to. Now, date night turned into getting home at 1:30 in the morning.
Do we know the real question that Denver sports needs to know?
What's that?
Did Sean stay till the very end?
I'm going to look through, in the break, I will look through the video and see if I can point out that powder blue quarter zip that he wore last night right next to the LA bench. I'm going to take a look at that. Also, what we're going to do on the other side, I want to do some power rankings. We're going to power rank the overtime goal calls from ESPN, from Moj on Altitude TV, and from Connor McGahey on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
And we promise we won't be biased.
Overtime goal calls are next. Avs get a 2-1 victory in overtime thanks to Nicholas Waugh's second career playoff goal. Make plans right now for tomorrow night as we kick off the Altitude Sports Radio playoff viewing party tour that's powered by Michelob Ultra. You can join Andy Lindahl at Jackson's in Lodo for the Avalanche game. I'll be there hosting the network broadcast live on site. We're going to have signed prizes, Avs memorabilia, wall-to-wall action with the Nuggets and the first round of the NFL draft, and a full night of playoff energy. Don't miss the start of the tour. It's going to be tomorrow night at Jackson's.
What time should we show up? Because I might bring the family. I'm single dad in this week. Wife's taking care of her mother in the California area. Should I get there about 7?
So the Nuggets game tomorrow starts at 7:30 with a 7 p.m. pregame show. Now, Berto's going to be doing pregame from here at the studio. The Avs are at 8 p.m. I will be live at Jackson starting at 7:30. So 7 sounds like a decent idea. The NFL draft coach starts at 6. I think coverage starts at 6 p.m. Mountain. But we all know if it starts at 6 p.m., the first pick probably isn't close to, it's probably closer to 6:30. So yeah, I think 7 o'clock's pretty solid. Unless you want to be there with your, tushies in seats to see your boy, your homie, Fernando Mendoza.
Fernando Mendoza. A las Raiders.
Yeah, 7 o'clock
I'm
down,
excited, man.
At Jackson's in Lodo. That's the one that's right next to Coors Field. We'll see you guys there tomorrow night. It'll be awesome. A little double dip viewing party and listening party on Altitude Sports Radio. You listen to the overtime goal call right here on 92.5 with Connor McGahee, but maybe you were just listening to the game. You didn't get to watch Mark Moser on television, or maybe you decided to watch ESPN and you heard Bob Wischusen alongside pink-suited Eric Johnson. So without further ado, I think it's time, and I appreciate your idea on this, Coach. We need to power rank the overtime goal calls from last night's game. And we start with Bob Wischusen on ESPN.
Room for Manson. Wrist shot blocked again in front. Score! Wah! Wins it! The Avalanche survive in overtime.
Not bad.
Pretty good.
Crowd energy was up, and that's normally my bugaboo with ESPN is the crowd noise isn't high enough.
And he let it breathe just enough. And he emoted well, both on the scores and whoa! He got both of them. Now, as that call went on, if you let it breathe a little bit more, he did mention Avs survive. And I get it. To a certain degree, you survive. But playoffs, to me, isn't about surviving, man. You win a playoff hockey game in overtime, you win a playoff game. You don't just solely survive.
Let's hear ESPN one more time, KJ.
Room for Manson. Wrist shot blocked again in front. Score! Wah! Wins it! The Avalanche survive in overtime.
Not lying.
I like Wah wins it. Now, he's not a local broadcaster, so I think McGahee's Wah, which was an homage to Alan Roach, who was not at the game last night because he's going to be doing announcing in Pittsburgh for the NFL draft, as he is the voice for all big thing sports in the world.
I'm going to give Bob Wischusen an A-.
Okay, A- is solid.
I want to hear from our texters.
We're going to grade and we're going to power rank.
Yep. So right now I am A-, and I'm going to go 303-504-0925. You let us know what Bob Wischusen, and the 718 said that he is easily the best power play guy on ESPN. We have a B+ coming in from Trav. So just keep it coming. We're gonna evaluate each and every overtime call because boy, it was fun.
That was ESPN. This is Altitude Television's Mark Moser.
Bednar, up high, Manson, wrist shot, score! Nick Waugh the rebound, and the Avs have won in overtime. They take a 2-0 series lead against the Los Angeles Kings.
It's so good.
There's no one who's going to match the energy. Connor is right there, but the chaotic energy of Moj, especially on an overtime call, man, I'm here for it.
Dude, that was like 90s, early 90s hair metal meets like screamo of the late like the mid 2000s, the 20-aughts.
Let's hear it one more time, Moser.
Especially the rebound part.
Bednar, up high, Manson, wrist shot, score! They've won the rebound, and the Avs have won in overtime. They take a 2-0 series lead against the Los Angeles Kings.
Moser's anticipation with the wrist shot, pretty good.
That's an A+
He knew
call.
something was coming out. A+.
Moj, that's an A+ call.
An A+ call from Mark Moser. All right. You're not a very strict grader right now, but I agree with the A+ call from Moj. He was fantastic last night. So from television to the Altitude Sports Radio Network, you heard it right here on 92.5. It's the great Connor McGahey.
Kadri the rebound. Far side half wall. Tucks underneath. Manson lets it go. Tip. Rebound. Score! Wow! It's Nicholas Waugh's second overtime winner, and you don't have to go home, but you can't stay here because this party is over.
Engineers extraordinaire Alan Baca, Jesse Trujillo there pumping in the crowd noise after a crowd pop 2-1 in overtime for Nicholas Waugh. Coach, your grade for Connor McGahey on radio.
Dude, how can you? There's nothing that you can really knock him down on. And I know I'm being an easy grader. Why? Because in my bed this morning as I was doom scrolling, I was listening to each one of these calls over and over, and I thought all of them were really good because they captured how awesome that environment was. They captured the pent up energy, the pent up build up that was waiting to explode. I thought they all three captured it perfectly. I'm gonna go another A+ for Connor McGahey.
So do we have 1A, 1B power rankings then?
That power rankings are different than grades in a sense, because I do have to make a decision. But right now it is for Coach Sanford's overtime walk-off call in a hockey game, playoff hockey edition. Right now it is Bob Wischusen. What is it? Wischusen is number 3. And I need one more listen. One more quick listen. Just give me a quick listen. I don't need the entire thing. I want to hear just the actual completed call of the goal. So give me Moser one more time.
Bednar, up high, Manson, wrist shot, score! They've won the rebound, and the Avs have won in overtime. They take a 2-0 series lead against the Los Angeles Kings.
Dude, I have a hard time right there saying that that's not number 1. You know why? Because yesterday was yesterday was a mosh pit hockey game, and Mark Moser's energy captured hardcore screamo metal. But give me McGahey one more time.
Rebound. Far side half wall. Tucks underneath. Manson lets it go. Tip. Rebound. Score!
I love the Waugh call. So if I'm power ranking here, and this is Moj, I know you listen. I love you. I thought it was a phenomenal call. I think it's actually a flawless call from you. I think McGahey's long drawn out Waugh gets it done for me.
And you can just visualize one Connor McGahey's tonsil dangler.
Wow!
It's doing the thing. It's vibrating his vibrato. Here's what I'm going to tell you this. All right.
What is that thing that dangles in the back? Your uvula, right? Isn't that what that is?
Yeah, we've done this before. there's McGahey's uvula. McGahey's uvula is twerking right there. It looks like Megan Thee Stallion. Just getting it going. I am going to do one of the most unlikely things here. Mark Moser, he elevated his game for that call because I'd say typically Mark Moser's he's Mark Moser. Dude, that was elite Mark Moser, man. That was the best Mark Moser I've heard because he captured the moment. I'm going to go power ranking, Coacher edition, for the first walk-off call of overtime hockey in 2026. I'm going Moser 1, McGahee 2, and I'm going to go Wachusnin 3.
I've got KJ searching for the LA Kings
I
radio
want this.
broadcast
I want this
as well.
so bad.
So when we get that version of the overtime goal, I promise I will bring it back to you guys because you're going to have the elation of Moj and of McGahee, the professionalism of ESPN and Wachusnin, who, again, if I get to choose and power rank my ESPN hockey play-by-play guys, it's Wachusnin, McDonough, 1, 2, and then everybody else I don't really want to listen to. That's my my order. McGahee, Moj, and then the ESPN call number 3. That's what I'm doing.
God, McGahee's is so good.
What a feeling we got last night. What a feeling.
I'm going to stay. I don't know, man. I think McGahee's, I just got a text.
Does Moj want to kill you?
No. Moj is good with me right now. McGahee said, dead to me.
Yeah, right?
I can't believe you
It's the
all are
reason why
still
I
listening.
get invited to go golfing and you don't. I know who to pander to.
Oh, man.
KJ's NFL notes are next on the other side of the break. Also, we'll get you the LA Kings broadcast of that overtime goal, and we'll add them to our power rankings from last night's game.
I just want more out of you, Connor. I know there's more in the tank. You know what I do as a coach? I coach up the ones that I believe in.
NFL notes are next. We are still efforting to find the former Avalanche broadcaster John Kelly of Stanley Cups 96 and 2001 yesteryear, who is now the television play-by-play host for the LA Kings. We're efforting to find John Kelly's overtime call, which will be on a night in which Forsberg gave up a goal to Waugh in Denver in a playoff game. John Kelly calling the goal for a team, not the Avalanche, has to make you feel like you're in the twilight zone. We'll continue to try and track that down. I have gone through like 30 websites. I can't find it posted anywhere, whether it's the LA radio call or the television call. Without further ado, Mr. KJ Granderson, it's time for your NFL notes. What do you got?
Well, CBS Sports released their final 7-round mock draft earlier this week, and one guy they have going to the Broncos, let's just say is stuck out above the rest. The Broncos are going to, according to CBS Sports, going to use one of their 4th-round picks to select Miami quarterback Carson Beck, ? And so that was kind of interesting. And the guys who collaborated on the mock draft said, quote, the risk of losing out on a prime backup to Bo Nix was too much of an overlook, so they took Beck at that spot, end quote. Do you guys see the Broncos doing anything like that this weekend, selecting a quarterback of that caliber in the draft?
No. The only thing that I see is that Carson Beck's agent is working overtime with some good old-fashioned relationship building with CBS Sports mock draft people, because that would be asinine. He doesn't fit the mold of Bo Nix, the player, where I see perfect backup stylistically for Bo Nix, future, and you don't have to invest too much finances on him, is Sam Ehlinger. You don't need a guy. And you already have Stiddy. You've got Stiddy for another year on his deal.
Also, you don't want to bring in that feeling of, oh, did you draft a replacement for me? Are you sure you drafted a backup, or is this a contingency plan just in case my ankle isn't good or I don't take the next? You don't want to do any of that. You have your backup quarterback.
Denver Broncos in. What if Ty Simpson's, he gets all the way down to the 4th round? The Broncos select Ty Simpson?
No.
Dan Orlovsky's like, the Broncos have found their guy. The best quarterback in this draft, Ty Simpson. What, really? It's a 4th rounder, guy.
I think this is a year that you don't have to draft a quarterback. If you want to draft a guy with the Mr. Irrelevant pick to be here in camp as like a 4th QB to warm up the balls, be my guest.
Use my balls.
I did realize what I said.
A lonely time here.
Just slipped out of my mouth.
Yeah. With that being said, the only acceptable quarterback that the Broncos can draft rounds 1 through 7, Taylon Green. Because he's got that position flex as a freak at the combine. Guy that ran, I think it was in the 4.4 range, jumped out of the gym over 40 inches, over a 10.6 broad. Taylon Green, the former Boise State Bronco, could potentially be a joker. That's the only guy that would be acceptable, in my opinion.
KJ, what's next?
No, don't start counting.
Well, tonight is the night, ladies and gentlemen. The 2015 Broncos will be at Paramount Theater for their Night of Champions event, where they will relive the 2015 Super Bowl run and tell stories that no one else has ever told. Tickets are still on sale if you'd like to go. But speaking of Super Bowl 50, safety TJ Ward from that Super Bowl 50 team stopped by Moser, Lombardi, and Kane this morning, and they asked him the question that we've been kind of debating pretty much since the Broncos drafted him last year about where does Jahdae Barron fit? How does he fit? How will his fit look on this team moving forward?
Man, I think he's a natural safety. I think he's a natural free safety, if you ask me. He has nickel skill set, but when I see him out there, he's a little, he's broad, right? He has some girth to him. He can run. He can play the nickel as well, but the way the game is transforming, I think he definitely can fit right into that free safety position as well. Maybe even strong, honestly.
TJ Ward is of similar build.
Very similar.
5'10", 200 pounds.
You know who else is Brandon Jones. You know who else was a little bit thicker, but similarly not 6'3" and rangy? Was your guy who's the safety from Texas, no longer here. He was filled in admirably in 2025.
PJ Locke?
Oh, PJ Locke. PJ Locke. Where did PJ Locke end up? Is he just free? Is he just out there on the open market?
PJ Locke is a Cowboy.
Okay. Interesting. I actually like that take from TJ Ward. I like that take a whole lot more than the lazy take that the guy is going to be the heir apparent to Riley Moss when he is dealt, because he was announced on draft day as a cornerback. Jahdae Barron. He's not. He's a nickel. He could potentially be a safety. I think that Vance Joseph's scheme really allows for 3 different individuals to be fairly interchangeable. And it's less of corner and nickel and more of nickel, strong safety, free safety. Those 3 parts could be very much interchangeable.
If he falls into a full-time safety role, like if Brandon Jones moves on, are you okay with the draft pick now?
Yes, if he's your starting safety, because I think that Jahdae Barron, known SEC leader in interceptions, if he gets the ability, if he just gets field opportunities, he's going to impact the game. The problem right now is that Jaquan McMillan and his experience, the chip on the shoulder that player has, he's just better right now at nickel. And a lot of people thought that it was because of maybe a steep learning curve for a rookie to learn Vance Joseph's system. Everything I've heard on Jahdae Barron is that he is really intelligent and has the ability to really pick things up. So I think it's just that Jaquan McMillan was better. And he was an undrafted free agent when you got him. So I would love to see a world that exists where Jahdae Barron is playing in the spot that maybe even Brandon Jones does, because guess what Brandon Jones did last year? He got hurt down the stretch. He was banged up.
KJ, keep it rolling.
No, don't start counting.
Well, currently the Dallas Cowboys.
I like the Dallas Cowboys. The good one, man. I'm going to start calling them the Dallas Cowboys.
Listen, you got to, man, because that's the way they're playing lately. They haven't been to a Super Bowl in close to 30 years. The Dallas Cowboys are currently having their pre-draft presser as we speak, and one of the things coming out is they officially announced they're going to let George Pickens play on the franchise tag this year. So that's part 1. Part 2 is they have not officially said that they want to move up, but Peter Schrager all but confirmed what the Cowboys won't say.
But there is talk right now around the league that the Cowboys might be a team that's either moving back if they feel like they definitely can't get one of those guys, they want to collect more picks, they don't have a second-round pick, or moving up and taking a big swing. I have heard talk that they might be one of the teams that's moving up all the way to 3 if Arvell Reese is on the board and the Cardinals are willing to trade back. So the Cowboys become a really interesting team in this draft. We're more than 24 hours out. But with the 12 and the 20 and the need for defense and a defensive star, I am keeping an eye on Brian Schottenheimer, Stephen Jones, Will McClay, and of course, Mr. Jerry Jones to see how they are taking this draft and approaching it over the next 24 hours.
What do you mean the need for a defensive star? First off, you had one.
Yeah, you dealt him.
And you didn't keep him. But they've got Rashawn Gary. They've got Quinnen Williams, who are 2 star-level players. You don't need a star. You need a couple of other dudes that are first-round picks. I think it would be the dumbest thing possible for the Cowboys to package those picks and go up and get like a single edge rusher because you traded away Micah Parsons.
The S at the end or not, I don't know. It's my biggest issue with sports talk radio is keeping up with all these people's names, and are they S at the end or not?
Are they Michael Parson or are they Micah Parsons?
And then you learn a bit, and then the bit screws you up too, right? The Jerry Jones version of that kind of it gets you all messed up. So
am I wrong? I think it would be the dumbest thing for them to do.
It'd be like the ultimate admission of we screwed up.
Right.
So we're going to try to unscrew ourselves. We're going to try to cover the sin by frankly borrowing from Peter to pay Paul. Not smart.
KJ, keep going.
I also learned this right here from our very own
Coach.
Steven Nelson is that KJ's Freudian slip of the Callous Cowboys, it is a progressive metal band. They often play in Colorado. Thanks, Nelly. We love you.
It's actually a thing, Steve Nelson?
Oh, yeah. They have a Spotify page, the whole deal. Yeah, we're going to listen to maybe some Kings loser calls and some Callous Cowboys.
The overtime call for the Kings, whether it's their radio network or their TV network, which I believe is FanDuel Sports, the FanDuel Sports Network. It exists nowhere on the internet. I am every second of this show since we've done the power rankings of the overtime goal calls.
Did I just become a Callis Cowboys fan? Coach, this is from the text thread 394. They are a post-hardcore punk band, and like if you want to check them out, like people listen to this band, and that's my genre. And speaking of which, I have gone down a ridiculous wormhole, rabbit hole, whatever you want to call it, on social media. There's a new trend on Instagram of either your
teenage daughter or teenage son.
Oh, and using AI to
create
screamo
and emo songs based off of the text from your wife.
It's excellent.
It is so, I can't stop watching them. I can't stop sending them to my wife.
It's AI slop, but it's entertaining.
It's a good version of AI slop. There's a lot of AI slop.
KJ, what's next?
No, don't start counting.
Well, the Super Bowl champion Seattle Seahawks, they have options, and here's what Dan Graziano of ESPN.com is thinking based on the breadcrumbs he's getting. Quote, I wouldn't be shocked to see the Super Bowl champion Seahawks select the other Notre Dame running back, Jadarian Price, with the number 32 pick. Number 32 pick. I don't know why I can't read today. They took Kenneth Walker with the 41st pick in 2022 and Zach Charbonnet with the 52nd in 2023. Walker is now with the Chiefs, and Charbonnet is recovering from a major knee injury. So the need is there, but the safer bet is Seattle trading down from that pick with a team looking to secure a fifth-year option on a player it likes. The Seahawks have only 4 picks, and general manager John Schneider has a long history of moving down and adding to his trough as the draft progresses, end quote. So, knowing that the draft kind of has a couple of running backs that would potentially fit behind Zach Charbonnet moving forward, do you think it would be in their best interest to move down, or would it be in their best interest to just go ahead and draft Jadarian Price there?
The fifth-year option's not the worst thing in the world, but he's going to be your second back.
I mean, if I'm Seattle and you love what you got, why would you not want to recreate a really good two-headed monster in the running back field? I mean, it's a good plan because they obviously felt good enough about Zach Charbonnet to deal Kenneth Walker, to allow him to walk, I should say, after a Super Bowl MVP season.
Jadarian Price is going to be gone by the time pick 42 happens, right? He's the second best running back in the draft. He'll probably be gone before that.
So you said the Seahawks moved off of...
The Seahawks moved off of Kenneth Walker. He's the Chief.
No, I know that, but their first pick is the 45th?
No, what I'm saying I'm saying is that Jadarian Price is likely off the board by 45-ish.
Yeah.
So in order for them to move down from 32, I don't think you can move deep into the second round and still hope to get him if you're playing that gamble.
Yeah, I think there's a chance that he's off the board end of first.
Yeah, right.
So
that's what KJ's ask was, right, is if it's 32 and he's there, do you just take the selection?
Yeah, I mean, I think you go all in on that. And there might be another back that they like better. They might have some local knowledge on Jonah Coleman at the University of Washington. It's a player that never got ridden too hard in his collegiate career, has a lot of really good thick treads left on his big O tires.
KJ, keep it going.
No, don't start counting.
So let's lock in on the other Notre Dame running back in this draft, Jeremiah Love. He's one of the players that everybody believes will get their name called early. The question is, where will he go? And according to Jeremy Bergman of NFL.com, here's what Love had to say on that quote. I have no idea where I'm going, but there's a lot of talk of me going to the Titans, Cardinals, Giants. Honestly, I'd be blessed to go anywhere. Whatever team I go to, I'm going to make them better, end quote. What team would be the best fit for Jeremiah Love?
Giants. Cam Scattaboo's an enigma. He's AI slop. He's an incredible live streamer.
I think he'd be fine in Arizona. I think he'd be fine in Tennessee. I think he'd be very good in New York. But if I'm the Giants, man, I'm either taking the best defensive player available or I'm finding a way to get another offensive tackle to make sure that Jackson Dart stays upright and in games. Now, it does come on Jackson Dart's head to protect himself when he gets out into the open field, and that's the reason why he got injured twice during his rookie season. I don't think I'm taking a running back knowing that they got, when he was healthy, Scatterby was fine.
Not going to be healthy. 17 games with his play style is never going to keep him healthy, ever. I mean, he's fun. He sells jerseys.
Cleveland doesn't need him.
He's got cool chains.
Is Washington? Who's the back in Washington?
Is it still Brian Robinson?
I think it. Oh yeah, it is Brian Robinson Jr., isn't it?
Yeah, he's
meh.
Fairly long in the tooth.
Sorry, it's Rashad White.
Okay,
it's Rashad White.
Was that Tampa
Ja'Cory
Bay?
Krosky Merritt.
Okay, yeah, JCM
is also there.
Yep.
He was an intriguing name for 3 weeks last season.
I found the King's call.
All right, good. I'm happy you
excited
found
about
the
this.
King's call. So, on the other side, we will play the LA Kings television call of the overtime winner, and we will add it to our OT winner power rankings, which stand as of right now. Coach has Moser, then McGahee, and then the ESPN call. I have McGahee, then Moser, then the ESPN call. We will add the LA Kings misery call to those rankings on the other side. Also, the best play that happened in sports last night, it wasn't an overtime victory. It wasn't a weird bounce off of a puck that went up and over a Buffalo Sabres netminder's glove. It wasn't a deep three or a 41-year-old reverse dunk from LeBron James. The best athletic play in the world happened last night.
This is beautiful.
In a Rockies game. We'll play it next.
Well, currently the Dallas
Oh, I
Cowboys.
like the Dallas Cowboys. The good one, man. I'm going to start calling them the Dallas Cowboys.
And listen, you got to, man, because that's the way they're playing lately. They haven't been to a Super Bowl in close to 30 years.
All right, the Dallas Boys, part of the morning sprint now. Alex Ryan-Emmy alongside the coach Mike Sanford, wrapping things up here before we hand it off to PhD. We'll have more reaction to a 2-1 overtime victory for the Avs as they take a 2-0 series lead. It'll be a double dip on altitude tomorrow with the Nuggets in Minnesota for Game 3 against the Timberwolves. That'll be a 7:30 tip, 7 p.m. pregame show on 92.5. I will have your network coverage of the Avs and the Kings Thursday night starting at 7:30 with puck drop just shortly after 8 p.m. Before we get back into the overtime goal calls, and we finally came across the LA Kings overtime winner. Finally found it thanks to our internet sleuths on the Shot Mazda text line, 303-504-0925. I said the most athletic play made in sports yesterday was not in an NBA playoff game, even though LeBron had a little, pump and reverse flush en route to a second straight win for the Lakers against the Rockets last night. It wasn't a monster hit thrown by Josh Manson or an overtime winner. Wasn't any of those. It was this guy at Coors Field.
Merrill at the plate. This will go foul. It's hit a long way.
Who's home?
Tatis was dancing off at first. Oh, man. That guy's all right. He got a baseball. He's got a headache. Ouch. He's like, I'm good. I'm good, I think. I'm going to play it off even if I'm not good.
Top of the 8th inning, Jackson Merrill fouls a ball off like 17 rows down the first baseline. And this crazy Rockies fan launches not 1, not 2, not 3, but nearly 4 rows down to catch this ball. It's the best catch I've seen since Derek Jeter ate the seats at Yankee Stadium. And he gets up, has the ball in his hand, sits down like nothing happened.
Okay, so first off, does anybody know that there is a angle that he completely secures the catch? I know he shows the ball, but do we know there's no chance there's a little dribble where it comes out when he...
Brother, there's not enough time for him. By the time he gets up, it's a half a second. I think he secures the ball on the way down, and the guy helps him up within a second. That ball's in his hand. There's no bobble.
We need to know if anybody knows this individual.
That's a catch.
But does anybody know him on these airwaves?
The blonde-headed dude in the tan sweater, the tan North Face sweater. I need to know. It looks as though he catches the ball, and he had his sunglasses clutched in the same hand that he caught the ball with.
Did he hold on to his, he's got a hat? What's in the other hand? Was there like a
hat in a bag maybe? Like maybe he purchased something at the team store? It is a phenomenal catch. This thing ricochets off of the restaurant that's down the first baseline at Coors Field and comes down from essentially the second level concourse and goes down into the lower bowl. It's the most athletic fan play I've ever seen in my life.
If he's listening right now, call us. Or if you know who this individual is and you got his cell number, tell him that Altitude Sports Radio, probably either us or DMac.
That's a catch. I don't know how you're questioning whether or not he catches this.
Because I live in a world, Alex, where you need to see every angle to believe it's a catch. You have to. I mean, I lost vision, and it is a ricochet, right? It's off the big ricochet, by the way. Oh my gosh. How's he feeling today?
How did he not snap his neck? How did he not lose his teeth? He gets up, no big deal, sits down next to his buddy.
34 years old?
Yeah, he looks like he's a guy in his young 30s.
If I did that right now, I would not be here this morning. Alex?
The 276, don't know him, but I watched him. He caught it.
Okay.
KJ, we have finally uncovered. We played all three of the overtime calls. We played Bob Wichusen, we played Mark Moser, we played Connor McGahee, and finally, after a half hour of searching through the internet archives, we have the overtime call. Nicholas Waugh ends the game in game 2. Here's how it sounded from an LA Kings fan perspective.
Quick shot by Kiviranta to miss. Another shot by Burns. And that went wide. And now Kadri back to Manson. Shoots it. They score. Nick Waugh, I believe, on the rebound.
John Kelly.
It's a good call.
Of Avs yesteryear. Can you play it one more time, KJ? One more time?
Quick shot by Kiviranta to miss. Another shot by Burns.
The only thing it's missing
and that
is...
went wide. And now Kadri back to Manson. Shoots it. They score. Nick Waugh, I believe, on the rebound.
That's the only thing we're missing, John Kelly.
Was that his signature?
That's his signature.
Say it again.
Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Oh, I'd love to hear an old
the
throwback.
The only thing that we're missing there.
I want a John Kelly throwback. His last year he was a radio broadcaster for the Avs, right?
I can't remember the last
year he was
here.
Are we going to say 2011?
It's been a long time since he was here in Colorado.
And the Kings are now FanDuel TV, right?
They are now. That was the FanDuel Sports Network.
I agree with Lance here on the Shot Mazda text line. That's actually a very good loser call.
Well, yeah, because John Kelly's like one of the best who has ever done it. Kelly left the Avs in 2004 to go to the Blues, where his dad was a longtime broadcaster. And then after last year, I believe, the Blues gave him the boot. And then the Kings were like, be my guest. Come on. We're here. John Kelly's fantastic. He's the nicest guy on the planet.
And now he's calling a playoff series against his former employers. How
it
fun
was
is that?
It was a great loser call. And I think the reason why it sounds like such a great loser call from Avalanche fans is because you know that voice.
Yeah.
So even though it was a loser call, it felt like you don't think there was a little thing deep down in John Kelly that had to stifle his thank you, thank you, thank you.
Like, I've been in this building before.
I've made this call.
I've made some similar calls. I've said Forsberg and Waugh's names before in big moments.
Like, Joe Sakic has scored 8 career playoff overtime goals, which is a record. And the final ones of his career were in 05 and 06. So 6 of the record 8 overtime winners for Joe Sakic, Kelly was on the call. There has to be something deep down there from John where he's like, I really wish I could let this thing out.
Zero relation between Anton Forsberg and... Is there zero relationship?
I think Forsberg's a relatively common name in Sweden. I don't think there's a relationship. KJ has done not the impossible, but yeoman's work here, obviously, with 3 minutes to go in the show. We have now spliced together John Kelly of yesteryear with John Kelly, the loser call from last night.
Quick shot by Kiviranta to miss. Another shot by Burns. And that went wide. And now Kadri back to Manson. Shoots it. They score. Nick Waugh, I believe, on the rebound.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Yes. Yes. Give it to me one more time, KJ.
Quick shot by Kiviranta to miss. Another shot by Burns. And that went wide. And now Kadri back to Manson. Shoots it. They score. Nick Waugh, I believe, on the rebound.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
So good.
The 8-year-old boy in me weeps.
Is for all of you that are listening, was he on OG Altitude or was he gone before Altitude Radio was a thing? I don't even know. Like, who?
I don't know what the network was called back then.
But who carried the games?
That's a question for Moser and Bertinoli, honestly. Or Bertinoli and DMac and Hastings, the guys who have been here for...
But Berto wasn't tonight back in 04.
Dude,
was
Berto's
he?
been doing that job for damn near 3 decades.
That's unbelievable.
Are you just learning this about Burrow? He's been there since the beginning.
I didn't know that.
Yeah.
He does a great job, and I'm about to put myself into that arena. I'm going to be calling I'll be the studio host for the Rapids game.
On Saturday?
Saturday night.
Coach, tell me about this.
Well, I gotta come up with my own catchphrase. Instead of tonight. I got the Pids game, man. 8:00.
Fox Sports Rocky Mountain, thank you, Rob, was what the radio network was called back then. Fox Sports Rocky Mountain. I don't know. They'll let us know. Good for them, man. That was great. KJ, can you do it one more time for me? John Kelly, as though he was calling the goal from an Avalanche perspective.
Good shot by Kibiranta missed. Another shot by Burns. And that went wide. And now Kadri back to Manson. Shoots it. They score. Nick Y believes on the rebound. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
And we say thank you to all of you guys who hung out with us this morning. The Morning Sprint. Alex Ryan-Emmy alongside the coach, Mike Sanford, and KJ Granderson.
All of you out there, get some sleep tonight. It's your one opportunity to get rested up for the old double dipperoo at the same timeroo on a Thursday night.
PhD is coming up next. More reaction to the Avs 2-1 overtime victory and getting you ready for the first round of the NFL draft just over 24 hours away. We'll talk to you guys tomorrow morning at 10.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Nice. Come on, let's go. You know what I'm talking about. Take that, Los Angeles. 3 days grace, broken glass. Come on, Tyler.
Nice.
Come on.
You know what I thought to myself
Come
when the
on.
glass broke?
What?
Oh my God, I'm never going to go to bed. Are
It
you
was
kidding me
something,
right
man.
now?
It
By the
was
way, shout
something.
out to the boys. I didn't watch a single second of the national broadcast, but shout out to the boys. I said to my girlfriend at the time, this is a disaster for the guys calling the game. It's a disaster.
Yeah.
You're never prepared for it.
Yeah.
You've got no plan of what to do.
Yeah.
You can't just toss a break. You got to fill the time. And they were awesome, man. I heard Vic talking about it this morning. He was so right. They entertained me the whole time.
Is that
during
right? What were they? I know they were ripping on Kiefer for. Actually, I'm a little surprised Kiefer didn't go down there. To report on the glass from the site of the broken glass. But I heard that a little bit. What else were they doing?
Well, I don't remember all the conversation, but they were
They're just having fun.
being goofballs,
Yeah,
just
that's what they
entertaining
did.
one another, making us laugh,
They did great.
pointing out the nuances, re-showing the glass falling on the heads of the Knights and the coach and everything else. I mean, they just had a good time with it, and they somehow filled 18 and a half minutes.
It was pretty funny. Like DJ Smith, he's an interim coach. In the post game, he was like, "Well, it was banging me on the head several times, and then it broke."
I thought those things are supposed to be shatterproof.
Well, I did do a little investigation on it.
Of course you did.
A little unintentionally, because Peter Baugh, who's a great reporter and used to be here, now he works for The Athletic out there in New York City, but he's on assignment for this round. Peter's such a great guy. Peter did go. He went down to that area and he talked to the people sitting around there. And one of them was a 13-year-old girl, and the guy that broke the glass, it looks like, first of all, he was in the second row. So what happened was when Wedgwood made the save on the penalty shot, everybody just presses. You know how everybody presses on the glass? And the glass has a natural little bit of wiggle on purpose, so it just floats a little bit back and forth. Well, this dude in the second row, Tyler, it was wiggling so much he could reach over and grab the top of it. So he was grabbing the top of it as it was wiggling, thinking about like an earthquake or something with the building and the vibrations and the force or whatever with him holding onto the top of it. That's what shattered the glass. It wasn't pounding on it. It was holding it as it was like going back and forth.
Yeah.
And then it fell right onto I'm sorry. He's okay, so I think I can laugh. It fell right onto DJ Smith, the head coach of the Kings. It fell right on his head, and it was in a million pieces. I tip my cap to the cleanup crew there at Ball Arena. I mean, it was a disaster in terms of how many little finite pieces of glass were all over the place. And did you catch who was sitting right next to all of it? Right next to all of it was Sean Payton and Skyler.
I did, yeah.
So there's a
They
little...
featured him a lot during the broadcast during that period.
Okay, yeah. Well, how could they avoid him?
Yeah.
I mean, he was literally right next to the Kings bench in that strange little row they have at Ball Arena, which is like a set of 2 seats that goes up like 4 or 5 rows and just 2 seats. And him and Skylene were in the 2 seats right on the glass, right next to the Kings bench.
Gah.
I did notice that Coach Payton, he didn't stick around for the whole game there, Tyler.
I was actually wondering that.
Yeah, I took note of it.
What time did he leave?
I'm not exactly sure when he left, but I looked down like in the middle of the third period because I'm looking at the clock like, you got to be kidding me with this game. And I looked down there like, oh yeah. And I checked in overtime. I'm like, oh yeah, coach he's not quite there.
Not quite
All right,
there.
that's enough. Thank you.
Yeah. I mean, makes sense. I mean, listen.
Yeah, I don't blame him.
That was a late night. That was a late night.
I'll tell you this, though. There were not many empty seats in that building, despite how late that game was going. So, because I was kind of looking like, yeah, maybe I can squirm my way into this seat or that seat, and I was like, ooh, nope, not going to be able to do that. It was packed. There were not many people left.
Of course it was.
Yeah, the environment was incredible. And even
You know what? It looked bad because I was at game one, and part of it, I think, was that it was a daytime game. That always feels a little bit different by the time you get to that 8:30, 8:45, whatever it is.
Yeah.
You know, everybody's nice and liquored up and having a good time. But
it's more adult setting.
The first, I could tell on TV, the environment was way better than it was in game one.
Okay, well, I'll take your word for it because I was not there game one. But that tends to happen between night games and day games, no matter what.
Let's be honest. You know why the environment was so great? Because right out the gates, we had action.
Oh,
right out the gates, we had scuffle after scuffle upon fight. And, you know, it was just like, okay, let's go. Kill him, and kill him.
Which is great. I'm not saying it's not great. But you realize all those little scuffles, all that stuff, that game just gets longer and longer and longer.
Oh, I know.
And the TV timeouts for the national broadcast are longer.
But it immediately, as a fan, gets you into the game. Immediately, you feel captured in the emotion of it.
Yeah, I'll go with you on that for sure. And listen, you don't need to juice up this crowd. They're on fire. And now you got Avs Alley and 5280 base camp there for Nuggets game. So it was packed outside again last night. Nice night though too. It's like the weather was just it was pretty good for being outside. No, it was great. But like when I'm looking up at the clock and they're going into the intermission between the third period and overtime, Tyler, and it's 11:32. And then I'm watching, I'm like, wow, is this game going to fit? It must be. Nick Waugh's goal must have been like right a couple minutes before midnight. Because I was like, oh, this is going to be a fun picture if I can get a picture of the clock, with the scoreboard. And there was a goal before that. But it was close. It was damn close to midnight for a game that, and guess what, Tyler? Of course, it doesn't start at 8 o'clock. No. Why start at 8 o'clock? 8:22.
Yep, of course.
I'm in the hallway, and I'm trying to time it out to not be there forever. And I see Connor McGahee and Raj, and it's like 10 minutes of 8. I really did think, how stupid am I? I'm like, oh, it's going to start at 8. No. Idiot. 8:22-ish. So, hey, if you were at that game last night, you could text us. What was your experience? 303-504-0925.
Well, it was fun, man. It was a late night. It was a great viewing experience. The Kings.
How long did you make it?
Well, listen.
How long did you make it?
The second the glass. First off, why are you making assumptions here that I didn't make it? I mean, don't come at me like that. How far did you make it?
Did you make
I
it?
never once said I didn't make it.
How far did you make it?
At no point during the show did I imply that I did not make it.
Okay, so how far did you make it?
So why are you asking that?
Well, how far did you go?
I made a decision when that glass broke.
With the glass breaking?
No. That's not what I said.
All right.
I made a decision when that glass broke.
Yeah.
I was making it to the end of the second, and then I was going to watch the rest of the morning. So I was like, there's no freaking way, man. This game's going to go on forever.
It did.
And then I got an intermission. I got to wait for it. And little did I know it was going to go into overtime.
Yeah.
So I feel like I made the right decision, even though I didn't get to watch it real time. If it was like a game 7 or something like that, of course I would have watched the whole thing. But
I don't blame you. I got you. I think a lot of people did that probably. Dan, did you fall asleep at all, or did you made it?
I fell asleep 5 minutes after the overtime winner.
You did?
But I did make it all the way through.
Oh man, I was kind of juiced up after they won in overtime.
I was exhausted, but I did make it all the way through.
I'm driving. I'm leaving the building. It's 1:20 a.m. leaving the building. Because they do all the media different now that it's the playoffs. So what they do is they open the Avs locker room, and I'm in the Avs locker room, and I'm looking at Nick Waugh, and I'm like, why is nobody talking to Nick Waugh? Who, by the way, if you look at, he looks like a combo of like a badass and a Bond villain. Like there's something cool about Nick Waugh. Like he's got like sort of a little bit of a look there, a little bit of an attitude. It's cool. I'm like, wow, nobody's talking to Nick Waugh. And then I asked, I go, oh, they're going to bring Gabe and Nick Waugh up to the podium. And I'm like, oh, that's right. Now at the playoffs. So do they bring Bednar up right away? No. They bring up, broken glass coach from the Kings. He comes up. And then Bednar comes up. And then Nick Waugh and Gabe come up. And, by the end of it, Tyler, you're just like, oh, my Lord. I thought Nikola Jokic was going to show up after that. It was taking so long. And that's on the heels of the Nuggets. And what a 4 days of action at Ball Arena, too, capped off with that win last night. So,
yeah, and shout out to the crews working back-to-back late night games. You got to make the transition from basketball to hockey.
They're awesome.
They're working their butts off.
They do. For them, they just got it down. The conversion crew. Those folks They're heroes, man. They do such great work. Never mind the cleanup crew because everybody is too lazy to throw their nachos away. Seriously, and take your pom-poms home. Just all these pom-poms laying around. Don't you want your pom-pom? Little memory? But anyways, great game. They're up 2-0. That series is done. There's just zero. The Kings, if you haven't noticed, have like no goal scorers. They have no goal scoring. They have no real, dangerous or significant offense, but this is how they play. How about that number? 33 overtime games this year, an NHL record.
Well,
by the Kings.
They've played their absolute best hockey. They've come up short in 2 games after playing really, really well. And the only answer that they've got left at this point, because they can't outskill the Avalanche, the only answer left, let's get tougher, let's get dirtier, let's get physical, let's see what happens.
There you go. But you know what? The Avs are fine with that. They're okay. Like Gabe was saying that afterwards. Nick Waugh was saying that afterwards. Nate was saying that. Kale was saying it. Bednar said it. Like, if this is what you want to do, we're good. We can play that style if you need to. We can also play fast, wide open ice, scoring sort of thing if we need to. And then the chance of Wedgie. And Wedgie likes it. And Wedgie actually said, this was so cool. He said afterwards he was having fun. Because he hasn't had a chance to do this. He hasn't played this much hockey ever in his career. And he said, yeah, this is fun.
Dude.
I'm enjoying it.
That guy is so freaking on fire right now.
It's crazy, huh?
That penalty kill or the penalty shot.
Great save.
My Lord, man. I mean, what a freaking glove save. He was outrageous.
Outrageous.
That glove save cost the broken glass.
Oh, you're right.
The glove save.
Yeah, because the fans got all fired up.
Yep.
Wedgwood's fault.
At first, who was the Kings player that had the shot? I forget.
Byfield.
Okay.
Byfield.
At first, I thought he went to the bench and just punched the dang thing and it shattered it.
Well, I went back and watched a little bit of the broadcast, and Riker was like, oh, that's DJ Smith probably punched the glass with his fist there. He's so upset. Oh, maybe not. I'm just speculating. That's my Riker impression, by the way. Riker's kind of up here a little bit and a little bit short in how he talks. Like, kind of like that. All right, anyways, we're here to talk all about it. We're glad you're here with us. Love your feedback. 303-504-0925. The Avs are actually at the airport right now. They're doing media at the airport as they leave. The Nuggets are leaving at 1:30. They're both leaving from the same airport out there at DIA. It's like a private little
Signature.
Okay. So they're both leaving from the same area right around the same time, which is going to result tomorrow, Tyler, in one of the sickest days in sports. Because at 6 p.m., you got the draft. At, help me out here, 7:30, you've got the Avs, and 8 o'clock, you got the Nuggets. Am I right on that, Dan? I think I got that. I think I'm right there.
Let me check.
So tomorrow night, we kick off the Altitude Sports Radio Playoff Viewing Party Tour. Not just once or twice, Tyler, a tour.
A what?
A tour.
What is that?
Powered by Mick.
What is a tour?
You go around. You tour. It's powered by Michelob Ultra. So Andy Lindahl is at Jackson's and Lodo for the Avs game. I'll actually be out at number 38 on Saturday for the Nuggets. And we have a bunch of different folks going for all the games. Raj is hosting the network broadcast on site. Tons of prizes, all this action. Nuggets, NHL, draft, all happening. So we'll see you down there at Jackson's and Lodo. So don't miss the start of the tour tomorrow night at Jackson's. So there you go. So, yeah, we'll catch up with whatever Adelman had to say.
By the way, Nuggets 7:30.
Nuggets 7:30.
Nuggets 7:30, Avs at 8 on Thursday. Draft at 6.
Kind of. Are we
glad we got a bunch of geniuses scheduling?
Are we? Oh, I know. So ridiculous, right? Let's go. Plus, you got the Rockies. Let's not forget about the Rockies, who barely lost yesterday. Did you see that fan and catch the foul ball? Did you see that? Dude. A little play-by-play on this one. It's off the first baseline. It's not sold out. It's the Rockies game on Tuesday. This dude wants this foul ball so bad, He jumps backwards, Tyler, with a one-hand grab, feet off the ground. Okay, cool. Dan's put it up here. And catches the ball one hand. Look what he does, leaping backwards over 3 rows of chairs. Bam!
Oh, yeah. That's selling out, buddy.
Are you kidding me?
Got it.
Are you freaking kidding? Who is that guy?
Crack a smile or something, bud.
Crack a smile.
He cracked his head.
It's lucky he doesn't have a broken back.
Crack a smile, dude.
Wemby thinks he took a hard hit. Dude, watch this again, man. I mean, it's just a ball. And then there you go. And damn, man. Dude. I don't know if there's a way to track that guy down somehow, Dan, if anybody listening to us knows who that dude is, but I'd love to talk to him.
He might be listening right now for all we know.
He might be in traction at the hospital.
That's impressive, dude.
It was unreal. It really was one of the better foul ball catches you'll ever see. I can't believe he wasn't hurt. Anyways, it's Denver, Colorado. It's the sports capital of the world. Everything's going on. And despite the fact that the Broncos don't have a first-round pick, doesn't mean the draft isn't interesting. It always is. And then they
No, man, I'm getting excited. It's here, man. It's here. It's here. Let's go.
Let's go. Woo! Okay, so here we are. Here you are. And we keep rolling. It's PhD on 92.5.
I don't remember the last time I seen a shattered pane. What do you want to bet DJ Smith smashed it with his hand? I'm strictly guessing.
It's DMac for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. All right. Performance matters in intimate moments, so don't let ED get in the way. The truth is, most men don't have to live with it anymore. And you might be surprised by how the right treatment can improve your love life. Truth is, ED can ruin the moment. You know, you're getting intimate, things are groovy. Hey, baby. And then it's like, you want to get some takeout? At the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, there's a wide range of advanced treatment options for every stage VD that can get you back to performing at your peak once again, maybe better than you have for years. They use advanced medical science to empower male performance with therapies that go far beyond pills. So call today and find out why their advanced treatment strategies offer so much more. Just call them at 720-440-7900 or RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. Change your life for the better today with the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Room for Manson. Wrist shot blocked again in front. Score! Wah! Wins it! The Avalanche survive in overtime!
Oh, man. How we all feeling? Everybody good? That is something, man. That is something. What a 4-day stretch, man.
I feel like it's a buzzkill that I got to wait a day.
I'm kind of glad for it, in all honesty. It's like a little bit of a breath. Chill out, watch a little Survivor with the wife tonight.
Chicken sandwiches out there, huh?
Yeah, Dave's hot. Really good. Want to go grab one? You better, well, we'll see who's out there. They go quick around here. You know what's funny? Like, there's nobody around here.
Well, that was kind of you to get Dan and I one.
Well, I can't assume. There's a wide variety of things out there. I'm not sure what you guys want.
Okay.
There's other things just besides delicious sandwiches.
Dan, I'll get you one during the next break.
I already grabbed one.
Oh, you did?
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah,
so I'm the only one left.
He didn't bring you one
Is
either.
the food running out? That's all I need to know.
It's
Do I need to
all-
go like
there's
right
plenty.
this second?
I'm telling you, it's always running out whenever
All
they
right,
bring
I'm going
food.
right this second.
Go.
Then you're gonna have to figure this out on your own.
I'll survive. Go get yourself something. Just get something good for yourself. It's a little spicy. Dave's hot chicken. They're not
Love
lying.
it.
I'm looking at this text right here. Worked the game last night. Shot Mazda text line. Second row fan, as I co-reported, leaned over and began hitting the top of the glass. Fan was relocated, but not ejected. There you go.
You can't eject the fan for that.
Oh, hell no.
Everybody bangs on the glass.
Everybody bangs on the glass.
That's not, I feel bad for the fan. I really do.
Yeah, he wasn't trying to delay. He's excited. I don't think he was, well, from what I understand, though, maybe he was banging on the glass. I'm not doubting what you're texting in. But I was told, too, that he was sort of grabbing it, too, like as it was, like, bouncing back and forth. I went there after the game. In fact, if you go to YouTube, I actually did, like, a little report from the glass, the new glass. But I went right to the spot. And it's tight in there. Have you ever stood right behind the players and the coaches and the first row? Have you ever gone there, Dan?
Oh, yeah. There's not much room.
Oh, dude, it is tight. And I wonder, too, like, I mean, it's amazing you're so close to the action, of course, but I wonder if you can really even see the game that good because there's a lot of things that would be blocking you. But he was in the second row. But it really wasn't that far away because if that glass is swinging back and forth and you have a certain reach as a above average height human being, I would be useless in this, but it's not that crazy that you could touch it or, whack on it or grab it or whatever. That didn't sound right. But, yeah.
Whoa.
What'd you get? Oh, you got a whole box. You got a whole thing.
Well, I got some chicken fingers and some fries.
So you loaded up. See, I wouldn't have known that. You're good.
No. Yeah. Now I'm set.
Now you're set.
Now I just got to wait till the break.
No, I think in honor of our missing colleague, Scott Hastings, is getting on a plane right now, eh?
Nope. No.
I encourage you to just keep eating right now and trying to talk.
I would pound that all right this second.
I'm sorry, what?
I would pound that. Okay. Pound it. Unlike Scott, who takes 2.5 hours to eat a chicken sandwich.
Yeah.
I will eat that entire box in 2.5 minutes.
How are you going to wait 7 minutes, though, before sticking that in your mouth?
Well, it's going to be tempting. But
right.
We're going to see if I'm a man of discipline or not. What'd you do without me?
The text, worked the game last night, second row fan, the glass thing. You can't get around the glass thing. Never saw it before. John Michael Lyles, never saw it before. Gabe Landeskog, never seen it before. Bedsy, never seen it before.
Wild.
Nobody's ever seen the glass break
like that.
In.
Yeah.
There's tons of glass,
shots, whatever.
Running it, whatever, going that way into the fans. Nobody has ever recalled the glass breaking in.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, my God, Tyler. And then they had a DJ. They had a DJ to do all the entertainment last night. And I got to say, the crowd, it was like 18 minutes or something. Guy just spun tunes. Everybody was dancing, having a good old time. I was bored to tears watching it, but I went back and saw some of the other
How did they not get cut up on the bench at all?
It's pretty remarkable, actually.
Seriously.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, what that the one announcer was like, he's got to get hosed. He's got to get hosed down because you break glass. It goes in all these little shards and break glass in your kitchen. You know what I'm saying? It's such a pain in the ass because you always miss something, right? You always miss something when you break up. When you clean up glass, right?
Did you get a vacuum out there?
It was crazy what they had. I mean, there had to be 15, 16 people working on it. But they got it in. They had a spare pane of glass. They got
it. Didn't quite fit, but they did have a spare.
Oh, you noticed that?
Oh, yeah. I mean,
okay.
Trust me, they were zooming in on that thing for 18 minutes. I got every last detail of that.
It was, and they had a different sponsorship on the lower third of it there. It wasn't Copper Mountain.
But it was only half a sponsorship.
You do what you can do.
I think it was for Truly.
I think you're right. Oh, good pickup. Good pickup right there. Yeah, what the guy say, Dan? You got to get hosed down.
It's just the celebration of the Wedgwood save. And the entire pane of glass lands on Coach Smith.
He's going to need a shower. A full hose down.
That was EJ.
Oh, was that EJ?
Yeah, it's EJ on ESPN.
That was EJ saying he needs a full hose down?
Yeah.
Oh, that's great.
A full hose down.
That's EJ. A full hose down. That is fantastic. This Avs team, Tyler. How gave Landeskog, huh? Yeah.
Do
you realize he debuted last year? We remember this time last year.
Of course.
We're like up in Loveland watching Eagles games.
Never forget it.
And he debuted in game 3. And so here we go a year later, and it feels like he didn't miss a beat and scoring the
big moments, man. I mean, not just there, but in game 1, getting involved in the little scuffle, coming to his guy's defense, being a captain, being a leader.
What do you do with Wedgwood and Blackwood now?
What do you mean? Why do we keep asking that question?
Well, it's a little quirky.
No, it's not.
It's a little quirky for game 3.
No. Why?
Because they have a 2-day break between games 3 and 4. So they'll be in LA for 2 days. And they have a 2-0
listen,
lead.
I mean, if you're telling me, no, here's what you do. You treat him exactly like you do any other starting goaltender that you have in any other year. And anytime you've had a guy and you've been in the playoffs and there's been a natural point in that series in which you would play your backup, then you play your backup. But I mean, other than that, we're not overcomplicating this. We're not overthinking it. If there's a natural point in the series that you play your backup, when you always would, it has nothing to do with the rotation that you've done this year, then you play him then.
Well, because you don't play any back-to-back games in the playoffs, of course. But you did have an overtime game. You got a lot going on the first 2 games. Like, if there was any point in the series to play a backup, this game tomorrow night would be it. Would you do it?
I mean, I don't know. I guess I'm not hockey guy enough to know if you need a break then. This is as close as you'd get. If that's a natural point where you say I want to give my guy a break, then sure, do it.
Yeah, I mean, because
you're up 2-0,
you're up 2-0, late games, overtime, kind of exhausting. Hearing Bedsy on with the boys in the morning today was like, whoa, good job good on you, Bedsy. And he admitted he was exhausted, and he admitted he couldn't believe how late it was, like when he was driving home. And they're on a plane right now. They're gathering and talking to the media and getting on a plane right now for LA. How about that? Yeah, if there was ever a time in this series to do this would be the game. And then you have a 2-day break before game 4. Listen, if the Kings scrap out a game one way or the other, it won't shock me. They obviously play their style of hockey very well, which is clamped down, defensive, physical. I mean, this is what they do. Pretty solid goaltending.
Mm-hmm. It's actually they got a good goaltender, man.
They do?
Yeah.
They got a good, solid team doing. The problem with the team like them, God forbid if they're down 2-0. I mean, forget it. They just don't have any kind of the firepower to, score a lot of goals or do anything. And I mean, 33 overtime games this year, Tyler. 33, 20 of which they lost.
Well, it's obviously their style of play that leads to it.
Exactly. They're playing for this. This is what they want to do. So they play the exact style, and the game went exactly the way they wanted, and they still lost. So either a sweep or in 5 games, something like that. And then the Avs are just moving on to the next series. You know that now. But it was hairy. I mean, it's 1-0. Gabe scoring with like 3.5 to go, something like that. That wasn't great. That was scary.
Mm-hmm.
But once they went to overtime, I was like, oh, they're going to win this. And Marty Necas, he's making some great plays. The dude is unreal. But hey, dude, take a shot. You got a shot. Shoot. And Bedsy was saying that this morning too. He was great with the boys this morning. All right, there you go. We'll catch up with more from behind the scenes with the Avs game. Plus, we will catch up with the Nuggets. They had some media. They're getting on a plane. We'll see what they're up to here in just a little bit too. It is PhD. A reminder: Denver Summit FC shattered the NWSL attendance record with 63,004 fans at their home opener at Empower Field on March 28th. After the international break, that international break. Oh, so you're going, you can't help yourself.
My job is done here.
Catch Summit FC's first ever battle against San Diego. What do you think of the San Diego Wave, Tyler? On April 25th at Dick's Sporting Goods Park. If you'd like to win tickets, text Summit right now. 303-504-0925 with your name. So your name, 303-504-0925, and win some Summit tickets. Text Summit. Don't miss your chance to be part of history this inaugural season. Let's get it out to the airport. Scott Hastings on his way to Minnesota with the team. Scotty, what's going on, my man?
Yeah.
Are you there yet? Or are you okay?
I don't have the proper shoulders for one-strap backpacks.
I know what you're talking about. That happens to me all the time.
So I'm holding the phone.
They call those fanny
in my
packs, Scott.
backpack. I didn't want to spill my cafe mocha that I got in my left hand.
A man of the people. Scott, well, first of all, what'd you think of the Avs game? And I'll get you about Carmelo Anthony in a second, but what'd you think about the Avs game last night?
I thought it was fantastic.
Yeah.
I was talking to Lindahl today, and of course, Andy, he's, I got to do this, I got to do this. And I'd like to see Kel McCarr more active, and I worry about, he took that heavy shot in that first period, and then it just felt like his game wasn't the same the rest of the time.
Right.
So I worry about that, but you improved on the depth. The depth won you the game. Basically, your depth won you the first two games. I like the fact that the Kings are kind of roughing you up, and, clogging the middles and playing tough defense, because I'm looking at it this way. When you've gone to the second round the last couple of years and got beaten, it feels to me that you had cakewalks in the first round.
Mm-hmm.
Now, you're up 2-0 right now, but it ain't been a cakewalk.
No, for sure not.
And so I'm not sure that this doesn't get them more ready for Dallas or Minnesota, whoever comes out that side.
What traits do you see with the Avalanche that you wish the Nuggets had right now?
Well, I wish you had Burns and you could plant somebody into
physicality.
Sideboard.
Okay.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
Yeah.
I wish you had Manson that would come up to McDaniels and say, "No, son, who didn't play defense?" Listen. I was impressed. You don't get to hit people. I will say this. I don't know what you guys thought about this. Did you guys feel that for a playoff game that there was a lot of penalties called yesterday?
Initially.
Yeah.
And then it kind of went out the door as the game went on. But yeah.
That one on Nate was so stupid.
Where was he supposed to go?
That was the dumbest one I've ever seen.
What's he supposed to do?
Like, seriously.
I agree. And Bednar, here's Benzie said,
that's not a penalty in any situation, playoffs or not.
He didn't think McCarr did what it took to get a penalty on the penalty shot. He also said, I don't think McKinnon did anything wrong with what he did. He did say we deserve the rest of the penalties we got. But
I thought McCarr's was kind of light. They called it a hook on the shot. I thought the stick got up there, but I didn't see him pull him or anything like that.
No, it was a good check as far as I'm concerned. Bednar thought so too.
Two things. Wedgwood made it, able to make that stop, and then you get the penalty shot, and if they go on and win a Stanley Cup, that's one of the plays of the postseason, isn't it?
Sure. Absolutely.
What a moment that was. By the way, arguably another one that probably was not a penalty. Was that for sure a penalty?
Which one was that?
I'm sorry, on the penalty shot.
McCarr, no. Bednar said that he did not think that should have been called a penalty.
I didn't either.
Yeah, so.
Tell me exactly why it was, because it nicked his hand or something.
Is that
why it was called?
It looked bad. But if you really looked,
but the technicality of it, why would it get called in that situation?
He didn't hit him. He hit his stick.
Right. So they're saying it glanced his hand.
Correct. And if you're unabated to the goalie and you make contact like that, you interfere with him. That's a penalty shot, and it happens fast. It would be cool in the NHL if you could ask for a review on some things, but hey, it is what it is. You stopped the penalty shot, then you broke the glass, and then we sat around and did nothing for 20 minutes and kind of went on.
As much as the VAR is being used in soccer, and now the thing they got in baseball, and how quick they seem to be getting to it more and more. If you're going to give a penalty shot, that to me should be an automatic review.
Yeah. I like
from
that.
Toronto, the guy skates over and goes, "Nope, there wasn't enough contact to deem a penalty." Blah, blah, blah. It should be easy enough to do. But we are talking the NHL, who still has the most arcane playoff system in the whole world too. So
How about it? I forget. Tony Brothers at the Nuggets game is like, after review, it's not a penalty on Murray, but it is a penalty on Aaron Gordon. And I'm like, oh, well, okay,
cool,
great.
Yeah, he had his hand up and it touched his waist. So remember, I've told you guys before, when you go ask for a review, you got to be careful because they don't want to be wrong.
Right.
And
exactly.
It's got to be blatant. It's got to be blatantly obvious that they screwed up. Kind of like the out of bounds play challenged late in the game, a play you shouldn't even have to challenge. And it costs you timeout and a challenge. But yeah, it just seems. And listen, I still believe we can just get the AI, and who needs to play athletes?
Exactly, the robots. Let's get to the robots.
The guys making $50 million a year will be the IT people running the joysticks.
All right, let me get to this quickly because you got to get on the plane.
You ever watch Robot Wars, Scott?
we got to break.
Hold on. Shut up, D-Mac. Do you ever play Robot Wars or not? I mean, I'm trying to have a good conversation here about Robot Wars.
I got 2 minutes to get Scott on a plane.
Okay. Well, would you rather talk about that or Robot Wars?
Well, we got Carmelo Anthony talking about Jaden McDaniels' comments. Tell me what you think about Carmelo here.
That's grown man talk.
Yes, sir.
Like,
Absolutely.
You didn't beat around the bush. You called names out. And Aaron Gordon, you came bad defender.
Nah, he said the entire team.
but he named 5 names. So you calling 5 names. It ain't like you saying the Nuggets can't defend.
Right.
You said Jamal Murray.
Yes.
You said Joker. You said Aaron Gordon. You said Tim Hardaway. When you have that type of passion about the point that you're trying to make, it's on. It was already a rivalry between the Nuggets and the Wolves. It's personal now. Now Joker is sitting back saying, okay, I got something for you now. The other night, last night, Joker, we was sitting here laughing at Joker like Joker gonna crash out. Hearing this is gonna take him to a whole nother level. Now, can everybody else get to that same level? Because this is war, this is chess, what we doing. We came to your house, we took game 2, we feel very confident, and this puts us back into the mindset where we was when we did this before against y'all. So now it's the time to back that up. If you don't win game 3, though, then now
we have a conversation.
We have to have a conversation.
Back
and
on
also,
heels.
that message, though, what you said echoes around the world.
When I hear Carmelo Anthony break that down, I remind everybody how powerful one semester of schooling at Syracuse University actually is. Scott,
hey, but you know what? I'll give this to Melo. He ain't lying.
Is he? So that's the deal? This is going to get him fired up?
I think it will. I mean, I don't know if he put bulletin board material up there. I think he built the whole bulletin board, to be honest with you.
Gotcha.
So I don't think he's lying. I think that was a careless thing. That's what you say after you beat him, 4 games to 2. And then you crash out and say, man, they ain't got no defenders. Our plan was just to go straight at them and to attack them. Yes, and attack them, and that's what it did. They can't play no. That's when you say that, because then guess what? We'll see you in a year, and maybe he was right. But yeah, that was careless. I find it funny. All this happens, wasn't it? Like 24 hours before the New York Times puts a heartfelt piece out on Aaron Gordon about going through grief and the death of his brother and anybody. I mean, I've had people reach out. I had one of my best friends who lost his brother this past year, and he's not a Nuggets fan. He's not really an NBA fan. He's more of a college basketball guy. But he somehow in Kansas City read that article, and he said, man, how powerful. So I do find it interesting that one of the guys you called out, and again, probably ain't lying. I didn't think Aaron was really good laterally. But then that piece comes out in the Times about Aaron Gordon that everything I've read is kind of getting glowing reviews.
Yeah, when he brings his nephews out to the court, oh my God, it breaks your heart, man. It inspires you at the same time.
His nephew is actually on my sister's son's basketball team.
Really?
And he drives him and he sits there and he watches.
That's so cool.
And every practice he can be at, he sits there and he's a part of it and he's active and he's present.
That's awesome. He's a great guy, man.
Every parent on the team says he's the nicest dude on planet Earth.
Because that's not phony. That's who that guy is. That's awesome. That's a great story. All right, Scott, safe travels there to Minnesota, my friend.
All right, hey, we just watched the Avs board. They're leaving like 20
I know.
minutes before us.
Did you see him? So you guys we
Yeah.
talked about that. That's riots.
Nate McKinnon was the last player to come in and get the
How funny is that?
security check. I saw him. He gave me a head nod. I don't know if he recognized me or I was just a big goon standing in front of him, but I got the head nod from Nathan McKinnon.
How funny the Avalanche and Nuggets are more or less leaving within the hour from each other. That is crazy. That's a funny little coinky dink there. All right, Scott, we'll talk to you tomorrow in Minnesota, and safe travels. See if the Nuggets can't straighten this out.
All right, brother. We'll talk to you later.
All right, that's our guy. Chris Dempsey was at the practice today. They did have a practice and a media session. So we'll hear from Demps about what's going on. Like, what's the response? What do you do? Plus more response to the Avs game last night. Your reaction to it, 303-504-0925. As we're live from the Backus and Shanker studios, their passion is justice. It's PhD on 92.5. Hey, it's DMac. You know, winning hits different with Fanatics Sportsbook. And now that the playoffs are here, the stakes, they're at their highest. So don't wait for that what-if moment. Switch to the only sportsbook that protects all pro basketball player props across straights, parlays, and same-game plays across any first-half injury. That's right. If betting player props is in your playbook, whether it's points, assists, rebounds, steals, or blocks, Fanatics Sportsbook's Fair Play Insurance gives you the edge when it comes to cooking up a parlay. Some books protect your bet just for the first quarter or do nothing, but not a Fanatics Sportsbook. They flip losing bets into winning bets on every night on the court. And it means if your player gets injured in the first half, your bet will play on with all the remaining legs, meaning a loss can be turned into a win. Others copy trends. They set the standard. Fair play keeps every first half protected. So bet with the book that always has your back. Fanatics Sportsbook. Winning hits different here. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call or text 1-800-GAMBLER. Offer not available in all states. Terms apply. See Fanatics Sportsbook app. I love what Raj and Coach were doing, Tyler. They were taking all the overtime winner play-by-play calls and ranking them, which is kind of cool. By the way, Chris Dempsey, who was out at the practice, will join us here in just a couple of minutes with the latest on the Nuggets. And Jeff Legwald, who's got his Hot 100 list, will join us in 17 minutes as the draft is right around the corner. What are the Broncos going to do? But here we go. Let's go through it a little bit. This is fun. And the guys did a good job with this earlier, too. But if you missed it, Connor McGahee's call.
Kadri the rebound. Far side half wall. Tucks underneath. Manson lets it go. Tip. Rebound. Score! Wow! It's Nicholas Wa's second overtime winner, and you don't have to go home, but you can't stay here because this party is over.
That's classic McGahee, right?
Love it.
It's good. Wah! He leaned into the wah. By the way, we all realize Wah scored on Forsberg, right? Like, had that moment. All right.
Seems backwards.
It does, doesn't it? All right, here's Moj.
Kadri. Up high. Manson. Wrist shot. Score! They've won the rebound, and the Avs have won in overtime. They take a 2-0 series lead against the Los Angeles Kings.
Dude, how much better are our guys compared to the national guys? It's
well,
crazy, isn't it?
I didn't listen for a second in the national broadcast. I listened to our guys. They did a tremendous job. It was just great.
And then you get EJ, who's kind of a tweener, right? Eric Johnson, who came up with the classic line, hose down, talking about DJ Smith in the glass. It needs to be hosed down. It's fantastic. Here's the ESPN call.
Room for Manson. Wrist shot blocked again in front. Score! Wow! Wins it! The Avalanche survive in overtime!
Survive in overtime. That paints a picture like LA was like dominating and had the game in hand and all that sort of stuff.
They definitely
survived. The Avs survived.
I guess they survived. Yeah,
because they were down 1-0.
Yeah, they survived. They were trailing. If you were trailing, you survived.
I mean, the Avs did dominate the entire stupid game, but we're still down. And then, all right. I mean,
technicalities here, but I think survive's actually all right.
All right, let's go to the Kings broadcast. It's always fun to listen to losers.
Quick shot by Kiviranta to miss. Another shot by Burns. And that went wide. And now Kadri back to Manson. Shoots it. They score. Nick Y believes on the rebound.
So that's John Kelly, the old Avs play-by-play guy. Still kicking around, doing hockey games still. All right, there you go. The hockey play-by-play. This is so exciting, man. There's something about like game-winning goals that are just kind of ridiculous, right? With the crowd and the explosion, the whole thing.
Overtime hockey, man. Overtime hockey is always awesome. But you get in the playoffs, good Lord, dude.
It's something else. And you know what? You don't have 3-on-3. You don't have shootouts. We're going to play 5-on-5. But you know what we're going to do? We're not going to have any timeouts, no TV timeouts. I mean, you could call it timeout, but no TV timeouts, no stoppages. We're just going to play. Mm-hmm. And it just goes so much better and so much quicker. And they hardly ever call penalties. All right, we'll get back to the Avs here in a little bit. But David Adelman did talk to the media earlier today. Chris Dempsey is waiting by. Let's hear from David Adelman about what he had to say as they get ready for Minnesota.
Thoughts on Jaden McDaniel's comments about your team's defense? I can't wait for his podcast. Well, does bulletin board material, does that work at this point? Because Christian said if you need extra motivation in the playoffs, but can it work to some degree?
I don't know, not for me. I think narrative's really interesting too. You hear so many things, and we've gotten really lazy in society. What's our defensive rating in this series? Through 2 games.
109, right?
109.
Yeah, really good.
How is that?
That's sixth best in the playoffs.
6th best in the playoffs? Okay. Next.
Are severity of his comments where he named your guys, by name.
Yeah.
I guess what do you think of that? And I know it doesn't create extra fire necessarily, but I'm sure it was talked about internally to a degree.
Yeah, I mean, again though, he's a really good player. Everybody has a sounding board nowadays. It'll help with social media.
I love it.
Hey,
I officially love it.
We've had Feisty Adelman on before.
I love it.
Gosh, what the heck was it? I asked him the question on the show about something that had happened in the game beforehand. Do you remember this? And he was super feisty about it still.
I love it.
And he was like, yeah, we're not going to forget.
I love it.
Anyways.
What's our defensive rating?
Yeah, how's that?
How's that? Oh, best in the NBA through 2 games? Really?
Okay.
Oh, okay. On the Ramos Law hotline, car accident, you need Ramos Law, medical doctor and attorney. RamosLaw.com is Chris Dempsey. And Chris was just out there. Okay, Chris, I like it. I like the questions, by the way. Good for the Muggles out there asking those type of questions. But I love the answers even better, Chris.
I did too. And, you can look, 3 people talked today. It was Christian Brown, David Adelman, and Cam Johnson. And look, Christian Brown was very diplomatic about that. I mean, everybody got asked about, Jaden McDaniels' comments. Christian Brown was very diplomatic about it. And then you had David Adelman sit down and say those things, which was you understood. Look, and to Tyler's point, just before you guys brought me on, if there's one thing you have to know about David Adelman is that he's got this shining bright fire burning inside him as a competitor. And if you're going to disrespect himself or his team, then he's not going to forget that. And, he's got these he's a super smart dude, too. So he's got these very quick-witted, snappy comments back. And so, yeah, he just said, so I'm sorry, what's our defensive rating? As you guys just played, their defensive rating is 109. It is 6th best among playoff teams in this year's NBA playoffs so far. So that definitely doesn't qualify as having the worst batch of defenders. Here, Cam Johnson also was name-checked, if you guys remember, by Jaden McDaniels. He was asked about it. He was super short with a lot of his answers. So you could just kind of tell that the Nuggets are very, very miffed about those comments, and I would expect to see a motivated team tomorrow.
Okay. I don't know what all goes into the defensive rating, but the defense doesn't look great to me, Debs. I mean, where are you at on the Nuggets defense? Because it's got to be somewhere in between. They probably don't all suck, but it also doesn't feel as good as the rating says.
Well, I think that in this series, they have probably had, let's see, I would say half of the 8 quarters that we've played right now, so maybe 4 of them have been pretty decent good defensive quarters and honestly, it's for both teams. But so we're talking about the Nuggets here, so I would say, for the Nuggets. And, it's kind of a mixed bag of a lot of things. The second quarter of the last game really got away from them for the most part until the very end. And I think what was happening in that quarter was, they continued to load up on Anthony Edwards as you figured they would, or double him. And Minnesota just had a passing clinic in that, and they found open shots wherever they wanted them to, and they knocked them all down, whether it was a jump shot or whether it was at the rim. And when you have quarters like that, when a team shoots 70% in a quarter,
right.
We all feel it leaves a bad taste in everybody's mouth. So I just think that there's been catastrophic quarters, and then there has been really good quarters. And so because the Nuggets have come from this regular season space where it was up and down defensively, we kind of latch on to those catastrophic quarters more than anything else. But I think the defensive rating, Tyler, is showing that it's probably a little bit more even than just negative stuff out there.
From whatever you could glean from the practice, how's the health of the team? Especially we have speculation about Aaron Gordon maybe being bothered a little bit. And any word on Peyton Watson?
There was word on Peyton Watson. He did minimal things in the practice today, and basically just David Adelman said he just hopes he can come back at any point in this series.
Ugh.
But it just does, look, if I'm just reading the tea leaves here, it doesn't look good for Peyton Watson in this series. But outside of that, everybody else is good to go. And but there was nothing specific said about Aaron Gordon.
Was there a setback or something, do we think? Because I thought he was getting close at the end of the regular season.
That's what it kind of feels like to me. I'm not super sure what's happening behind the scenes in terms of that, but but remember the first time around, it took him a lot longer to come back than what the original time frame suggested in the first place. And so, maybe this is just a guy, time frames in regards to Peyton Watson and, hamstrings are just a little bit longer than, maybe some other players. I mean, everybody's body is different. So, this feels really similar to me to what happened in the regular season, which is too bad because obviously they could use it. If we're talking about defense, they could use one of their better defensive players out there with them. But it just doesn't sound super hopeful for him for the near future anyway.
All right, we see the Sixers. I can't believe the Sixers beat the Celtics after game one, but wow, okay, they did. The Trailblazers beat the Spurs because Wemby was banging his head, and who knows how long he'll be out, right, Chris? We'll see on that. That could be a massive game changer for the playoffs. And there's old LeBron. I wish we played the Rockets. It just would have been easier. They're just nothing. You know what I'm saying? So I guess my point is, and then you saw like Orlando beat Detroit, and I don't know, the Hawks come back against the Knicks to win.
Correct.
And, I think sometimes we overreact with things because we're so kind of insulated with our own concerns. And you realize the NBA is wild, man. These guys are good. All of them are good. And it doesn't mean you're as bad or as good as you might think you are.
I think that's the best point to make. This league is, especially this year, the parity in this league is crazy. It's crazy. And look, even when Portland went into in game one in San Antonio, they played really well in that game. And Wemby was on the court the entirety of the game. Yeah. And so, these teams, it's one of the reasons why, guys, during the regular season, when the Nuggets would take losses to whoever they would take them to, and people would freak out and like, oh, but I thought we were good. Yeah, you still are good. It's just that these teams in this league, the talent in this league is the best it's ever been, period, top to bottom, period. And so when you get into these games and maybe something is going a little bit awry, you are susceptible to being beaten in a way now that just didn't exist 30 years ago. And so, I think it's very, very interesting. The Eastern Conference is super wide open. Obviously, somebody's gonna have to deal with Oklahoma City in the Western Conference to get themselves to the NBA Finals. But these results are, at the same time as we are kind of lamenting the fact that the Nuggets lost a 19-point lead and lost the game exactly right. The Knicks lost a double-digit lead in the fourth quarter to lose to the Hawks, and it's just the way it is, man. Basketball is the three-point line, the spacing, the schemes, the running, the pace, just means that these double-digit, especially when they occur in the first half, guys, you're not going to get a 19-point lead and win by 19 points. I promise you that. Not going to happen one time ever. So your job when you get leads like that is to understand that, this team is probably going to get this to, let's call it 8, something like that, but then slam the door right there, be able to maintain some sort of arm's length advantage, and then carry that through to a victory. And so it's just a crazy league, man.
Crazy league. All right, Debs, what do you guys got cooking on TV? What for pregame and postgame coming up tomorrow?
Yeah, pregame will start an hour before the game. The game's at 7:30. So our pregame on Altitude TV will start at 6:30. We'll go an hour, and then after the game, turn it back to us for postgame coverage. Look, there is no postgame coverage on these streaming services. They move on to the next game. So if you want anything regarding postgame coverage of the Nuggets, come back to Altitude TV after the game. We have another full hour postgame show as well.
Appreciate it, Chris. We'll talk to you later. Thank you, pal. We'll talk to you. Thanks, Chris.
All right, guys. See ya.
Yeah, and don't forget Dan Tanner after the game on YouTube with In the Paint, as he's done all year, which is great. And on Thursday, Andy will be out at Jackson's with Michelob Ultra, which is crazy because the Avs, Nuggets, and the draft all going on at the same time. We got you covered right here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Jeff Legwald, Tyler has his top 100 guys. We have a list of some of the second-round mocks. We'll see if these names resonate with Jeff coming up next.
Hey, if you're in the market for a new or pre-owned vehicle, go to the best dealership in Colorado, my friends over at Phil Long Ford. You're going to love your experience at Phil Long Ford. They're the best dealership with the best prices, the best customer service, and the best inventory. I've been a customer for a long time because I think that relationships matter. I bought many vehicles from Phil Long Ford. I know them, trust them, love them, and I recommend all my family and friends to check out Phil Long Ford as well. Guys, it's one-stop shopping at Phil Long. Don't drive all over the state. They've got over 1,000 cars, trucks, vans, SUVs, electric vehicles, even commercial fleet vehicles on their lot right this minute. So if you're looking for a new vehicle, they got it. You're looking for a pre-owned vehicle, they got it. And the best price is already at Phil Long Ford. They also have an award-winning service department. So once you buy that new vehicle, keep it serviced to Phil Long. You're going to have a beautiful ride for a very long time. Let them know I sent you on over. Check them out online at phillongford.com.
Jeff Legwald, brought to you by the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers, IBEW, Local 68. Start with a job, end with a career. Jeff has finished his list. He's published it. Congratulations. That must feel like birthing a baby every year to finally get that out, Jeff. But, dude, it's impressive reading the list and seeing the work that you put into it, seriously. Ranking the best 100, not by need, but by players. Is that possibly the right way to put it?
Yeah, no, it's just purely, positional value, quote unquote, not included. It's just who I think the best football players are. And I've done the whole board and you just peel the top 100 off, and that's what we've run. So, it's a quirky. Whenever you have a draft that's very light on quarterbacks, and this one is.
I was just going to say.
It's always sort of a free-for-all.
Yeah, because as far as I can tell, you only have 3 in the top 100, right? It's Nussmeier at like 95, and you've got Fernando at 7, and Ty Simpson at 50 or something?
51. Yeah, 51, I think.
Something like that.
He'll go before that, but I've talked to an awful lot of teams that don't see him as a first-round pick. Oof. So I think early, if he doesn't go, quickly, it's a weird deal. If someone doesn't sort of reach for him tomorrow night, because the Rams were always considered the destination for him late in the first, but since that is likely off the table, he could move into day 2.
Jeff, George Payton said that he's got his board down to 6 names. So that excites me because that means that he's probably balancing position of need with
six names for number 62?
Yeah.
Okay,
he's got
number 62.
Yeah, he's got it down to 6 names for 62.
Okay.
You want to take a swing at those 6 names?
Well, I wrote a story that sort of gives my list, I think. If you take the Broncos are a team that likes to draft their top 30 visit players. So if you take that list and apply it to who they need and what players fit that grade, you come down to defensive linemen, inside linebackers, and possibly the 2 tight ends they brought in for top 30 visits, though I think even the Broncos believe Max Clare and Eli Stowers could be gone by the time the 62nd pick rolls around. So that's why I think the highest possibility is they're left with defensive guys. Christian Miller from Georgia would be worthy of that area. They've taken a long look at Caleb Banks from Florida, but a lot of teams think he'll be gone long before the 62nd pick, even with the injury. They had an Oklahoma defensive lineman in, Grayson Halton, who would be worthy of that pick. And linebacker Jimmy Rolder from Michigan. I think those names are in that list somewhere if you had to hold me down with that.
How do those guys jibe at that spot at 62 with your list of the top 100? Consistent?
Most of them I have a little higher grade on than they do. But I think whenever you're doing top 30 visits for a team and you're the Broncos, you're either trying to answer a question you have about a guy and you get him in your building all day. You get to really talk to him and see him, face to face, put him on the board, have him meet with coaches, all those things. So you're either trying to answer a question or you're making those final just in case preparations. Like you think he might be gone, but if he isn't, you want to be sure. And you're also trying to gauge if certain players fell beyond 50, would you go get them? But the Broncos are like every other team in the league. Nobody wants to surrender picks in next year's draft.
Right.
And they don't have a lot of firepower. The 4th round is the only round of the draft this year where they have picks in the upper half of the round.
Well, I do think that 4th rounder actually gives them a little bit of flexibility. Yeah. I'm not saying that they want to give it up, but if there is a guy that, let's say there's a guy within 10 spots of 62, do you have 2 guys on your list that you would be willing to give up that 4th rounder to go get him?
Personally, I have him rated way above, but if a guy like Rodriguez, the linebacker from Texas Tech, came down, because that's a guy on a playoff team with this team could play as a rookie at inside linebacker. I like him a lot. I think I think if you're the Broncos, your highest ranked defensive lineman could play as a rookie if he fell. Christian Miller is in the 30s and low 40s for a lot of teams. I got him at 39, but a player like that who would get rookie snaps, that's part of trading up, is you either think of the player's long-term plan is so good you can't pass up, or on a team without many snaps available for rookies, you think he's a player that can get those rare rookie snaps for a 14-win team.
So you're telling me like Jacob Rodriguez would play over Drew Sanders? Are you kidding me? That's outrageous. That's
he's one of my favorite players on the board. I think he would be a quick early down solution for them.
Okay. Also, to back up what you're talking about, Tyler, just for the conversation of it, say he is gone, because in your top 100, you got him at 45. So say he is gone, and the board kind of goes like you've laid it out. But there's Eli Stowers on your rating 53.
I'd do it.
And if he was still available at 53, do you think the Broncos should move up 9 spots? Not crazy, 9 spots to go get Eli Stowers.
Well, I think they would consider moving for any of their 6 who get beyond 50. I think 50 to me is kind of the line of where you're starting to, because they do, like Tyler was saying, that they got 2 4th-round picks. They got enough firepower to move that far. But no 3rd-rounder impacts their ability to move, and they might have to give up a little more because they don't want to surrender any of the picks next year. But I've run sort of I've bounced a lot of scenarios off a lot of different teams, and Stowers has not been available in a lot of people's minds at that point. My other question would be, having talked to Sean Payton a lot about tight end and where it fits in his offense, I think he struggles with this rookie can only do certain things in the offense. They've already had a little difficulty in game planning because their personnel groupings have let people know what they're up to. And Stowers is really a receiver-only tight end right now. And that would be the issue if you're going to move in the immediacy. Athletically, I'm all in on that guy. A former quarterback, he sees the field. And look, it's been an awful long time since they've had anybody at tight end who consistently challenged linebackers and safeties. And this guy would do both of those things.
By the way, it was not burning the midnight candle, the oil, for Sean Payton last night. He was at the Avalanche game, Jeff. What about?
They know they've run every scenario.
That's it.
Well,
Good.
They've run like a billion scenarios. I'll tell you the one that will be uncomfortable if none of the 6 are available. They'd probably bail out, and then they haven't picked in the first two days of the draft.
Oh my God! You think that's actually a possibility? They would trade out of the second round?
I do.
You don't take anybody you don't want. I mean, look. You're
George is dying.
He's
dying, Jeff. He's dying with so few draft picks.
This is misery for George Payton for sure. And in a lot of ways, if like the 6 players start coming off the board, your head coach, who has traded up to get plenty of the guys they want in the last couple drafts, would be hard pressed to keep him at bay as well.
Hey, give Broncos fans a couple of reasons to be interested in the first round. What should we be watching for?
I always think, look, it's been a long time since I've looked at things, but if I'm a fan, I want to see what the other teams in the division are up to. if the Chiefs end up, with a spectacular, offensive player, that would always intrigue me. And the Raiders, if they take Mendoza, then, that's a lot of things in the division. So that would be my, it's like a 99.8% chance, the Broncos can't get back in there without surrendering their entire draft board this year and some of next.
Arguably, Shadur Sanders' story last year was going into the draft interesting, and during the draft was unbelievably compelling. It was kind of ridiculous. Is there anything like that this year with any player?
Not to the same degree, but I think the Ty Simpson watch will be national media, because national coverage of the draft is very quarterback centric. And then, some of the top prospects, have some injury things that people are wondering about. And I think that's some of it too. For me as a draft junkie, Caleb Downs is, I think people are overthinking that one league wide. I've actually argued with personnel people in the league. I don't care if he's a safety. That might be the best football player I saw all season at any position.
All right, I'm going to give you 5 guys. These are mock drafts. And you just, Tyler and Jeff, just give me your thoughts. This is for number 62.
Okay, let's go.
This is the best we can do. CBS, Anthony Hill Jr., linebacker out of Texas.
I got him at 24, so that tells you what I think of him.
You like him, obviously, a lot. So if he fell to 62, that would be unbelievable.
Well, I've got him in like 264, so Jeff and I have got a huge difference of opinion
we're a
here.
huge gap. We're a huge gap.
Should I just be talking to Jeff about this?
No, keep going.
Okay. Tankathon has Josiah Trotter, linebacker out of Missouri.
That's who I put at 62. I don't know that that's the pick. They did not have a top 30 visit with him. They did have a very extensive informal meeting with him at the Combine and a formal meeting with him at the Combine.
You mentioned him already, ESPN. I don't know if this is you, or I don't think this is you for a mock draft, but Caleb Banks, who you said you liked, a defensive tackle out of Florida.
Yeah, I don't think he's there, but your question with him is not a very long resume, and he has coming off a fractured foot. The intriguing thing about him is it's the same surgeon who did Bo Nix's surgery, so they have plenty of info on Caleb Banks's recovery.
So he knows all about Bo Nix's fragile, soft, milky, brittle ankles.
However you want to phrase it. Yeah.
Walter Football has Eli Stowers. We already talked quite a bit about him. And then NFL.com and USA Today both have Jadarian Price, running back out of Notre Dame. I just have a hard time.
No way he's at that. There's no way. Well, unless everybody's just lying to me with 28 teams or whatever. But hell yeah, if he's at 62, get in the pond, because best available, he would be by far the best available at 62.
The Broncos are not even opening their doors on day one. We got the press release yesterday for the Broncos in the draft, Jeff. And I know this is what happens in the past when they didn't have it, but just makes me a little sad. That's all. I understand what the Broncos did.
What are they going to do? Say we're sitting up there twiddling our thumbs?
I don't know. It's just kind of a routine over 20 plus 30 years, whatever, Jeff. You know what I'm saying? It's just like part of the deal. But like, I kind of miss the Broncos not having a first round pick. I mean, I know they got Jalen Waddle for it, but
it's the third time in the last 5 years. You should be used to it.
I know, I guess. All right, Jeff. We look forward to it. Again, you got to see Jeff's list at ESPN.com. We know you put an unbelievable amount of time, effort into it. It's fascinating. It's a great read to get ready for the draft. And whether or not the Broncos have a first-round pick doesn't matter. The NFL draft is awesome, period, and they'll get after it in day 2. And we'll see how they do, Jeff. Congrats on what I know takes you a ton of time and effort to do. Congrats on getting it out, and let's see how it rolls.
Yeah, thanks a lot, fellas. We'll see you.
Jeff Lakewell, brought to you by the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers, IBEW Local 68. Start with a job, end with a career. No dumb questions coming up next.
If you're interested in wealth management that's designed to protect, maintain, and expand your financial portfolio, then you're going to want to call my friends over at Trajan Wealth today at 303-900-1189. Guys, the Trajan Wealth Fiduciary Advisors understand the importance of tactical investments and tailored insights for your growth that are in line with your risk tolerance. Nobody else's risk tolerance. Everybody's different. Everybody's got a different plan. Everybody's at a different age. So call Trajan Wealth today, 303-900-1189, and learn more about these strategies. Trajan Wealth's fiduciary advisors are committed to working collaboratively with you to optimize your investment portfolio. When it comes to wealth management plans, they know that one size does not fit all. So contact Trajan Wealth today, 303-900-1189, and discuss strategies to weather the current market turbulence. Guys, I met with Trajan Wealth. I'm a client now. They're going to make you calm and confident in your future. They're going to come up with a customized game plan for your family, for your finances, for your needs, and you're going to walk away knowing that your future is in good hands. So contact Trajan Wealth today. Visit them online at TrajanWealth.com. Advisory services through Trajan Wealth LLC, SEC Registered Investment Advisor. Client paid advertisement, additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
Polumbus, Hastings, and DMac present No Dumb Questions. This is your safe space.
Safe place.
I'm leaning into the segment.
You're a smart guy. Send us your not dumb question now. Tweet it, text it, or Twitch it. It's No Dumb Questions on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
You know what? When it comes to your retirement, there are no dumb questions.
There sure aren't.
Call Trajan Wealth today.
303-900-1189.
Thank you, Trajan Wealth. No dumb question. How many people do you think, when they go into work today, will take a little pride or fib about, of course I stayed up to watch that game? How many people walk into work today and are like, yeah, of course I did?
First off, you're very, very insecure if you're offended by that question, okay? I mean, when DMac asked me that question, I handled it great.
Well,
yeah, they're all lying, DMac.
Everybody's lying, right?
Anybody that was not at the game, 9 out of 10 people are lying. Now, 1 out of 10 made it to the end. Now, I'm sure that of the 9 that lied, there's probably another 7 that actually caught up the next day and watched the rest.
Yeah. Of course.
So I'm sure people watched the whole game.
Right. Eventually.
But when that glass broke, my heart broke. Because my bedtime broke.
Oh,
and I
my
knew
God.
right then and there, the second that glass broke, I'm like, that's it. Like I got to make a decision now. I know what I got to do. I'm going to watch to the end of the period. I'm going to wait out this 18.5-minute break here and watch Moser talk about whatever. And I did that. And then I went to bed right at the end of that because I was like, I'm not waiting for another intermission. I'll watch this in the morning.
I do think people go into work and they've got a little like, of course I stayed up. Yeah, I'm a real fan. You know, that sort of attitude. But meanwhile, you know, their head's on the pillow.
Mm-hmm.
You know, they probably were jolted awake by a horn. We won. Dan, did you make it?
I told you guys I made it. I fell asleep 5 minutes after Nick Waugh scored the game winner in overtime, but I did make it. You know, it was cool. I started the game about an hour after it started, so I could fast forward through everything. I was able to fast forward through the glass shattering and Tyler's heart shattering. That's the way to do it, boys. I'm telling you. But I did make it.
What did everybody do out there during that? If you were watching on TV,
I'm telling you,
what did you do,
dude?
During the 20 minutes of fixing the glass.
First off, it's only 18.5. Okay.
Oh, sorry.
They made that very clear on the broadcast many times. Moser rounded up to 19, and he got corrected.
Okay.
18.5 minutes. That's all it was.
All right.
I'm telling you, I was entertained. Whatever they were doing, they're joking and laughing and making fun of one another, and they're showing the glass shattering on the coach's head and showing Sean Payton and his beautiful wife and everything else is going on. And at first I thought that, what's his name? I can't remember, that shot the penalty shot. I thought he went over there and shattered the glass. I'm like, oh, that dude was mad. Right. And he's strong as a Hulk.
I'm on the East Coast, and I watched the whole thing till past 2 a.m. I woke my wife up when Waugh scored.
Sorry, one last thought on it.
Sure, of course.
You could see the pressure of the workers. They're like zoomed in on him.
Oh,
and one guy got the clip on easy.
Oh, yeah.
The other guy couldn't get the clip on, and he's panicking, and he's jamming that thing in there. He's working as fast as he can. You could feel the pressure they were under.
Do you guys remember when the Nuggets rim was off a couple years ago?
I was just going to ask.
That took like 40 minutes.
Forever.
40.
Yeah. Dan's right about that. It took twice as long to get the rim straight. Because at first they tried to fix it, and then they realized, we just got to get a whole new rim. And they've got a spare basket. They've got a spare stanchion, the whole thing. They got a couple of everything back there and behind the scenes. On the text line, I got to be at work at 3:30 a.m. I made it.
Well, did you?
This guy's puffing his chest out a little bit.
Well, first off, this guy was never going to bed anyways because he was going to work at 3:30 a.m. So, you know, maybe on some nights he goes to bed at 7 o'clock. I don't know. On other nights he stays up late and he's like, well, I can either go take a nap for 45 minutes or I could start my drive to work early.
Now people are puffing up their chests on the text line all over the place.
Yeah, they're all lying.
They're all lying. I watched the whole thing from start to finish. I watched it all. and I've been a zombie all day. Well, there's that, I guess,
I should have watched it all, though. I'm going to tell you that right now because I couldn't freaking sleep. It's probably because my body was telling me I'm doing something wrong. I'm supposed to be watching the end of this game, and it was punishing me for trying to go to bed.
How do you watch the altitude broadcast in the playoffs? Well, for hockey, you just turn on altitude. Where the games are just on first round. Basketball's different, but they just turn on altitude on however you watch altitude. You'd be fine there. No dumb question. Would you rather deal with the broken glass or a broken air horn? What?
What if broken? Broken air horn.
It was the basketball game where the buzzer was going off for like 15 straight minutes.
I don't know that story.
This happened like a couple weeks ago. I think that's what they're talking about.
What happened? I don't know that story.
I can't remember where it was, but it was an NBA game, and the shot clock buzzer was malfunctioning, and it was literally going off for like 15 straight minutes, and they had to delay the game because of that. That would be way worse. Having the shot clock buzzer going off for 15 straight minutes?
That's
trying to
brutal.
fix it? Yeah.
On the text line, let's see somebody here, Michael Brabham is being honest, Tyler. I passed the hell out just after the glass broke.
Yeah, because your heart broke in that moment. Exactly.
Here's Rick. I fell asleep when they were repairing the glass. I get it. It was late already. Oh my God, I was looking at that, and it was only like 3 or 4 minutes into the second period. And I'm like, what are we doing here? What are we doing here? It was kind of entertaining.
That was brutal because you just waited out the intermission, and then you come back, and you're like, oh my God, I got another one.
I will say they had
we had 4 intermissions in that game.
Dude, they had a DJ playing, music like that, what DJs do, obviously. And the crowd was great. The crowd was like dancing and into it. I was just I got to admit, this is kind of weird, but I was kind of just curious, like, how the hell are they going to fix it?
You were just jamming? You were just dancing?
It's up, where the press box, where I sit for the press box? It's in the last row of the entire building. It literally is in the last row.
Woe is you.
Woe is me, right? And but I was thoroughly entertained just seeing them fix it. Like, how are they going to do this? And you could tell it wasn't really fitting exactly the way it should be fitting. Like, they had to...
No, it was too big.
They had to do something, right?
Yeah, you probably didn't get a good, clean shot of it. I mean, we saw it up close and personal on TV. It was a good, 5 or 6 inches taller than the rest of them.
Okay.
So the connectors that they use on the corner pieces...
Yeah.
They didn't fit right. So they had to put them in on an angle. One guy got it in there smooth. The other guy was panicking, and he couldn't figure out the angle.
Well, I did after the game was over because I just had to see it for myself. I went there. Like, this is way after the game's done, and I just went down there to see, and I did a little report. So if you want to see me next to the broken glass or, the fixed glass, go to YouTube, and you can see it there. But what I didn't realize was how tight that first seat is, like the first row is to the glass. You'd hate it. You wouldn't even fit there. You're just too big. But then it makes sense that if it's waving a little bit, if you're in the second row and you've got any kind of reach whatsoever, it's pretty easy if it's kind of bouncing a little bit for you to just reach out, touch it, grab it, smack it, do whatever. And it was the guy in the second row, not somebody in the first row, that actually put their hands on it. I'm glad to hear, too, by the way, they didn't throw him out. They just sort of...
Well, there was no,
stick him
first off,
else.
it's like a row to throw out. It wasn't like an individual. It was everybody.
I live in Eastern Standard Time, but in Denver for 2 weeks right now. So thankful I only had to stay up till midnight, Nathan. Yeah. I do not know. 2 a.m. You'd have to be up till 2 a.m. on a Tuesday into Wednesday to watch that on the East Coast. But it was a hell of a game, man. And we'll get to it with all the highlights and your reaction coming up next. Way to go, Avalanche. So exciting, man. It's Polumbus, Hastings, and DMac on 92.5. DMac for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Low T, maybe sleeping was tough last night. Maybe you're really dragging today, but maybe that's the story of your life, period. And you know you don't have the same energy. It could be low T. You start losing that testosterone somewhere in your 30s, and you just lose a little bit at a time, so you might not recognize it. Well, the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, their advanced medical strategies featuring TRT, GH peptides, NAD+, GLP-1, PDA, and more, they're there to treat low T and other hormonal issues that help you shed pounds, have more energy, enhance your body composition, just get you back to feeling the way you used to be, including increasing that sex drive. It's the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Don't be older. Take control. Be stronger in the gym, sharper at work, better in the bedroom, and be more confident in every part of your life. Go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com and take the low T quiz. Just a few questions, take you less than 2 minutes, and you kind of go from there. It's the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Don't ignore the signs. Call today and take the first step toward feeling better again. Call 720-440-7900 or visit RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Featured therapies are compounded and have not been evaluated nor approved by the FDA. Provider prescription required. See website for details.
That's what I'm talking about.
That's good, Dan. That's good. You ever had a hose down shower? Get out there in the mud. Got a hose down before you get back in the house.
Whoa. What's the difference between a full hose down and just a half hose down?
Oh, no. You know when you need a real hose
A
down.
full
You've been
hose
out there
down.
hunting all day.
Full hose
You got
down.
mud all over you.
Yeah.
You got your face in camo.
Yeah. We're not just doing
No way the wife, girlfriend, they're not letting you back in that house. You go take a shower outside.
outside. Yeah, that's a full hose down is outside, right?
The hose down is a hose.
Yeah.
You don't have a hose inside.
Yeah, that's a good point. So what Eric Johnson was advocating for DJ Smith is to go outside and find a hose.
Someone hose that man down.
He needs a full hose down. Oh my God! Well, congratulations to the Avs. They have boarded a plane almost at the exact time. I mean, one after another. The Avs got on a plane and then the Nuggets got on a plane, and that's going to result in tomorrow, which is outrageous. And Andy Lindahl's the host with the most, and Raj will be on site too, as the Altitude Sports Radio Playoff Viewing Tour commences, powered by Michelob Ultra at Jackson's in Lodo. So it's the Avs, it's the Nuggets, it's the draft, it's all going on. So Jackson's the place to be with Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Okay, where do you think, just from a series point, do you think this puts the Avs?
It's done. It puts you in a position, which we talked about earlier, that if you wanted to give Wedgie a little bit of a rest here, this might be a game that you could do it. I mean, I'm not in a mode. Wedgie's the guy, right? So anytime you need your guy, he's got to be playing hockey. And if that means it's every freaking game of the playoffs, then, you're playing every freaking game of the playoffs. But what that game did is you're in control. You've handled the best that the Kings can give you. They played really well in both games. And the only answer the Kings have left now, get more physical. So that's like the only solution. Get physical, get dirty, and try to muck this thing up.
Yeah, I think it's over too. I don't think the Kings could have played their style of hockey better than they have in the first two games, and they lost. The Avalanche have not converted on a power play, and the Kings have lost. The Avalanche haven't had scoring from Makar or McKinnon or Natchez, really, assists, but not scoring, and they lost. You gave it your best shot, and you were 3.5 minutes or so away from winning 1-0, and Gabe Landeskog tied that game up. I guess he's doing all right after all. Wasn't that some sort of narrative? Anyways, he's doing apparently okay. And then you look at the players, Tyler, that they've acquired. Well, how has that gone? And you see a lot of similar strains in 22 when every player they got was an impact. And Kulak, impact. Nick Waugh, impact. Kadri, impact. Blankenberg, I'm not that worried about. And they had Sturm in the Stanley Cup year, and it was like, all right, not everybody's the most important thing. But are the guys that you're acquiring contributing? You're in a situation where Ross Colton is a healthy scratch, and who you paid to be your starting goalie is your backup?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. You're doing pretty good that you have survived. I'm rolling my eyes the first two games because you probably haven't played your best game, but you've played well. And you've got to give the Kings a lot of credit. Their style of hockey, while not offensively explosive, as their stunning 33 overtime games this year, 20 of those losses ones they got in overtime, leads NHL history by a mile in terms of overtime games. Indicates to everybody the Kings are a scrappy team. I think they're a tough team.
It's pretty wild, man. I mean, it's I don't know if that's a good way to play hockey or not, but it's their way of playing hockey. We're going to take it down to the wire, and we're going to see what happens.
It's just how they have to play hockey. They don't have much of a choice because they don't have a Nathan McKinnon or Natchez or that sort of thing.
You know what I've been surprised by? Because I just wasn't aware, and maybe I should have been. They got a good goaltender, man. Is he is he like top in the league?
No. I mean, Dan, you might have to help me out on the stats, but him and Kemper were kind of battling it out. It wasn't like clear cut, like who their guy was going to be.
Well, he's playing well.
Yeah, Anton Forsberg.
Forsberg.
Wa scored on Forsberg. Wa beat Forsberg yesterday.
I mean, he's having an okay year. In the regular season, he was 16, 12, and 5, 257 GAA, goals against average, and a 910 save percentage. So he was good, not great.
Yeah, don't forget the Kings had to figure it out to get here. Like, this is no slam dunk for them to make the playoffs.
Mm-hmm.
So they had to battle just to be in this spot. Listen, I got respect for him, man. And they've given the Avalanche all they can handle. But let's face it. What do you think? The Avalanche are never going to score in the power play? Think Nathan McKinnon's
maybe.
Well, no.
The power play's a freaking disaster. It's a disaster.
You'd like to score, of course, on it, but there have been moments where it's been all right.
Huh?
Yeah, they've been moving the puck and getting good opportunities.
Dude, they've been a disaster.
They're hitting the pipe left and right. They're getting so close, and maybe they're overpassing a little bit, and Natchez just needs to
Dan,
fire.
I trust you. Are they disaster or are they close?
Disaster.
Thank you.
I
mean, are you just playing? Are you playing to the crowd right now?
I'm playing to the crowd.
He's having
okay,
fun
don't
with
play
you.
to the crowd. Give me your proper Dan Tanner analysis.
No, I mean, it's not a disaster.
Disaster. Hockey guy.
Hockey guy.
Sorry. So I'm excited to see what's on deck. Now, could the Avs lose a game? Sure. I mean, obviously they could. But they're clearly the better team. But the Kings are a tough team, man. And you're having to really earn these games. But like after the game, like Gabe Landeskog was like, "We're fine. We're okay playing games like this. We're not afraid of this. We're cool." Then you just see my kid beat up another kid on the ice the other day. You see that profile?
I guess not.
Oh, it's hysterical. Kyle Keefe did a whole segment about it. They had video of Gabe Landeskog's like 4-year-old dropping his gloves and fighting another 4-year-old. It was like a scene from South Park. Dan, if you can find it and put it up, we can do some play-by-play of it. It's great.
Well, I bet he taught him well.
Yeah, it's like little Lukey Landeskog.
Lukey?
I don't know what his name is. Little kid.
Get the kid's name right.
It's cute as hell when you see one kid just punch another kid.
Isn't that adorable? I mean, I love that. I will watch those videos all day long. Little kids beating up little kids.
I feel okay talking about it.
It's just adorable. It's cute.
Because Kyle Keefe.
It's wholesome.
Kyle Keefe is like Gabe's best friend, and they put it on TV, so I don't feel bad talking about it. Anyways, man, it was an awesome night. I don't blame anybody for dragging a little bit today. Getting through work and doing whatever you got to do. I'm seeing this text, Tyler. I was there. My husband made me leave after the third period, and I wanted to stay. I listened to the game on the radio app, and it ended before I got home. Weak husband. All right, you got it here?
Man.
All right, so we got little Lukey Landeskog.
He's already adorable.
Adorable. Like, what were we saying? 4, maybe? Drops the gloves, drops the stick.
Okay, let's go. Let's go.
McCarr.
Yep, swinging.
Left.
Yeah, that was smart. Keep your gloves on. No, that's smart because he's punching the face mask.
Took a cheap shot at the end.
Yeah, that's good. That's wisdom right there. I mean, if you're going to fight a dude with his face mask on, keep the gloves on.
Wait, I'm putting the video up. Let's run it from again. Again.
That's the swing at the end. The swing at the end gets me.
So he's skating along. He's just doing little puck drills. Then he looks at like little McCarr because he's wearing a 8. He sees little McCarr. He's like, "Hey, little McCarr,
get on over here, dude."
Come on. There's a little chirping. See drops the stick, keeps the gloves on. Little McCarr drops the gloves, comes at him with the left, misses with the right. Bam! With the left, he's down.
Oh, the left knocks him down. Oh, McCarr thought it was over. It's not over, dude. Keep your hands high.
You want to cut my dad? Your dad's gonna cut my dad? I'm gonna take you down. Bam! Cheap shot with the right to
and he's out.
That was great. Great stuff. Great stuff. Meanwhile, the game itself
was good.
Was pretty physical. Listen, I'm the physical nature of things and what you're doing and the whole thing. It's fine. I'll tell you this though, and it was intense, but it does slow the game down. Like, I mean, there was a lot of that. There were a lot of penalties called, actually. For a playoff game, there felt like a lot of penalties. But, hey, man, top to bottom, it's awesome. I will say, listen, you don't have to. Don't get me wrong. I'm not sitting here advocating for Blackwood to play. I am not doing that. I think we've been pretty clear on this radio show, and I think I've been pretty clear saying Wedgwood gives you the best chance to win, and I don't know why they don't play as good in front of Blackwood. They just don't. So as far as I'm concerned, stick with Wedgwood. I'm just bringing up what Bednar has said and the way they've operated all year. That's all I'm bringing up.
So all year goes out the window, right? So
yeah, but except Bednar keeps advocating for it and keeps referencing it.
Yeah, because he wants to keep confidence high, both guys. So you do what you got to do. You say the nice things publicly, but what you did all year goes out the window, and now you just go into playoff management mode. So there might be a rotation that's involved based off of when it's timely, but it's not because you're in a normal rotation, I would think.
A couple people on the text line. Where is that video the kids posted? Dan, I know
Altitude TV tweeted it out. So if you want to see the video of Gabe's kid beating up another kid, go to Altitude TV's Twitter.
Okay, I'll retweet it as well if you follow along here. It was great. Kiefer does some fun stuff. I guess I am a little surprised that Kiefer did not go down and interview the glass.
Interview the glass. Talk to the glass?
Yeah, talk to the glass. Or, I'm surprised. They were doing whatever they were doing.
Give me your questions for the glass.
Why'd you break?
Who installed you?
Who installed you? Why are you not?
Someone was pushing on me too hard.
There you go. Why are you so broken?
I felt the cracking starting after Wedgwood made the glove save.
It wasn't as dramatic as a backboard breaking, because that's there's a play that happens.
I thought it was more dramatic.
Well, you just didn't
because
see that it happened.
Because it fell all over 12 dudes' heads. In basketball, it might be Shaq hanging from the rim.
It collaterally did land on other people. You're right, but it did fall directly.
I know
on DJ Smith, the head coach. It was so funny how matter of fact after the game he was like, "Well, it's hit me on the head several times before it broke."
Good.
Bam. 2-0, and it doesn't look good for the Kings the rest of the way. What about the Nuggets? Well, we'll get an update. What David Adelman had we should do that, Dan, and yeah. We'll play it again. David Adelman had some response to Jaden McDaniels calling everybody terrible defenders. Let's playoffs go. That'll come up next right here on PhD. Hey, it's DMac, and winning hits different with Fanatics Sportsbook. And now that the playoffs are here, the stakes, they're at their highest. So don't wait for that what-if moment. Switch to the only sportsbook that protects all pro basketball player props across straights, parlays, and same-game plays across any first-half injury. That's right. If betting player props is in your playbook, points, assists, rebounds, steals, blocks, Fanatics Sportsbook's Fair Play Insurance gives you the edge when it comes to cooking up a parlay. Some books protect your bet just for the first quarter. Some do nothing. Not at Fanatics Sportsbook, where they flip losing bets into winning bets on every night on the court. So it means if your player gets injured in the first half, your bet will play on with all the remaining legs, meaning a loss can be turned into a win. Others copy trends. They set the standards. Fair play keeps every first half protected. So bet with a book that always has your back. Fanatics Sportsbook. Winning hits different here. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call, text 1-800-GAMBLER. Offer not available in all states. Terms apply. See Fanatics Sportsbook app. That's good, man. That's good. It's brought to you by Mountain High Appliance, as you heard. Visit them at mountainhighappliance.com. Let's playoffs go. There's a lot going on, Dan. What's on your radar?
All right, well, let's start with the full clip that you heard a snippet there from David Adelman. This was from this morning, everyone, at Nugget Shoot-Around before they got on a flight out to Minnesota. And, of course, David Adelman was asked about Jaden McDaniels calling out the Nuggets defense.
Thoughts on Jaden McDaniels' comments about your team's defense? I can't wait for his podcast.
Well, does bulletin board material, does that work at this point? Christian said if you need extra motivation in the playoffs, but can it work?
I don't know, not for me. I think narrative is really interesting too. Like, you hear so many things, and we've gotten really lazy as society. Like, what's our defensive rating in this series? Through 2 games.
They're 109, right?
109.
Yeah, really good.
How is that?
That's fair. 6th best in the playoffs.
6th best in the playoffs? Okay. Next.
Okay.
Are you already of his comments where he named your guys, by names? Yeah. I guess what do you think of that? And, I know it doesn't create extra fire necessarily, but sure, it was talked about. He's done really to a degree.
Yeah. I mean, again, though, he's a really good player. Everybody has a sounding board nowadays. It'll help with social media.
How much do you think this will motivate the Nuggets for the rest of the series? And specifically, how do you expect the team to start coming out in Game 3 tomorrow night?
Dude, guys? I love it. If somebody came up to us, what's your ratings? What's our ratings? Look, a winner book, men 25-54. Look, 7-7. What do you got? Where are we?
Check those out, buddy.
Check that out. Yeah. What's our defensive rating?
I love feisty Adelman.
Yeah.
I'll give Chris Finch credit. I think that he has set a tone for his team that they're all playing with this anger and this us against the world mentality. And I do think it starts with the coach and it trickles on down.
Yes.
And if David Adelman is going to get ticked off and he's going to kind of say the right things publicly because he's going to say the right things publicly, but if you listen to the tone and the tenor, you know how he really feels.
Right.
Well, now we're going to know how the rest of the basketball team is going to feel as well. Not that should have ever been a debate. This should be bloody, man.
I love it. I love that he was completely prepared, knowing how he wanted to respond, and he responded in that manner. Good, because you're right. From that tone, Tyler, that's the same tone he's taking with his team. And that will trickle down as well. And heads up, Jaden McDaniels. Heads up, Jaden McDaniels. We're going to stick little Landeskog on you.
Hey, and he's going to hit you when you're down, just when you think it's over.
Shot.
It ain't over. Cheap shot's coming.
He's going to hit you when you're down. All right, next story.
All right, guys, the Blazers beat the Spurs last night, 106-103, to tie that series up at 1 game apiece, heading back to Portland. Now, the big story of that game was Victor Wembanyama in the first half had a nasty fall, hit his head twice on the court. It bounced off the court again. He had a concussion. Here's Shams from today on an update of the status of one Victor Wembanyama.
Malika, I'm told Victor Wembanyama did report to the Spurs facility this morning, and his status is uncertain for Game 3. I am told that Victor Wembanyama is hopeful to travel with the team on Thursday to Portland, but he and the team won't know for sure until then. Right now, he's in the concussion protocol, and that means he cannot participate in unrestricted activities for at least 48 hours. So that would be Thursday night. But he could do some gradual light work starting tonight if his symptoms don't worsen. And last night, when Victor Wembanyama was evaluated, he was diagnosed with a concussion. So that timeline for that protocol started last night. He then ended up going home right after the diagnosis to then rest and recover. So the Spurs are taking this very much day by day with Wemby.
Guys, do you think the Blazers could possibly win this series if Wemby, even if he's back for later on in the series, if he's not able to go over the next couple of games, the Blazers might have a chance here?
Boy, I wouldn't have thought that was going to be the case. Obviously, when Wemby's healthy, it's a different story. And I just watched the Jailblazers documentary like 2 days ago.
I saw that too, yeah.
Is that old?
No. That just
Oh,
came
it's
out.
new?
Yeah, that just
Okay.
came out.
Okay. That was good, man.
It was good.
Yeah, that was
How much
juicy.
of that stuff were you aware of?
Like not the details.
Yeah.
I knew the team.
Rasheed
I knew
Wallace was on the
I knew
team.
the. I just
The
knew
nickname.
what they
You
were
knew
known
you knew the
for.
nickname, yeah.
Sure. Like I knew like they were tough guys.
I got to say, when I watched
You
that,
know, I kind of forgot how good Rasheed was, man.
oh my God, he was something else, man. It's so funny because I don't think what they got in trouble with which was basically marijuana, would even be a blip on the radar these days. But it's like, you got caught with like a joint, Ugh. I mean, nowadays it's just nothing. But it was a good documentary. Well, listen, Portland's in a pretty good spot. Concussion, Tyler, I don't know, man, a week, right? I mean, that's at least
you
least
never know,
2
man.
games.
Yeah, probably.
I mean, how could it be anything They got a game on
I
Friday
don't know, but
and Sunday.
that dude went to sleep.
I know, it was
Like,
scary, wasn't it?
He just put his arms under his head and went to bed.
Concussions are so weird. In the NFL, it seems that guys come back quicker than, say, in hockey for whatever reason. I can't tell you why. This was so freaky and unusual. I think it's hard to have a precedent here. I was bummed to see it. I'm a big fan of Victor Wembanyama, but obviously this could have a dramatic impact on the Nuggets if they can somehow get through Minnesota.
Well, I'm down for it.
Dude, if we just...
I'm down for it.
Dan, if we just follow what's going on, it would be the Nuggets if they were to win against the Lakers if they were to win if Portland wins the series, correct?
What a weird start to the playoffs, huh?
So you'd be hosting the Lakers. Am I right on that, Dan?
No.
Am I wrong?
No, it would be if the Nuggets get past Minnesota.
Yeah.
And the Spurs get past
No.
Oh, if Portland wins.
Portland wins.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Portland wins. We're going under the premise that Wembanyama's out.
That's correct then. Yes. My bad.
So we'd be hosting the Lakers, theoretically.
If they win their series, which they're up 2-0. Yeah.
Gosh, I did flip back and forth between that Lakers game during the intermissions and whatever else that was going on. LeBron James is impressive right now.
Actually, you know what, DMac? I don't think they reseed.
LeBron James and I came out of high school the exact same year. We're the exact same age. He's 41 years old. He went straight into the NBA when he came out of high school, and he's still doing insane dunks.
Is it more impressive where he's at or more disappointing of what you're not doing?
Well, I feel like I achieved a lot in life. Thank you. So if you'd like to compare what I did to other 41-year-olds, I mean, we can play that game athletically. You want to play that athletic game?
I don't know any 41-year-olds who are doing what LeBron James is doing. It's unbelievable. Yeah, Dan, on the playoffs.
They don't reseed. I forgot about that. I'm the NHL.
So what does that? So what does that mean?
If Portland were to win, it would be the Nuggets and the Blazers in round 2. So whoever wins the Blazers-Spurs series will play the winner of Nuggets-Timberwolves.
Why don't they reseed?
I don't know. It's a fixed bracket.
Think about how incredible that would be for the Nuggets. Wow. I mean, I'm not trying to put down Portland here, but the Nuggets had their way with Portland this year, I think. And I mean, that certainly would be a easier opponent than the Spurs.
Yeah.
Holy cow.
Okay. Set it up. Let's go. Tee it up. Let's hit it out.
Okay, we'll keep our eyes on it. What's your next?
How about we just start by overcoming a butt whipping that you just received? Okay.
Yeah, we'll start there.
Let's just start with that.
Butt whipping.
Yeah.
You lost by 5.
Yeah, no, that's not
Butt
what
whipping?
I'm talking about. I'm talking about an emotional beatdown that you received after the game.
All right, I'm with you on that. NBA, why the hell wouldn't you reseed? Yeah.
I don't get it.
That is so strange.
Yeah.
Help me make sense of that one. What's the justification on that one?
I don't know.
I have no idea. The NFL reseeds.
Well, doesn't everybody reseed?
NFL does.
NFL does.
NHL does not.
Well, no, they don't have to. I'm rolling my eyes because their system is so dumb the way they do it. So, all right. Anyways, next story, Dan. What else we got?
All right, let's move over to the NHL. And here, let's hear from Avs head coach Jared Bednar on with the morning guys, Moser, Lombardi, and Kane. Something we've been talking about, fellas. Does Bedsy give Mackenzie Blackwood some run here in this series, or does he stick with the hot hand in Scott Wedgwood?
Here we go.
You know, we talked about it, like Wedge and Blackie and myself and UC and you know, it's just you gotta kind of stick with what got here, but you also got to be flexible. So, you know, Wedge has never played every second night for a long period of time in his life, you know, and it's not that he can't do it, but our team has won in first place partly because of the way we rotated our goalies, you know, and how good they've been. Now this is a little bit of a weird 7-game series because we've got like a couple 2-day breaks built in here. So it's mostly about rest and being able to be sharp.
Okay, so if it's your guys' call, what would you do with the Avs goaltending situation, at least for the first round against the Kings? Do you stick with Scott Wedgwood, the hot hand, or like Bedsy said, the reason they've had so much success this year is because that rotation they've been able to employ. Would you give Mackenzie Blackwood a start in this series?
You know, I think I'd just ride. I think I'd keep going. You've got a good thing going. Keep the confidence going. Let's go sweep these guys. Let's go get a big win. Let's get out of this thing, and let's just get Wedgie's mindset into just an elite mode. That's what I would do.
I like it. It is certainly what happened a couple years ago with Darcy Kemper and Pavel Francouz. Francouz, though, was a different type of guy than Blackwood. So I guess the bigger question is, do you think at any point they'll need Blackwood? So this is where it gets complicated.
Blackwood's prepared. He's played the whole freaking
but
year.
He's had some mental
Well, now's not the time to worry about that. So if you're worried about that, if you're worried about what's going on upstairs, then just don't play the guy at all.
Well, I'm saying like this would be a time to throw some support behind him and help him with the things that are going upstairs. Like, hey man, we need you. We love you. You're a big part of what we're doing. Here's what we're going to do. We are going to start you in game 3. It does give a 4-day break for Wedgwood just to sort of let him recover and be at his best. You're up 2-0. Even if you were to drop a game, it ain't the end of the world. Listen, man, I am certainly not going to be critical if they just go with Wedgwood. It's fine by me. But I think if I really mean what I've been saying, and it's not just a lot of bunk, I'd probably start Blackwood on game 3. It's easier just to keep playing Wedgwood, though, for sure. But again, you got to follow the.
For what purpose, though? Because I don't buy the purpose that you're saying. Like, if you were to say, I'd start Blackwood simply because it's a good opportunity to give Wedgie some rest. We're up by 2.
Well, that's part of it.
You're going on the here's a good chance to give you some rest. I could buy that, but I'm not buying any other reason. I don't get the rest of it.
Blackwood's been an interesting guy from a mental perspective of things this season, though.
I know. That's what I'm like.
And don't forget, in the Stanley Cup run, because of an injury to Kemper, you needed Francouz for a good chunk of games. So it's just that Francouz was just a different cat. He was super easygoing. He was fine confidence-wise. Blackwood's been a little bit touch and go this season. He has. But by the way, Blackwood's not bad. Blackwood's really good. He's won you a lot of games too. Like, he's had really good moments. It's the weirdest goalie situation I've ever seen in the playoffs, where it's not just black or white, and you could do some sort of rotation. I'll tell you this. If he does go with Wedgwood on Thursday, forget it. That's it. The end. It's over. Like, that's it. Because this is the most reasonable place they would play Blackwood.
It's already over.
Well, if it is, it is, and I'm fine with that too because I love how Wedgie's playing. And
let the dude roll, man.
Listen, you're in the arena. And they're chanting Wedgie, like 20,000 people going crazy with the Wedgie chants from the moment you step out on the ice to the moment you leave the ice. I mean, it's insane with the support he's getting. And it's working really well. We got one more, Dan?
Lastly, I wanted to ask you guys. So we've got Stars at the Wild tonight, 7:30 puck drop. Series is tied 1-1. Who are you guys rooting for in this series as far as a potential opponent for the Avs? So you would like to see them play Minnesota in round 2.
I don't want anything to do with the Stars.
Me either.
The goal differential between these guys was like 1 goal, and every game was tooth and nail, and they've broken our hearts, and screw it. I just want to win the Stanley Cup.
I'm with you.
I don't need to overcome the Stars to justify a Stanley Cup to get our fire trucks in action in June.
Look, if we draw Dallas, it's going to be awesome when we beat them. It's going to be fun. It's going to be exhilarating, and I'll be glad that we beat them when we beat them.
Right.
But would I rather play Minnesota and skip out on that? Hell yeah.
Yeah, me too. So yeah, go wild. Yay, Minnesota. Anti-Minnesota for basketball, pro-Minnesota for hockey.
Got a weird dichotomy going on.
Do
here
you?
in Denver.
Yeah, I'll ask you that same question. You feel the same, or do you got?
No, I'm with you guys. Like, I want the Avs to have the best shot at winning a cup, and I think they would be more likely to beat Minnesota in round 2. Although I wouldn't look over Minnesota, guys. If they move on, that's a really good hockey team.
Correct.
And the McCarr-Hughes matchup, best 2 defensemen in the game, would be fun.
Listen, man. Once you get past the first round, maybe you can sort of cruise by the first round, and I wouldn't even say the Avs are cruising at this point, but they've got a good hold on things. Once you get past that, it's a dogfight. It's no matter what, basketball and hockey, okay? And we're in a dogfight right now in hoops. But we're not the only team. Look at all of these other series that are going on. Most teams, except for the Lakers right now, are in some sort of crazy back and forth.
And who would have thought the Lakers would be doing that?
I would have never. But you know what? We talked about like Houston was like a paper tiger, man. Like they didn't really have it, and they don't. And that would have been a great boy. The Nuggets would have cleaned up with Houston, which of course would have been better to be the 4 instead of the 3. Tyler, you know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
And that's why teams sometimes tank, and you try to figure things out and. The Nuggets couldn't stop winning. They could not stop winning. They won 12 straight. They won all their games at the end. I wonder if the Lakers did. Do you think? Well,
what?
They just tried to. They wanted to be in 4th place. Because
I don't think that's. I think they were just surviving the end of the season.
Yeah. All right. Oh my gosh, what a day. What a day. Avs Kings, now what? Will they bounce back? That being the Nuggets. The NFL draft right around the corner. It's awesome. Just an awesome, awesome time. It's PhD on 92.5.
shot by Kiviranta to miss. Another shot by Burns. And that went wide. And now Kadri back to Manson. Shoots it. They score. Nick Y believes on the rebound.
Room for Manson. Wrist shot blocked again in front. Score! Wah! Wins it! The Avalanche survive in overtime.
Kadri up high. Manson, wrist shot, score! Nick Law the rebound, and the Avs have won in overtime. They take a 2-0 series lead against the Los Angeles Kings.
You know what? I'm dying to know when Andy comes in here in a few minutes, Tyler. Like how Andy's going to be bent out of shape and filled with anxiety and all upset about the Avalanche today. Like what his twist will be on.
You're playing with your food, boys.
Something. Right?
Taking it down to the wire.
Like
playing down to your opponents. What are we doing?
Not like thrilled or happy, but it's just like, I don't know what they're.
Now we got to go on the road. And we're probably going to start Blackwood.
Can I just say this? I love that the Avs are winning 2-1.
Why?
Love it because it shows that they can do it, and you have to be able to win like this in the playoffs.
Yeah,
they can win 7-6. They can win 2-1.
My prediction is Andy will come in here as if the Avs lost, not won. Something like that. But that's why I love Andy. Because it emotionally just destroys him. If you get emotionally destroyed by the Avalanche, I mean, scoring with 3 minutes to go to even it up and going in overtime is going to emotionally destroy you. Knowing that you're the number 1 seed and they're the 8 and it's taken this, that's going to kind of destroy you. But I feel the exact opposite. I agree. This is the style the Kings have, and you're beating them at their own game. And what do you think? There's going to be some sort of mad rally by the Kings to put up goal after goal if you happen to have a 3-0 lead, right? Like you do score on a power play, you get another goal. How 3-0, 2-0? Do you think this Kings team is constituted could actually make up a 2-goal deficit to the Avalanche?
I do not.
Neither do I.
Which is why I'd prefer to do that.
Yeah, well, they're trying. They're making their best efforts. The Nuggets are a different story, but I love that Adelman had a little fire today. I did like that. Christian Brown said McDaniels is entitled to his opinion and will allow him to have one. We'll allow him to have one.
And then we'll see on the court.
Yeah.
So who's going to be the tough guy?
I think there's several Nuggets who could be the...
who's it going to be?
Well, I think Christian could be one of them. I think it won't be Valanciunas. I don't know if Valanciunas even steps on the court the rest of the series. I'm not sure. Maybe he will. I don't know.
Would he play about 3 minutes?
He did last game, and then it was not just his bad 3 minutes. It kind of led... Like, it killed the momentum even after he left. It kind of dripped on. It wasn't good. They're too athletic. They're just too everything for Valanciunas. He's just not a good fit out there. Not against Minnesota.
You've been down on Val for a long time now.
I'm not the one that sat him on the bench and didn't play him for like 2 straight weeks. That wasn't me that did it. I'm just telling you what I was watching. That's all.
But he's got a sick beard. When you got a sick beard, it means you're a tough guy. Okay?
You can be tough and slow.
You need a tough guy? You want a tough guy? You need a guy that could get a couple extra fouls out there? Toss him in there. Go send a message.
I think they kind of miss Peyton Watson a little bit right now, to be honest with you. But I don't know. Who knows, man? If you just hit the shots that are open in the fourth quarter, like Joker and Jamal missed, you'll be fine. You'll probably win by 10 points. How about that? I'll say the Nuggets win game 3 by 10. At the end of the day, they win by 10.
I don't know what to think on the Nuggets, man.
Well, I'm trying to stay optimistic.
Well, here's what I don't want to do. I don't want to ride the wave too much because after game 1, I felt fantastic. I'm like, here we go. Let's go win another championship. We're have some epic in Denver, Avs and Nuggets. After game 2, it's like, holy cow, that's not good. That's bad. You blew 19 points. You couldn't score in a 5-minute stretch. This ain't looking good, boys. So the reality is somewhere in between. We have seen this team have moments like this and bounce back well. But I don't know, man. The comments after the game It's going to go one or two ways. Either it's going to be proven right, or the Nuggets are going to bounce back with some ferocity.
Yeah, I
right?
hope so. I hope so. You know, in the NBA too, you tend to have blowout playoff games. Almost happens every single series. You know, even in close series, you tend to have, you win by 30 or 25, whatever. That does seem to happen. I think this series is ripe for one of those. And we'll see in which direction. We got a little college football news for you, Tyler. The CFP spring meetings have ended, and no decision has been made on a future playoff format. There's no consensus on 16 or 24 teams. They're expected to talk about it again in June in a meeting in Denver. They're having a college football meeting in Denver, of all places. 24 teams in a college football playoff?
Why not? Why not?
My Lord.
Do we not like football?
We love football, but why do you need 24
I don't
teams?
know. But what they really need to talk about is the ridiculously long break. That's what they need to figure out. Would this figure that out? Would that solve
Probably
it?
not. I doubt
Would they
it.
still have the break in between?
I would assume this is whatever's best for TV.
Because that's the real problem. And I'm telling you,
It takes forever.
It takes forever. You lose momentum.
Yeah.
Fans forget about it. By the time it gets around, it feels like you're just watching another bowl game. By the time the national championship gets there, it feels like you're watching the Tostitos Bowl.
Well, I obviously agree.
Or the Snoop Dogg Bowl.
I obviously agree.
Shout out Mike Sanford.
I know you're going to rip on Mike, huh?
No, not
Pride
intentionally.
and Joy Bowl.
Not intentionally.
So
I
funny.
mean, if there's ever one to have, that's the one.
I mean, Snoop Dogg has a bowl. It goes without saying. I'm tired. I've had fun today, no doubt about it. It's been a blast.
What time did you get home?
I left the building at 1:20. I probably walked through the door around 2. And then I couldn't, it took me about 15 minutes. And then I was like unconscious. So, but I'm glad I'm here. I'm very glad I'm here. It's a blast talking with everybody about it. But I cannot be the only one who's a little dragging today. There's no way. I mean, this has got to be a common theme. I mean,
Well, Tyler fell asleep at 8:30.
Tyler's fresh.
No,
Tyler's fresh as a daisy.
that is untrue.
Tyler's fresh as a daisy.
That is untrue. It was 10 o'clock, okay? 10 o'clock. That's pretty decent.
Tyler feels great.
No, but I'm telling you, my body punished me because I sat there. I should have stayed up because I couldn't fall asleep. And then my body was just punishing me because I didn't watch the end of the game.
You don't even throw the game on your phone and just have the audio going a little bit as you doze off? No, don't do that?
No.
I
mean, if I wanted to do that, I got a TV in the room.
Right, but the TV's kind of bright. You could kind of flip your phone. No? You don't just put it there and kind of sort of in the side? No.
No. I will say, just moved. It's the first time in about 10 years.
Oh, yeah, you got a whole new thing going on.
It's
That's
about
true.
the first time in 10 years that I've had a TV in my room.
Yeah. How do you like that?
I've been anti-TV in the room guy.
Yeah, I don't have one of those.
It's pretty nice.
Oh, you like it?
Yeah, it's pretty nice. TV in the room is pretty nice.
TV in the room is like you're in a hotel. It's like you're in a
for
hotel
late-night
room.
Sports.
All right.
Yeah.
All right.
You can't overuse it.
I got you.
You don't want to be using that sucker every night.
I got you. We haven't had a TV
Certain
in the
situations, though, it comes in nice.
You know.
That's not what I'm talking about.
Hey,
That thing gets turned off for that. What do you?
It's a starter. Who knows? I'm not here to judge. Hey, let's just throw it on the TV. I haven't had a TV in my room in a long time. We get all sorts of things on that TV.
What do you think I'm watching on that TV?
I don't know. I don't know why you're enjoying it so much in the bedroom, but I don't know.
Think we're a bunch of freaks?
I don't know what you're doing. Nor am I judging. I called my wife between the end and the and overtime, and she was barely hanging in there. Barely hanging in there.
Oh, I would have thought she was primed and ready to rock and roll to get to the end.
She was. I'll tell you what I walked home to. I finally got home. It's like 2 o'clock in the morning, and who do I hear in my bedroom is Raj and Spring doing Between the Pipes. And she's just lying, like this, and I'm hearing Raj and Spring talking about, X, Y, and Z, whatever they're talking about, which was great because they do a great show.
Let's get it on.
Let's get it on. So it is a weird thing to come home to your bedroom and your lovely bride is listening to Raj and Spring. It's because I know those guys.
Yep.
It's KKSE FM HD1 Broomfield,
What was she
Denver,
wearing?
Boulder. She was all pajamaed up. She wasn't, she wasn't.
What do you usually wear
Yeah.
when you listen to Raj and Spring?
You know I'm going commando when those two are on. Are you kidding me?
You
That
get
is prime commando
You're
time.
comfy as skivvies.
Yeah,
for
buddy.
between the pipes.
Man, if I had walked in and something else was going on with Raj and Spring, with my wife.
I mean, Raj is good looking.
I think Spring looks good in the dark.
I was hoping Spring was back there. He's
They
not
both
there.
sound terrific, though. That's what's most important.
They do a really good show, and they let a curse word fly every now and then, and that kind of gives a little sauce to the old digital radio. Well, it's not radio, but the whole listening experience.
I feel like last night was a good night to have expletives flying after that really weird hockey game.
Yeah, it was something else.
I mean, not even like hockey game, like weird. I feel like hockey game sells it short. Weird event. Weird happening that occurred last night.
What was your favorite weird, or what was the weirdest part to
I
you?
mean, it's the glass.
The glass.
It's not even close.
So we did a little investigation.
Okay.
Peter Baugh did it.
Did you find the guy?
He did.
He looked ripped.
Peter
That dude
did.
did not. That dude looked like.
Well, they didn't throw him out. They
Well,
reloaded.
why should they? He didn't do anything. He just was banging on the glass
Well,
like everybody
he
else.
apparently. So, have you guys ever been behind the glass, behind the bench for the teams?
I have been.
It's so small, like the space.
Yeah.
The guy was in the second row, so the flex on the glass was so voracious, going back and forth. The guy was reaching over and like grabbing and banging the top.
So he was like putting his legs into it.
Well, he could just reach up and
he
He was using his legs from. Yeah.
There was power.
He could kind of bang it and grab it and bang it and grab it. And it felt right on DJ Smith's head, which is hysterical.
Yeah,
so
I'm
what
happy
you
he
guys
didn't get cut.
What'd you guys do to? Oh, he could have. It was insane.
Hey, it looked scary. Not gonna lie.
That was a lot of glass.
How much would that suck? You're just standing there, and then a shower of broken glass is all like going down your suit coat and everything.
I mean, did they bring a shop vac out there?
Yes.
Oh yeah. Oh
They
yeah.
had the whole backpack thing going.
Well, did you hear what EJ said? He needs a full hose down.
Yeah. Well, I think he went and took a shower.
Yeah.
Because you
Are
kind
you
of have
serious?
to. Yeah, you kind of have to.
Well, because it's going to be in your clothes.
It's all
gonna
over
be-
the
Yeah,
place.
in your hair. Like, you'll go to, like, scratch your head or something
and
like
he
that.
looks
and
like a
cut
Vic
yourself.
Fangio style coach that doesn't
Yeah.
have a lot of suits to choose from. So
You know what, Nate? I wish I would have thought of that. I would have asked him that afterwards.
Yeah.
Did you shower, coach?
I think you have to. You
That
gotta,
would have
like,
been an amazing.
change your clothes and.
That would have been an amazing question to ask a
Well,
coach
remember,
during a game.
who told the story from the intermission? There are guys that do like full showers at intermission.
What?
Oh,
That's like
yeah.
a thing.
A
Yeah.
coach?
Yes,
Oh,
the
a coach.
athletic. No, the players. The
Oh, I
athletic
know
wrote
that.
a whole
I've
thing
heard
about
that.
guys that stripped down, shower, and would
Change their
freshen up. And,
all their under stuff.
we asked John Michael Lyles about it. I was like, nah, I'm just happy to get something to eat, maybe
Yeah.
go, get some business handled.
Yeah,
You know what I'm
go
saying?
to the
see a man
John.
about a horse.
Wow.
I was curious what you're anxious about today, Andy. What's your
Me?
bothered by?
No, you know what was funny? It was weird because that game just hacked me off in so many areas. But at the end of the night, I'm like, God, we're so much better than this team. This is just this. I'm going to upset. Look, I love hockey. Let me be clear. Everybody knows that, right?
Yes.
That was the dumbest damn hockey game I'd ever seen.
Here we go.
And it was at that. But you know what? Listen, first off, drop the puck on the face-off. I'm not here to watch you go, psych, 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 and then lecture them on how you want them to put the stick down. Shut up and drop the puck. We're not here to see you.
All right,
Get this
good.
game going. It's 11:30 at night, bruh. It's overtime. Drop the puck.
We have
and then you know what
literally
he did that
we
one
have-
time?
Yeah. Okay. Go
So
ahead.
late in the game, did you not see it? He lectures both of them, and then he Gronk spiked the puck down. Nobody won the faceoff. Eric goes, that's a great faceoff win, but the Avs didn't win it. The thing hit the ice and went flying towards the boards because he had the Gronk spike. That's not a drop for the faceoff, you clown. What is that?
I love the fact we've talked about this game for 3 full hours, and not once do we even
Didn't think about that
broach
one.
the face-off
Because,
dropping.
again, we're not here to
Andy's the
see
best.
you hold the game up when both sides are sick of your
Oh, the game took forever. Could you
Jesus,
feel-
just
I mean,
drop it, bro. Just drop the puck. And then the linesman, how about their goal they scored that the linesman doesn't get out of the way so they can't clear. He puts the face-off back in their end because your fat ass can't move. And so all of a sudden we got a face-off in our end. And then Devon Taves gets front checked to the ground. and that's how they score?
You know
Are
what?
you kidding me?
Really?
What are we watching here tonight?
Really quickly.
My God.
Something just dawned on me about my own partner that never has before,
What's
by
that?
the way.
What's that?
Is Andy, as a sports fan, you know how like the joke was always on Seinfeld? He would find something in there that he would break up with her, like she ate her peas one at a time.
Yes.
Or,
I had a friend that thought that a girl's toes were too small.
To her.
That's me with sports.
Yes.
She sometimes doesn't look good in the shadows compared to the lights.
Yeah, talk to her apples or
Now,
whatever it was.
That one did have a man face sometimes.
Oh, the Two-Face? Bad lighting on the porch. Yes. So my point here is like
her thumb is a little bit off, like it doesn't,
man hands. She had man hands.
What you just said there of you didn't discuss the linesman, I had not even it didn't even register with me last night.
But look at Andy.
And Andy just
screaming, and you're probably yelling at home.
Oh yeah, it was the first thing when we chatted this morning via the show thread. It was like the first thing that he brought up, and I was like, I didn't honestly. It never even occurred to me
because I just want to watch the teams play. Listen, I'll tell you where
I did notice it at the beginning of the third period. It's like
it happened.
It
but
did happen.
It happens.
I did notice
it's one of those things that happens in hockey.
I know, but when both guys are like, bro, just drop the puck.
But of all the things to be worked up about.
Look, I got a whole list. Just getting going there. But that was, you know what?
Because how do you feel about the McKinnon penalty? If you're upset about that, you must be furious about the McKinnon penalty. Should they allow replay on penalty shot penalties?
That
Should
was
you be
a
able
wild
to
one.
Oh, you mean the McCarr penalty?
Yes. Should you be able to?
It was interesting too
I did
because
not see him catch the hands. I thought he caught the stick.
Yeah, I thought it was a stick lift, but then Lyles said one of the first things that JML said last night on the post game with Kyle Keefe was they're going to call it every single time.
Right.
Yeah, but should they allow replay?
Should they take a look at it?
If it's going to be a penalty shot. Yes.
Can I tell you something, though?
I mean, hockey is already...
Because Bednar, after the game, and he had a lot of time to look at it after the game, by the way, he said that wasn't a penalty, neither was McKinnon, but all the other penalties called on us were penalties.
I already went off yesterday on the Carolina-Ottawa thing and the offsides and the penalty shot and all of that stupidity that happened in that game. So for the sake of consistency with my grievances with that sport, I'm going to say, please don't let them have any more replay in hockey. You already have too much, and you've already made your sport stupid as a result.
Well, and listen, it.
Are you not happy today?
Yeah, no, you know what I love?
2-0.
Yeah.
They're just so much the better team. I just hope they quit. I just hope they quit playing with their food at some point.
But wait,
now,
if you get a 2-0 lead on this Kings team, it's
I know.
over. The
and look,
game's done. They can't do anything.
It's playoff hockey. You knew there was going to be an overtime game. I knew there'd be a close one. I kind of thought it would come in LA.
The Kings have had 33 overtime games this year.
They
It's
don't win
insane.
games in regulation. They just
do not.
don't.
They don't really win them in overtime either.
The other thing that was crazy about that game, I've never seen a hockey game with that many football-style hits.
Oh, they were blasting each other last night.
Just on, and then I was watching. I like EJ. What can I say?
Everybody does.
So I was watching. I was watching ESPN. And EJ was interviewing, gosh, was it Lawton? I can't remember the guy he talked to.
It was Lawton.
Lawton,
Yes.
where he just goes, don't get the bicycle on the highway tonight. Dude, it just was so, I just want to tip the cap to EJ. He's gotten so good. He gets great answers in game from guys that normally don't tell you jack squat. And I know because I do it and I don't get answers like that out of people.
Of course.
You know what I mean? And just some of the raw, funny moments that he has with the people, it was very funny. And they were just like, I've never seen guys just skate up and blast each other like that. It just was unreal. And then I told Nate, the other thing that was crazy was the Avs had 3 or 4 power plays? I think 3 of the 4 they didn't even get to finish because they got a penalty 2 seconds after the thing started.
Unfortunately, yeah.
It just was the weirdest hockey game I'd ever seen. You got the 8:20 start time. Damn thing's not ending until midnight. Mark Messier looks like Skeletor as he tries to break things down on the big board. I'm just like, what is going on?
When you have a 19-minute delay right after a save on a penalty shot too, like that is a sport that very much benefits from the emotional swings, right? And you got no swing out of that because then it was like, let's all just go sit around. And by the time that they got back to playing, like everybody was cold and the energy in the building was drained and it just kind of, it sucked everything out of the game. that the glass broke.
What did you guys do during the glass breakage at home?
I watched Messier try to fill time.
You suck with it.
This is where
I watched Rockets Lakers.
This is we did
You left it.
We tuned into a couple other things, but I as an ugly radio guy, and I've always been told I have a face for radio, and it's fine. I do love watching TV try to tap dance. Because now you're in our world.
Oh,
you know what
so
I'm saying?
funny. It's so funny.
Now you're doing what we're just freewheeling this thing.
So what were they doing? What they
didn't know what to do. And then all of a sudden Steve Levy goes, well, I guess we're gonna call this a second intermission report. Let's check in Vegas. Up there in intermission too. And it screwed them because Vegas Mammoth went to intermission as they needed the Vegas Mammoth game.
So I
think they were just gonna do a look in. And then we all ended up at intermission and a break
I
at the
think
same
it was
time.
I think it was
making me
the
laugh.
Hall of Fame game last year had a lightning delay.
Yeah. They didn't know what to do.
Watching those clowns try and do our job was hysterical. They were just like, find anybody. Like, hey, Chris Sims is lurking in the shadows.
Talk about something.
Put a microphone in front of him and just say something.
I'll tell you this, in the arena, it was bizarrely entertaining watching 15 people try to fix this disaster.
Because you at least have the mad scramble going on in
and by the way,
right?
they're doing that.
And the skaters or the players are skating around.
Oh, yeah. And a lot of them were chit-chatting with EJ, by the way. And who had a front row seat to all of it right there? Sean Payton.
I know.
Sean Payton was sitting right there.
Dude, right before it happened, like the Avs carried the play into the corner past the blue line and go, I looked at my buddy, he goes, that's Sean Payton? I think I just saw Sean Payton in the corner. Because he was all looking over there. So now we got to go out to OTAs that don't start till June and figure out what he thought of this game that now have happened a month ago. I'd love to get Sean Payton's thoughts on what he watched the other night.
He was there with Skyline. It's very weird. Like, at Ball Arena, there's like 5 rows or so of 2 seats. So it's 2 seat, 2 seat, 2 seat, 2 seat, and then the stairs, and he was in those 2 seats, which is kind of like a little private sort of area right on the glass. But he's right next to the King's bench. He bailed though in the third. He did not make it all the way.
By the way, that private corner area. I was texting with Brett Kane last night because a couple of years ago, we sat down there.
The ice box or whatever it's called.
Yes. And it was when it was like brand new, so they wanted us to go in and hype. Andy, I don't know if you remember, you didn't get invited.
No, I didn't.
Yeah.
I wasn't cool. Hey, I didn't. What happened that you guys won that little? You were talking about the table spot? Was this where you sat at the table and bougéed out?
Yeah, it was me and Brett and Marty and Vic.
Why did I get invited, but you did?
More likable, I think. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
That is where I stand at the end of the games, by the way. But it's so insulting.
So we were down there, though. This is why I brought it up.
Okay.
And I texted Brett last night because I was like, dude, we're soft. Because we were banging on the glass all night.
Oh, and you didn't break
it. Didn't even do anything.
Well, but
to
Darren
it.
told us
there
you
you go.
pulling the top of the glass.
I was not.
Pull the top
You did
of
not
it.
use physics, smart guy. Oh, the math guy couldn't use physics to break the glass.
I couldn't even reach that high if I would have tried.
You didn't have a tall man.
No,
I will tell you.
Diana Rossini's
you didn't have the
got
Diana
one,
Rossini rescue plan.
but I don't have a tall
yeah,
guy.
you need a tall. You need Hastings to go with you.
So I had Vic with me.
I stand behind there all the time.
Uh-huh.
It's probably the most bougie area in the entire arena.
Oh, yeah. Table service.
Those people are pretty docile. They know they got it good right there.
Yeah.
They got it good.
They're looking for caviar.
And they have their own private wait service. Like So they're not banging on any
They don't
glass.
be bothering my waiter.
Yeah,
Dude.
they definitely are kind of like whatever.
The next morning, I woke up and my right here, like on my palm, right by my thumb, it was all swollen. And at first, I was kind of like, the hell is wrong? Did I get stung by a bee? And then I was like, oh, no, I was slamming on the glass like a maniac all night.
He did say, he makes fun of my
awesome.
bloodlust for the sport all the time.
Yeah.
He said it creeped into him
Oh,
when he got that close.
when you're right there.
You're right there.
And you get a couple of drinks in you.
Yeah.
You turn into a monster.
You take it personal.
Oh, you really do.
Then you want to fight.
Oh,
you got the anger.
They were playing Winnipeg that night, and actually the Avs lost, but I remember I was like, I want somebody's face to get boarded.
Kill him.
Yeah,
He became gladiator.
Seriously.
Kill him.
Oh, you become I was the worst version of myself that night. It was so much fun.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
It was great.
A couple of chili ones, and the next thing you know, you want everyone's
Chili
face
ones.
on a platter.
Chili
you
ones.
missed the chili ones express.
I tweeted at Tyson Berry last night. I was like, how many chili ones does it require to put your fist through the glass?
Good on Tyson. You know what? I'm going to take the station, which covered chili ones extensively last week.
No doubt.
We helped him out. I was at Bevy's, the old liquor shop by me.
They're moving
And
some units.
There were like 4 people with the chili ones lined up.
there
I wanted
you
to
go.
go. I wanted to go. Did you hear about that on Kreckman and Lindahl?
There you
we
go.
talked to Nate.
Yeah,
There you go.
we were hanging out with
Yeah.
Tyson
Hey,
and Nate.
None of them had Nates, by the way.
No,
They all had the Tyson.
They're
berries.
the 3%ers.
I don't know if you saw it.
Yeah.
Nate's on the non-alcoholic.
Yeah, Nate likes the diet beer.
Tyson's on the.
Yeah.
I heard the whole thing.
By the way, okay, real hot take for each of you guys. I meant to mention it earlier. I would rather a penalty shot than a power play. I was not bothered by the penalty shot because I thought
As who? As the Avs? As a defender?
To me,
you take your chances on the penalty shot.
I'd rather have the penalty shot
Yeah,
than you getting 2 minutes against my people.
I would too.
Do you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And I know it was
Penalty
Byfield.
shots- penalty
and I know
shots
it was
are
one of their
hard.
better guys, but I was like, you get one crack at this, bro.
Not many goals are scored in the NHL where the goalie has a clean look at the puck.
Yeah, that's a great point.
You know,
I also would
I'm
like
with you.
to point out, I know teams, you win or lose as a team, but the Kings lost, and it's all Quentin Byfield's fault.
Ooh.
Yeah. That guy should have scored 3 goals last night.
Oh, it was unreal.
That guy has nobody to blame but himself.
Okay.
Yeah, and his teammates have nobody to blame but him.
Was he the one that missed that wild empty
Yep.
netter? That was him earlier?
Now,
Okay.
but
I mean, the thing was just sitting in front of the net. Now,
Okay,
great
but let me
job
ask you this.
by Sam Malinsky, but that thing is just sitting there. You have to bury it. He had a breakaway later in the third. You have to
that's
score, my guy.
Okay, but I think that might have been goalie interference how you scored. There was a dude laying on the Wedgwood.
Uh-huh.
We would have had to go through a whole goalie interference review. That's how the puck got over
You
there.
could be screaming about it right now.
There was a king
Exactly.
It would be
laying on
funny.
top of Wedgwood, and that's why he was doing the fish flop.
He's doing the
trying
Tim
to get
Hardaway
back over
Jr.
there because their guy was laying on our goalie.
Yes.
So that would have been another review. So I'm happy he just missed. Dude, that dude, Byfield was horny for the glove last night. I don't know what his problem was.
All right. And on that note,
Well, I'm just telling you.
Smell the glove?
The glove. He just shot it in the
Final
glove
tap.
like 3 or
Very
4
nice.
times. This one goes to 11.
It is the Kreckman and Lindahl show. We have got prime cuts, Avs Kings Game 2 coming up here after the break. We have got all of the highlights from last night. Here's the funny thing about it, Andy. We don't even have all of the highlights because we only have a segment to put these in, all right? So I had to very carefully edit what we selected to be the prime cuts
Are
today.
you saying highlights?
There's highlights, question
It's
mark?
such, dude. I'm telling you, weirdest game ever. We're
It
going to
was
have to rank the
wild.
weirdness at some point.
It was so wild. And it was also just really, really long. I have to I have to fully admit.
I was going to text you and go, you still up for this?
Oh,
I was
dude.
going to give you the you up text.
Funny enough, I was just going to tell you, I missed the first 3 minutes of overtime.
Really?
I dozed off.
Yeah.
I was on the couch. I was very comfy. I was like, I need this game to end, please. It was late. I got sleepy.
I think I'm going to shoot a video that hopefully plays funny and not I'm telling you about it, it'll ruin it. I bought some Ollie stress relief stuff, stress relief gummies, just to help me calm down during this playoff time.
I know about stress relief gummies.
I
love those.
Well, might have to get some of those too from Bo Scaife, but these are just Ollie and sold at Walmart.
Ah, all right. I don't get mine at Walmart.
And I was about to.
I get mine at a strip
I was
mall.
about to just pop it. This is going to go bad places. I just was going to show the empty bottle of it. I don't know if these are working or not because that's where I was at that point. Like the bottle was gone. See, you like it. Now I got to go make the video. It'll be funny for anybody that didn't hear the show.
I had to triple the dosage.
Doesn't seem to be getting it done. I feel even more stressed.
Well, you've got highlights. Jeff Legwald's in here at 4 o'clock for Draft Talk. John Michael Lyles at 5:20. It's Kreckman and Lindahl. Kreckman, Lindahl, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. A shout out to our friends at Dave's Hot Chicken. Hooking us up today with some in-show snacks. Andy's doing the number 2 with cheese.
Is the cheese what's going to cause? Why did that? Everyone else just goes by the number. Spring sends number 2 first, but Nate locks in on Andy's order.
You know what it was? It was the choice of verb.
I didn't choose. I just read what was on the menu from the lovely people at Dave's Hot Chicken. Find them off Rappo and 25.
Good job incorporating the live
like
read.
that?
That was pro.
You like that?
No, it was the.
I literally just saw that.
I'm going to do the number 2. That was what did it.
The do?
Do. You went with do. Uh-huh.
It's a number 2?
You did do is what you did.
Well,
now, what could you be doing later? We don't know.
We'll be fine.
We will be, because Dave's Hot Chicken is fantastic, and thank you so much to them for hooking us up today, and we're going to be doing a lot more with them, but they're terrific, and I just had myself a nice tendy, and it was delightful. I had the number 1.
Of course you do. That's all you ever have. You really do a great job at work of never having the number 2.
I do.
You're that guy.
As regular as it goes.
How you do it. You set it like a watch.
I am.
Tip of the cap to you, sir.
I am committed. Yes.
Again, this guy, sideline,
college
stadiums.
What's the worst college stadium?
The worst?
Yeah.
Oh, man.
K-State?
You know what? It's obvious. It's some of the. Well, it was a cool venue. The scariest, worst place was the Honolulu Stadium, wherever that was.
Oh, the Aloha Stadium can?
Oh, have you ever been in there?
Well, okay.
They gave me flashbacks to Old Mile High. I'm like, this rickety. I told Mark and Zim, I'm like, I'm so glad I'm on the field. You guys are going to fall off this thing.
Andy, they condemned the building.
I have no doubt.
They don't play there anymore.
I know.
They had to build out like a stadium around basically like their track and field venue, the Clarence T.C. Ching Athletics Complex at the University of Hawaii, because Aloha Stadium was dangerous to be in.
Yeah, it was terrifying, dude.
And they still don't have a new stadium.
It felt rickety.
Mm-hmm.
The other wildest thing that they did, they were redoing Husky Stadium. They were remodeling that in Washington, Seattle, Washington, for UW.
Uh-huh.
And we were there the first year in the Pac-12. And man, we had to like walk a plank. I'm not kidding. We had to walk a plank from like the construction area into where the new broadcast booth was going to be.
Oh.
And in Husky Stadium, you like God could blow you a kiss. You're so high. It is no joke how high that thing was once upon. I don't know if it's still that way, but we had like this rickety construction board. And again, I'm like, Sim is not going to make it across this thing, Mark. I was like, you're going to have to throw him to me. It's like we're going to have to do a save scene from Indiana Jones or something.
Andy, I have actually heard at the University of Washington, they did have issues with structural integrity in their stadium because the fans were too husky.
See, there you go. I knew it was coming. He gets that look, doesn't he? He gets that look when you know he's not being serious, but he wants you to think he is.
I'm very serious.
He gives that look. I promise, Sammy and Lucy get that look, and they're like, "What, Daddy?" And then he just suckers them.
Yep.
Well, I ain't Sammy and I ain't Lucy.
Because they're husky. Sorry.
In Seattle, they really aren't. Now, if you head to some of the more Midwestern areas.
Yes, those are my people.
You better reinforce that sucker. Ohio State.
That's why I said K-State.
Did you ever? K-State is not. I played a lacrosse tournament inside that Manhattan Stadium. That is.
Manhattan, Kansas is oddly cool.
It's a cool town.
It is.
There's no doubt about it. I didn't think much of their football stadium, but the city itself is all sorts of good times.
Are you ready for Prime Cuts?
Yeah! We're going to smoke them?
Prime Cuts brought to you by the Colorado Beef Council. Beef, it's what's for dinner. Let's listen to Connor McGahee's call of the action last night. Wild first period, which I thought the first period had everything last night, and then the second period said, hold my beer. But here we go. Last night in the first period, and the Avalanche, they had a good early power play. They had a good opportunity to be able to score because of an interference on Adrian Kempe. Avalanche get a power play. McKinnon goes charging in. Nate just gets a good one-timer. Nobody can score. And that just kept happening throughout the course of the period. We had a bunch of big hits, but also we had one particularly entertaining sequence in which, let's be honest, both teams are probably cursing that they did not score.
Lawton gets it to the red line, keeps it himself across the Avalanche. Big hit thrown by Manson. Look out for the number 42 train. Burns staying with it. Kiviranta applying pressure. Logan O'Connor the same. Moore gets around him. Manson. Moore couldn't take the puck with him. O'Connor to the point, kept in by Drew Doughty. Second unit out there now. Shot tipped, and it's sticked aside by Scott Wedgwood. Burns for Logan O'Connor. Kings cede possession. Out pops Cale Makar. Avs have killed it off. Here's Makar. Shot. He hit the post. Short side. He beat Forsberg and hit the iron. It's a 3-on-2 the other way. Cale Makar gets back. All alone. Moore. Save made by Wedgwood. It's knocked aside, and now there's all kinds of pushing and shoving behind the Avalanche net. Punch thrown by Logan O'Connor. It's absolute fury. Lawton knocks his man down to the ice. He's got Cale Makar in a headlock. And the Kings are bullies right now at Ball Arena.
There was a lot that happened right there. Okay, first off, LOC drops to Cale on the rush and he rings the post. Damn. Nichushkin had another one of those later on, by the way. And then Wedgwood gets the save on Trevor Moore. Brant Clark had a chance to knock it in, but he whiffed on it, and somehow the score was still goose eggs.
Yeah.
Unreal first period.
Yeah, it was a little – it was up and down at times. They couldn't – the Avs all night had passes that looked like Tim Tebow throwing that 7-yard just heater to the receivers.
Yeah.
It's just like everything had too much heat. And it wasn't just one culprit. They all were guilty of like just – these missile passes to each other that with sticks are breaking. But yeah.
There's a lot of broken sticks last night,
I don't know what was going on. The puck was hopping. I don't know if it was because the Nuggets had the playoff game the night before. I really don't know. Like, usually the Ball Arena ice is just absolutely fantastic. Frankly, I don't even know if it was the ice. The puck was just doing stupid things last night.
It's Rudy Gobert's fault somehow.
It is.
Let's go to the second period.
It's absolute fury.
It was absolute fury.
And the Kings are bullies.
Okay. So let's go to the second now, and the Avalanche are on the power play after a boarding penalty on Jeff Malott. I prefer Malort, but Jeff Malott. I'm a much bigger Malort fan than you.
When you want to unfriend someone in person,
that's
Malort.
right. Tonight's the night you fight your dad.
Tonight's the night you fight your dad.
Okay. Bad giveaway by Cale Makar leads to a breakaway, leads to a penalty, leads to a penalty shot, leads to a save, leads to glass being broken all over the place. Let's just, Spring, I know you had to do some heavy editing lifting right here. Let's see how we do. Here we go. This is the most bizarre sequence in a night that was just high on peyote. Let's go.
So shooting the puck more. See if one can go in here. They have to win the draw. They do, but Makar lost it. Shorthanded. Byfield. And Makar is going to get called. They're going to give a penalty shot to the LA Kings and Quentin Byfield. That was not much of anything, but
LA 55 has been awarded a penalty shot due to being fouled by number 8 with the hump.
Byfield for a short-handed penalty shot. Goodness me. Picks it up at center ice, swings wide left into the circle. Byfield holding, backhander. Oh! Save made by Wedgwood! Great Scott! Justice is served! So the linesmen have crept in here. And now, I think there's a matter to attend. Oh no! A piece of glass is broken behind the bench of the Los Angeles Kings. Wow. I mean, it's not even broken. It is shattered. I can't tell you the last time, if ever, that I've seen that.
Oh, no.
Connor went full Pete Carroll. Oh, no.
Can we compare the two? You know it has to happen now.
Now it has to happen. Mm-hmm.
Again, this is Prime Cuts, brought to you by the Colorado Beef Council.
And this
Oh, no.
Yeah.
Oh, no.
Oh, no.
Wow, they really are very similar.
Uh-huh.
Now, there's not the absolute I just blew my career that Pete Carroll has. in Connors.
This will be in my obituary one day, like Pete Carroll's.
The worst thing in my life has just occurred that Pete Carroll had.
No, for Connor, it was just like, holy hell.
Yeah, what? There's broken glass.
DJ Smith must have peed a little bit when all that glass fell on his head.
Well, and then it was funny because half the bench like, I will fight somebody.
Right.
What is happening? There's glass everywhere.
Wild, man. Some of these quotes, by the way, in the Peter Baugh story, one Avalanche fan, Mike McNish, who went to the game with his 13-year-old daughter, said the guy that was behind them in the second row, he was just basically wailing on it as hard as he could. Added Kings fan Kyler Krusky. That's a made-up name.
Yeah, he doesn't want you to know he was there.
Krusky?
Give me the name again, Kyler.
Kyler Krusky.
Okay.
Hey, my name is really Kyle, but you can just add a bunch of R's to my name, and that way nobody will know where I am.
Is this an in the Garden of Eden situation that became in the Garden of Eden?
That guy ended up chilly once. Then Kyle Krosky became Kyler Krosky.
Kyler Krosky. What? Kyler Krosky. All right, cool.
Kyler Krosky said, it dropped straight down, then we heard it crumble in front of us. The Kings bench was not pleased with the development. Quote, some of the coaches were a little upset with the guy who did it, said a couple choice words to him. Yeah, I bet they did. A bunch of players were cussing. They were like, what the bleep, Jack bleep? Krosky said Krosky's a lady. She said she believed the glass-banging fan was initially moved to a new section after the pane broke. An Avalanche spokesperson told The Athletic that after reviewing the footage, staff determined that the fan didn't do anything ejection-worthy.
I don't think he did. The glass didn't hold up. It happened.
It's part of the experience, banging on the glass. That's why you pay top dollar.
It was a huge moment in the game. There was a lot of vibration happening in the building, and you decided to get physics involved.
Yes.
Pulling it from the top.
And the glass broke.
And the glass could not. The glass said, no mas.
Hey, great save by Scott Wedgwood.
Incredible save.
He was beat.
Yeah, well, hey, look.
And he he laid out for that thing.
He put the big glove out.
Scott!
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
By the way, we're getting a request to compare the Pete Carroll oh no to the Connor McGahey oh no to the Chris Marlowe Moncrief. No! Yes! No!
Oh, no.
Oh, no! No!
That was Jokic taking out Markieff Morris. In that instance, the no was actually Markieff Morris's spine.
Was that a good idea? No!
Oh,
no! Man. Byfield faked the shot left, goes right, backhand, sprawling.
Got what he wanted.
Wedgwood save. Again, Quentin Byfield. Win the game for your team. What are you doing, guy?
You're playing on an AC-ed team that's not won in regulation too often. That's what you're doing.
No wonder. Third period, Wedgwood had another unreal blocker save on Byfield. Nichushkin put one off the post.
How about when Wedgwood didn't have his blocker and still made the save?
Guy's so
because
good.
Burns skated by and took the stick out of his hand.
Guy's so good. We go to the 6:56 left. Quick math, 13:04 of the third period. Are we counting up or are we counting down, hockey? Which one is it? Anyway, 6:56 to go in the game, and the Kings are on a power play, and they score.
Trevor Moore throws it back door, wide open, they score.
Yeah.
Panarin again. A play that should have been down ice. The faceoff was put in the Colorado zone, and the Kings get another gift and take a 1-0 lead with 6:56 to go in the third period of Game 2.
Andy, I was wondering, why did Scott Lawton have position to have such a great screen on Scott Wedgwood? And then when I saw the replay, I was like, because he cheated.
Speaking of crumpling spines, he did that to Devon Toews.
Yes, he sure
just
did.
Went and was like, I'm going to stand here now.
Devon Toews got up and was like, what the
He looked
ever
at the ref
bleeping?
like, bro, first your dumb linesman couldn't get out of the way,
Yeah.
and somehow it keeps the puck in our zone,
Mm-hmm.
and then you let him just go ahead and give me a shimmy shot to the spine. That looked like a finishing move in Mortal Kombat.
That probably
and
hurt.
you didn't call anything.
Yeah, that
Okay,
probably
cool.
really hurt. Now we go under 4 minutes remaining, and the Avalanche tie the game on one of the sickest passes you will ever see.
McKinnon can't get the puck off the faceoff win from Landeskog. Taves keeps it alive. Shot towards the net. Thrown in front. Landeskog scores! Oh, captain! My captain! With 3:35 to go in the third period. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls of all ages, this is a tie hockey game.
I was waiting for Connor to go, oh, Captain, my pick to click. Congratulations, Connor. You nailed that one. It was. He had Gabe. I kind of shamed him into taking Gabe, but he took him nonetheless.
What did he do? He gave us 2, didn't he? Or was that the first time?
That was the first day, yeah. No, yesterday he was hyping Gabe's tipping ability.
Oh, that's right.
And then I was like, well, then you have to pick him.
And so he did.
Cody Ceci cleared, lame, kept in by Taves. Winning play, by the way, by Devon Taves. Huge revenge. Throws it at the net. Finds a way to Natchez. 5-hole pass under Forsberg. And the captain buries it. Boom. 1-1. Good moment. Nobody can score. We go to overtime.
But the Avs had that breakaway chance at the end. And then Makar's trying to go to give support. And Natchez takes a big turn. And, man, he was offsides by like 9 yards. He was halfway in the zone when Natchez entered the zone, and he was just like, bro, you can't go left on me. I thought we were going straight.
Andy, let's give you all the credit in the world.
Yeah.
You went Nick Waugh.
Yeah.
Well done. Who was the hero last night? Nick Waugh.
Deep one-timer, shot tipped wide. That chance from Kiviranta. Burns a try. That's tipped over the top of Anton Forsberg. Kadri the rebound. Far side half wall, tucks underneath. Manson lets it go. Tip. Rebound. Score! It's Nicholas Waugh's second overtime winner, and you don't have to go home, but you can't stay here because this party is over.
Nick Waugh, the hero last night. Burns deep shot. Kadri chases it down. Manson shoots. Waugh's in front. Whacks it in. Grimy, greasy, sandpapery overtime playoff goal.
That's a playoff goal.
That sure was.
You're just bigger and stronger than the other guy. You're camped out in front of the net. You throw the puck at net. Good things happen, although I'd not really. By the way, Nazem Kadri, bro.
He's having a bad series.
What was the one where he had the defender down? The guy kicked his legs up as if he was sliding down a slide as a kid, and you shot it into his leg. Dude, what are you doing?
I'd like to think he's just snake bit right now.
Okay.
That's what I'm hoping for.
Sore hand or something.
He's got that broken finger.
He does. He's so the snake that bit him broke his finger is what happened.
Stupid snake.
Prime Cuts brought to you by the Colorado Beef Council. Beef, it is what's for dinner. It's the Kreckman and Lindahl show. Avs up 2-0 on the Kings. Hey, it's Nate Kreckman from my friends over at Roller Auction. A lot of great auctions available for you to be able to bid right now. Go to roller.bid and check them out. Do you run a restaurant or bar? Are you perhaps in the food service industry at all? Great place to get equipment used but lightly used and well maintained and taken care of is Roller Auction right now. Former Obstacle Brewing and Grill. They got walk-in refrigerators, sandwich prep tables, ranges, flat top griddles, so much more if you want to get your hands on some of this stuff, or if you're a home chef, perhaps want to upgrade your kitchen a little bit, go check out this auction right now at roller.bid. Plus, they got a government computers, police evidence, general surplus, and more opening next week. A Planet Open Box where you can get some great deals on electronics. That's opening next week as well. Go to roller.bid. Check out all the auctions available for you to be able to bid. Again, that is roller.bid. And make sure you sign up to bid at roller.bid/altitude. One lucky listener that signs up there is going to win tickets to Rockies and Diamondbacks just for signing up to bid. That's all you have to do. Go to roller.bid/altitude.
Go out for Jokic, Jamal, all the bad defenders, Tim Hardaway, Cam Johnson, Aaron Gordon, the whole team. Like, just go at them.
They're all bad defenders.
Yeah, they're all bad defenders.
Jaden McDaniels feeling himself. They're all bad defenders. And he called out a bunch of guys by name specifically. We're going to hear David Adelman's clap back here in just a moment. But first, make your plans right now. Tomorrow night, we're kicking off the Altitude Sports Radio Playoff Viewing Party Tour, powered by Michelob Ultra. Join Andy Lindahl at Jackson's and Lodo for the Avalanche game, with Raj hosting the network broadcast on site. There's going to be prizes, wall-to-wall action. They got 1 billion TVs at Jackson's. But the Nuggets game is going to be on, the NFL draft. It's all happening. Full night of playoff energy. We're all about playoff energy. Don't miss the start of the tour tomorrow night at Jackson's. Today after practice, David Adelman was asked, does bulletin board material, by the way, isn't that one of those antiquated terms? Bulletin board, isn't it social media material?
That's funny.
now?
You're right. I never really thought about it that way, but you're absolutely. There's no bulletin boards anywhere anymore.
Kind of like how they're like he posterized them, and it's like, well,
Nobody
now
has
it's
a poster.
It's YouTubes or it's GIFs.
Yeah. What's that ape thing that everybody was collecting for a while? That was like a crypto version of a collectible.
I remember that.
You know what I'm talking about?
Yes.
Tyler had one of them.
Of course he did.
He probably still has it. It's probably worth $5 million, and we don't know. Anyway, nobody has a poster. They have those. That was the point.
NFTs.
There you go. That's
NFTs.
what it was. Good call. All right.
That's what it was. It landed for a minute there. I haven't heard about
He
NFTs
got NFT'd
for a while. Digital beanie babies.
That would be pretty cool, though, because then you could see the full dunk.
That's true.
Not just the Mozgov money shot that you used to get.
By the way, speaking of full,
Monty,
I watched. I didn't see it live last night because I was watching the Avalanche game. I watched the Wemby fall once today.
Oh my gosh!
It is as upsetting as, like, Andy. That's right up there with like words. You know, your Robin Venturas or Jason Kendalls or worst knee injuries, knee shatterings you've ever seen before. What happened to Wemby was so friggin' scary last night.
Yeah, I mean, no, and again, he
Nothing
had his
caught him.
Arms pinned under him. For those that haven't seen it, and the chin takes a good, like, imagine a seesaw.
Yeah.
And on the way down, that's what his chin did right on the floor. And immediately his eyes go.
Yeah.
His eyes go to the wrong
And he
spot.
tried to
You're
get
like,
up
this
and-
is not good.
Mm-mm.
Not good at all. I bet you his jaw and teeth are messed up along with the concussion.
Oh,
that was the equivalent of a Mike Tyson thunder punch to your chin.
I
back
can't
in the
imagine
day.
how black and blue he is and sore he is, in addition to, his brain hurting and swelling today.
That's probably, he might be in doubt for the series. I don't want to overspeak it, but dude,
Andy, that's the thing about like if you're taking a concussion seriously,
right?
They will tell you, like, you could be better in a week, you could be better in a year. We don't know when that's going to be. I hope for his sake that he is okay. What a scary moment, but it's also like let's not skirt the other part of his bury the lead. Like, could be good for the Nuggets. Okay, could be.
Got to handle your business first.
I feel like a jerk thinking in those matters, but it is the playoffs.
Hey, listen, you got to get past Portland now. They had 3 guys. You see Harrison Barnes hurt his wrist.
Blew a 14-point lead.
Who else? Another player got hurt too.
Scoot Henderson had a game of his life.
While we were waiting for the intermission before overtime got going, I was watching that game, and every time it was just nothing but Spurs dropping.
Rockets-Lakers was fun last night, too.
Anyway, bulletin board material. David Adelman, he doesn't like it.
Let's go.
I don't know, not for me. I think narrative's really interesting, too. You hear so many things, and we've gotten really lazy in society. Like, what's our defensive rating in this series through 2 games?
Really 109, right?
109.
Really good.
How is that?
That's fair. 6th best in the playoffs.
6th best in the playoffs? Oh. Okay. Next.
How do you feel you guys have played defensively overall?
I think if we rebound the ball again, I think our half-court defense has been okay. People are going to score points in the NBA, just like we did on them. So it's just about finishing possessions, and they did a better job than we did. You give them credit. Like, they got themselves extra possessions. And in the playoffs, as you guys all know, the ball is key. If they have the ball, that leads to free throws, that leads to kick-out threes, that leads to DiVincenzo having more chances at that. That's the way it is in sports. If you have the ball, you're in control. And they were in control of that game because of that. But I thought our guys gave great effort defensively, but you got to finish possessions better. If we do that, we'll be in a good spot.
Don't really know why it's a societal issue, but he is right about that. That the Nuggets are 6th right now in the playoffs in defensive rating at 109. Minnesota is at 112 in this series so far. So the Nuggets are actually 3 spots better amongst playoff teams than the Minnesota Timberwolves. Now, again, nobody cares about what the defensive rating is when the guy says that. What people care about is that he did say it, and then he called out dudes individually, that, as we discussed extensively yesterday, had bad defensive games.
Yeah, and I'm glad you're standing up for your guys, but the reality is, as we talked about, Austin Rivers said they don't have a rim protector. Why are they going to the hoop? And then Minnesota started going to the hoop, and he didn't seem to slow that down too much. So the rating is what the rating is. They got back into that game because they went to the hoop, and you could not stop it.
Adelman was asked and was pressed further, specifically what he thought about what Jaden McDaniels said.
Yeah, I mean, again, though, he's a really good player. Everybody has a sounding board nowadays. It'll help his social media.
We said it in a
post-game interview,
televised interview. Wasn't a tweet, but okay.
It did help the social media.
Sure did.
I don't know if it helped Jaden McDaniels' social media, but
it helped.
It was all over social media. He's not wrong about that.
Got people talking. Hey, it's a great rivalry, okay? You have played 30 games over the last 4 years now, and you're 15-15, and you actively dislike each other. So it's great. It's not just great for Jaden McDaniels' TikTok. It's great for everybody.
It's great for TV.
It is.
It's people watching if the game's not at 10 o'clock at
night. Can't do anything about that part of it, unfortunately. Let's hear it. Cam Johnson was called out specifically.
He was mentioned.
By Jaden McDaniels. Cam Johnson was asked about it today. Let's hear from the Nuggets 3.
Cam, what was your reaction to Jaden McDaniels' comments and calling guys out, including yourself by name, about his defense?
I'm not buying into those antics. Period. I'm entertaining it.
But can there be bulletin board material at this point?
Sure. But I'm not entertaining those antics.
He does not entertain the antics.
The reindeer games, as Mark Burton-Hoy likes to call
them. Okay, Cam. I'll go back to what I said yesterday. Make shots.
Yeah,
all right?
Well, and play a little more D.
That's the biggest. You communicate defensively. Have clean switches, okay? Keep an eye on Dante DiVincenzo, and don't just let him stand wide open while they operate in action on the other end of the floor.
Here's another thing I would throw out, too. What was the Dan Hyatt stat? I know you saw it. Like, when the Nuggets hold a team below 119, they have a great record.
They do.
And when they go over 119, the record gets closer to 500. They don't always lose.
Quite a bit, yeah.
But it is a vast increase in how often the other team gets the game on you.
Yep.
And 119 seems to be that magic number of the tipping point, according to what Dan Hyatt stats, right?
The Nuggets, I mean, they scored 114 in that game. That's quite frankly, what did they score in game 1? 112, I want to say. Let's kick that back up to the 118s, 120s.
Sure.
Please. Like kick it back up into that realm. I mean, a part of the problem so far in this series for Denver, it's not your 109 defensive rating, it's your 112 offensive rating. That's where you're running into problems right now. Like kick that number back up to what you're fully capable of being able to do. And look, I get it. It's the postseason. You're playing a better opponent. You're playing an opponent that is actually playing hard on every single possession and making sure that they're getting back on defense and has a ton of familiarity with you, and they're fully studied in being able to stop you. Okay. It's still Nikola Jokic and Jamal Murray. Don't combine to shoot 2 for 12 in the fourth quarter or whatever you guys did the other day.
Hey, I got something I want to share with you guys.
Share away.
Okay, I have recently discovered further information about this beef, the Jaden McDaniels beef.
There's more to it?
Well, yeah, something that I didn't even realize when it happened, and now I know why it happened.
Okay.
Remember, Jaden McDaniels pushed...
Hold on. Spring, stop for a second.
Okay.
Can I get some jazz flute while you explain this to me?
Yeah, this is brought to you by Southern Steer.
Yeah.
Butchers. Go see them off Arapahoe I-25. They're right by the old Shane Company. I was just out there today.
Yes.
Go see
This
them.
is good.
This is beef tweets. Now we're beefing.
So Jaden McDaniels, he shoved Nikola Jokic in the back and got a flagrant in game 1. I remember it.
Okay. Remember Aaron Gordon's All-Star game dunk
Yes.
Early in the first quarter, game 2.
Yes.
Where he bounced it off the floor.
Dunk contest
to
dunk.
himself.
Yep.
And dunked it.
He
It's a good
did.
dunk.
It was
he did
great.
it really smooth.
It was fun.
I figured out why he did that.
Okay.
Apparently, Jaden McDaniels, in multiple regular season games over the years, has done that exact same move. And he's biffed it a couple times.
So this was a troll job by AG.
AG did it on purpose.
Well, that's baller. That's sick. Now it's cooler if you win the game.
Sure.
Yeah, it helps if you win the game.
It's cooler if you don't score 8
Helps
points.
if you don't blow a 19-point lead.
That is maybe more why Jaden McDaniels felt emboldened after the game. He saw AG do that dunk.
Spring, how deep in the Reddit thread did you go to find this?
Somebody tipped me off to this.
Okay, this is...
Yeah.
Hey, thank you, Tipper.
Spring's
The big
got
Tipper.
dark web sources.
Uh-huh.
Okay.
So in a way, you were the Gabe Landis cog, and they were the Brett Burns. Just tipping that sucker in.
Tipping.
Yeah, yes.
There it
I
was.
tipped the shot from the point.
I was waiting to see where that one was going.
Nice
you landed
analogy.
it. That was good. That was good. Okay. So there it is.
Beef.
Jaden McDaniels has
It's what's for
biffed
dinner.
that dunk. And so AG showed him up by throwing it down. Here's the other thing, okay? Like if indeed AG did that to show up Jaden McDaniels.
Which I totally buy into it because I just was like, I wonder why he's doing that. I mean,
doesn't that go to show you too, like
they hate each other.
Pro athletes are different than the rest of us. To even think to do it in that moment, like, oh, I got a breakaway. It's clean enough. I'm gonna go for it. It's amazing. Way to go, AG.
Did he turn to McDaniel and just give him the
sup?
Sup?
Uh-huh.
See that?
Yeah. Uh-huh.
That's you, guy.
That's why I used to wear number 50. Mhm.
Yeah.
That right there.
That.
Okay. There it is, everybody.
5 perfect 10s, the perfect dunk score, 50.
Beef. Jeff Legwold, he is in the house.
He's right next to us.
Okay. What are the Broncos going to do? What is everybody else going to do in the first round? Jeff Legwold is basically the purpose of the next hour of radio is to make it so nobody has to watch the NFL draft at all because Jeff Legwold is going to tell us exactly what is going to happen. He has every pick. He has every trade. He has every rumor. He has all of it when we come back on the Kreckman and Lindahl Show. Hey, Denver Summit FC shattered the NWSL attendance record like glass behind the Kings bench. With 63,004 fans at their home opener at Empower Field on March 28th after the international break, catch Summit FC's first ever battle against the San Diego Wave on April 25th. Andy, I hate the Wave. At Dick's Sporting Goods Park. If you'd like to win tickets, text SUMMIT right now to 303-504-0925 with your name. That's SUMMIT, SUMMIT, to 303-504-0925 along with your name. Don't miss your chance to be a part of history in this inaugural season. All right, Jeff Legwold is here. It is time for Draft Talk.
Real quick, because you said it.
Mm-hmm.
You know that, was it the Dodger game where Drew and Spilly and Sully all broke into Wave hate because they were doing the Wave at Coors Field?
Uh-huh.
Your boy Spielborgs really hates the Wave more than anybody ever thought.
You know who else hates it?
Summit FC.
Kyle Freeland hates it.
Was he pit? He wasn't pitching
Kevin
that
Freeland?
night, but yeah.
Kyle Freeland ripped the Wave years ago when he was just like, what are we doing here, folks?
Yeah, but didn't it start as a baseball thing? Wasn't it Crazy Larry or whoever in Oakland that started the Wave? Wasn't he?
Wow.
Seriously, wasn't that the guy's name?
You've dipped into the throwback machine.
Wasn't that his name?
That's like the Rainbow Guy and Crazy
Somebody
Larry.
answer the question.
I think it was Crazy George.
Crazy George.
Crazy George.
With the drum.
Thank you.
Yeah.
With the
Spring Brew I
drum.
was
During
talking about,
COVID,
right?
when I was looking
Oh,
for
that's
weird
right.
guests.
Crazy
You got
George
it for us.
Henderson. Yes.
Yeah, Crazy
Wasn't it
George.
during- you said
with
it
the
during
drum.
COVID.
Yes.
Yep.
He was
Tiger King and Crazy George. What a time to be alive. Welcome to KNL in the afternoon.
he was a cheerleader at San Jose State.
He had a drum.
He did.
Yeah,
And then
the
he had a
drum.
bad bald
People
head.
would hire him and
Crazy George.
the hair'd be going wild.
Yeah. Woo!
Does he still go to West Sacramento and lead the Wave for A's games
Come
now?
on, everybody, let's do this.
Yeah. It's a very small wave.
Those people are like, nobody wants to be here, including
It's
the
the-
He
players.
looks
Actually,
like
they're-
Mandelbaum with the
Yeah.
boxing.
There they just call it the
Mandelbaum.
tidal pool.
Yes.
It's not even a wave.
Can't get out of a single section. 'cause
ripple.
Nobody else is there.
Let's do the ripple.
Uh-huh.
It was that simple one at Waterworld when you used to walk in. We weren't ready for Thunder Bay. Let's just go to little kiddie wave pool.
Okay, but in all seriousness, at West Sacramento, I don't even think you can go all the way around the outfield because it's like there's like a parking lot out
It takes
there.
a break. You have to count 3. 1,000.
Yeah.
2
Seriously.
1,000.
You do the drum beat. Okay, go.
3 1,000.
Gets a little thrown off.
Hey, man, back in Mile High back in the day,
Yeah.
it used to be a sight. And Steve Atwater told me it got him fired up. He loved it, and that's all I need.
Okay.
Yeah. When you get Atwater fired up, that's all you need.
I'll let Steve Atwater hang out on there.
Yeah, well, I'm going to let you tell Steve Atwater.
Oh, I gladly will. You come on, Andy. You know me.
I do know you.
Let me tell you about a bad take, Steve.
He is the all-time talk to nicest guy on
he
the
really
planet,
is.
and
Yeah.
then like put a helmet on and like
Yeah.
run a receiver in front of him.
And I will destroy you.
He could not afford to play in the NFL.
And
Right
we gotta ask him. We'll get to your top 100. There's a lot of draft talk, but seriously,
I'll stay as long as you want.
Speaking of Atwater, well, we're not even sure we want you past 420, but we've already booked. No, I'm kidding.
Yeah.
Bye-bye. Have you ever seen? You were telling us right before we hit the air. You've seen a lot of hockey.
Yeah.
I was telling Nate one of the weird things about that game last night, and it was super weird. I've not seen so many guys go full football hit on each other like they were in the first quarter. Have you seen that?
That was some old time pre-helmet hockey going on.
Oh, that's good.
Yeah.
Back before head protection, we
Yeah.
used to run into each other
Just
like that.
bash into each other.
And by the way, EJ saw it coming. Like EJ was the Matrix last night because he kept going, oh, and he saw the guy on the train, the train tracks about a second before it would happen. And so EJ give you the warning and just wham, another guy down on the ice.
That Mikey Anderson hit on Natchez
dude.
last night
It was a clean hit.
It was.
But back in the day, that would have
led to a
It would have
Donnybrook.
been melee. The policing of the situation would have taken another
Yeah,
hour.
no fights last night. I guess that's the one thing the game didn't have was an actual drop the gloves
They had a little
fight.
They had a little get together. They had a little convention.
There were, but like there was not a single fighting major in the game. There wasn't like a true square it up fight in the game last
Did you see
night.
the Tampa Bay Montreal one
Oh,
where the
yeah.
guy called him out and then took it on the chin and went down?
Mhm.
Had to live with that for a minute.
Yeah. Oh, he got blasted.
Oh, he did.
Yeah, he took the L hard.
Don't
on that
write
one.
checks. Don't write checks.
Told him, gave him the old go to sleep in the penalty box.
Don't,
All right.
don't write checks.
All right.
Jeff, let's start here.
Yes.
Will the Broncos make a selection at number 62 on Friday?
I would say on Friday, if none of their 6
are
on the board, they get out.
Okay.
That's how I would. That's
okay.
how I would phrase.
You think
that.
they'll go back?
I think they would gladly go back.
Okay.
They think there is value on this board
Mm-hmm.
in late 3, 4, and 5.
Late
rounds.
3.
Well, mid to late 3. That's the same grade from bottom of 2nd to middle of 3rd. But they think there's value there. They would move back and not. Now, they would not like it. They want to select a player.
They want to select a guy.
They think it's important to. They think they've survived the Russell Wilson fallout, all of the rest of the injuries they've had.
I would say they did, yeah.
They think they've survived because they have more depth than other teams.
Mm-hmm.
And you look at their secondary and, all of those things, and it's hard to argue that point. They've offensive line, wherever they've had an issue, they've had a young player, and they like that. They need that, and that, frankly, is the only way you're going to succeed over the long haul in the current league construction. So they want to select a player, but they're not going to force it. They're not going to reach, given the grades at that point on the board, especially if, they're like most teams. They've run a billion scenarios.
Yeah.
They've had all of their analytics people run the board as many times as possible. What are the most likely candidates here? Which of those candidates do we like? They've done all of that stuff over the last 20-some days. So they know their list, and they're not going to deter from that in the second round.
Will there? And here's what I'm kind of curious about, like with this draft, because there are teams in the top 10. Let's use I would say honestly, both the Arizona Cardinals and the Tennessee Titans are two teams that have so far to go that it would very much behoove them to trade back and get more bites at the apple. I don't know if there are players in that spot that teams are willing to pay the freight, or maybe the freight is going to be lesser this year, but that's how I'm looking at it in the top 10, and I know we focus so much on that part of the draft, but is that also a factor in the back half of the second round? Are there players right there that somebody's going to get hot to trot to give you good value for?
Yes, because some will always fall through. I mean, the diversity of boards around the league is far greater than most people think. Most people see the draft as, I've read my 30-second mock draft today. I've seen all the same names.
Yeah.
Draft boards don't look like that around the league, especially after number 35 or so on down.
Yeah.
The divergence is huge.
Is it because of scheme specificity, or is it because of different evaluation?
All of it. And some teams use prototypes. Other teams don't. Other teams are more willing to live with outliers and just unique character traits. Some teams won't draft a defensive end under a certain height no matter what.
Mm-hmm.
You could be, walk on water and heal the sick, and they still wouldn't do it. But that
we know who you're getting at.
But they
that will get you drafted in the first round.
I don't know what Jesus' 40 time was though.
As fast as he wanted it to be. But that the divergence is a lot bigger than most people think.
Yeah.
So I think a team like Tennessee, if you care about the first round, is feel differently because they feel like they've got their quarterback.
Right.
The long-term solution. So they feel some pressure to give him something, before he gets too deep into the 5 years.
Do you think Tennessee's going offense?
I think they face a lot of pressure,
to do that. Yeah.
And they fit the profile of flash draft.
Sure.
Opening a new stadium.
Yep.
Ownership nervous
new
about
coach,
opening a new stadium. New coach. Young quarterback.
Right.
The defensive player, unfortunately, will be the best player available, likely to them, unless somehow Jeremiah Love is sitting there, and then I think that would be the.
Are they ready to draft a running back?
Neither Arizona nor
Tennessee
are.
Yeah,
I'll tell you, the Broncos fan worst nightmare. Love's on the board at 7.
Yeah, and then that's what Kansas City trading up.
I thought Kansas City comes up and says hello.
Yeah.
Even though they signed the free agent,
Love is that good.
Walker.
Love is that good. Love is.
I don't know. Them getting Kenyon Sadiq doesn't sound like a good time in my book either.
That's pretty high for Sadiq. But
9?
To me, the Broncos fan nightmare is the Chiefs get a really cool offensive player.
You know what, though, man? Like, and this is the weirdest thing about the Chiefs right now. Like, I was looking at their defensive depth chart the other day.
It ain't good.
They suck.
No, they're awful.
Yeah.
And they traded their best guy.
Right.
They traded one of their best, other than Chris Jones.
But Chris Jones is 32 now.
Yeah, but they traded their best young defender.
Right.
Which
is Karlaftis their next best defensive player right now?
And again, you can't survive that way.
They need a corner, man. They need a corner in the worst way. All right, we're gonna dive into it. We're gonna take a look at this top 10 when we come back. Plus, we got to dive into the 6, as Leggy calls them, the 6-pack of players the Broncos could be eyeing at number 62 or in that neighborhood. It's Kreckman and Lindahl. Jeff Legwold's Top 100 is available to you right now on ESPN.com. Arvell Reese, who was kind of more of a little more off ball. He's going to be a full-on edge when he
do whatever he wants.
Gets to the pro level. Okay, so kind of along those lines, like, I want to kind of start there, all right? David Bailey is probably the, safer pick because he's a true edge and he did that.
You know exactly what he's going to do for you in your defense. He's going to line up here.
Yes.
He's going to do this.
Arvell Reese is, to me, I think there's a lot of Khalil Mack comp in just sort of like what Mack was coming out of Buffalo versus what he eventually became in the NFL. I think Reese is probably sort of in that kind of conversation a little bit.
Parsons was my comp.
Okay.
Parsons out of Penn State. I think people forget now what that looked like back then because
of what he is now.
Now he's edge full time, but I know personnel people who think Reese is not only the best off-ball linebacker in the draft right now, he's the best edge in the draft right now.
And he's a couple of years younger, too.
He will not turn 21 until August,
which is wild.
That's unbelievable. So think about what he did as sort of an 18 and 19-year-old in the biggest stages of college football. It's pretty incredible.
So is it a foregone conclusion he's a New York Jet?
Knowing Darren Muji, their GM, from his time here, I think it will be how you walk the line between a coaching staff who wants right now help, even though I think Reese is right now help. I think it just takes it takes some football intellect.
But I think he's also an all-pro in 2 years.
I think if, the Darren Muji that was here on John Elway's staff, Reese would be the pick. Because they love that kind of Von Miller. At 2, they love that kind of player, just the rarest of rare. Bailey, his pressure rate has been unbelievable in college football the last 2 years.
Yeah.
He's like the leader in the clubhouse. But athletically, Reese is just a different
And that's what you should
class.
do at number 2, right? You should draft a future Hall of Famer at number 2.
Or just the potential of the collection of things you can't find very often.
Right.
Is kind of, to me, what that area of the draft is.
And that's why you had him number 1.
And guess what? I know this is, and I've said this to coaches. I've spent over 40 years of my life covering the NFL, and every coach I talk to is like, well, this is the highest level of coach. If you can't figure out what to do with Arvell Reese, then you should go do something else.
Yeah.
There's the Yellow Pages. Back when we looked at Yellow Pages, is full of jobs.
Yep.
That won't include trying to figure out what to do with that. But
I like that he sets a forceful edge when needed.
That was
description.
I
like that.
That was the not complaint, but a criticism was, well, can he set the edge? Man, Matt Bowen, who works for us and played in the league and is like just one of the most phenomenal football brains I've ever been around. I was talking to him about it, and I said, I don't know, man. I said, every time I see him do it, it's amazing. And he proceeded to send me like 8 clips immediately. Yeah, this is what I just pulled up the other day. So the guy can do anything on a football field. And I'll tell you, Matt Patricia is a respected voice among coaches.
Yeah.
And he has told everybody, don't worry about it.
Right.
All right, let me ask you this, because you did hint at what Muji could do. And I'm looking again at your top 100. Go find it on ESPN, read Leggy's work. And we all know, as hinted right there, the Jets, they need some flash. They need some sexy, right? The quarterback's not going to be there. So who is the offensive player? Because you've got Jeremiah Love, which, will that get the fans excited? Maybe. I don't know. I mean, look, if he's as good as everybody says, and I know that, pardon the pun, you love him, Leggy.
Love the love.
This is a guy that I think could get the fan base psyched, but
the Jets are paying a fortune for Breece Hall already. Yeah.
If they don't want to go running back, who's the forced into the number 2 spot offensive player they could go with?
That player isn't on the board.
Yeah.
So what do they do? Are they going to trade out of this thing?
No, I think you take
you take Reese.
You need all the talent you can muster. So you take talent, and people got to remember their draft pick haul next year is epic. So
right.
They are positioned to you now. You just gather talent thinking when you start the 27 season, a year from now, you're just, after the draft weekend, a year from now, their talent level will be a lot greater than it is now. So now you're in the talent acquisition mode. And if you're a GM, you have to accept the fact you don't control the board. And this is a defensive board in the blue chip area, and there's nothing you can do about it. You can't jam a player in there and force the issue, or you shouldn't. If you do, you're going to be disappointed.
Yeah, because 3, 4, 5, you go right to Bailey, Styles, and Caleb Downs. And look, Caleb Downs. If
Downs is the overthinking player of the draft. Just stop.
Should the Giants take him at 5?
I would in a heartbeat.
Yeah,
if Love isn't there,
right?
Love is the. There's no way. People keep telling me he's a running back and the value, whatever, man. I know coaches, and I can't see 32 coaches sitting around letting an offensive player just cruise down the board.
Well, especially if you're a team like the Giants, like you can take the running back that has a chance to go to a bunch of Pro Bowls. And then you can also add the blue chip defensive player, having number 5 and 10.
They're in a great position.
I think they're in the best position of anyone in the top 10.
They'll probably get 2 of the blue,
yeah,
which is the highest scouting grade for a lot of systems.
And quite honestly, like they might be. What's weird about it is a team that's drafting that high, but still, like they kind of have a lot of infrastructure in place right now. Yeah. To where I don't think Jeremiah Love is just going to bust out when he goes there. If he went to Arizona, I don't think that would work out real well. I think the Giants, it could be good. The
one thing about a running back, for like most, quarterback too, we just don't talk about it because it's not, people don't like admitting that you shouldn't take a quarterback if you're not ready to do it. That's one of the best things the Broncos did with Nix is they were ready to take him. So, they're not ready the Cardinals aren't ready for Jeremiah Love. So, you shouldn't do it.
No, I think it'd be wild. And they need to trade back, quite frankly. I just don't know if they're going to be able to.
Yeah, but everybody needs to trade back.
Yeah. The real issue is going to be the bottom half of the first round. Everyone's going to want out.
We're going to have 10-minute take, because nobody's going to know what to do.
It's only 8, and that's the problem.
That's
So tomorrow morning could be a real swirl because people know they have 2 minutes less on the clock.
Okay, will that lower prices that could get the Broncos in the first round?
No, it will force. They can't get in the first round unless they're going to surrender things they've said they don't want to surrender. So, and I don't see a scenario where they would give up what it would take to get back in because they're not like at the top of the.
Second. I mean, like we've kicked around.
And they got no 3.
We've kicked around every scenario on this show, and I can't see a world in which because look, there's guys they could trade if they wanted to. If they wanted to trade veterans to move up, they could. I don't see why they would do that. None of it adds up for me.
And they think, and there's reason to think this.
Yeah,
they played in the AFC Championship game.
Yep.
They think this roster can win a Super Bowl.
Yep.
They're not going to give up that. You better get the prospect of prospects if you're going to do that.
Mm-hmm.
And they're not interested in doing that right now. They think they have more depth at important positions than other teams have. They think they're younger at some spots than other teams are. And they think they're, defensively, they're as athletic and deep as anybody. So, and offensively, the head coach is always going to feel like he can come up with something that will produce. And they like the quarterback. So they don't want to give up that place yet. Now, if they don't get it done this year, then they got to start looking at things. But they showed their hand in free agency.
They're trying to win roster together.
They want to win now
with this group.
Yep.
They're not interested in bringing in a lot of other.
Right.
I mean, Tyson Anderson is the outside free agent.
That's right. We forgot about that guy.
Yeah, they did sign one. Hey, real quick, you said the Magic 6. Is
Yes.
that how you termed it? Who are the 6 players? Give people the 6 names.
Well, I can give you you start doing the math, and just from talking to everybody, and they got to be worth the grade. They got to be graded in that spot. You could name 6 players.
Right, sure. So tight ends, Stowers and Clare.
They're on that list.
Law firm of Stowers and Clare.
I will tell you, they're not real confident those guys are going to be there at 62.
That's one of the things about this is like the players that we're roughly identifying that have the best chance to be able to help the Broncos. The more I've thought about it, it's just like everybody else in the NFL likes those players too.
Yeah. Yeah. No, it's when you're dealing with the top 60, 70, everybody's working
off the same
largely off the same template. There'll be 10 or 12 different for each team, but and it's a deep class of tight ends in the middle, but at the top, receiver ready to play now guys who can catch the ball and move. It's Clare and Stowers.
Yeah.
And then it's a pretty big gap to the next ready-made guy. So they're on there. Christian Miller, also, he's a top 40 player on my list and for many teams, but he's in that group. Caleb Banks is in that group.
Yeah, you brought up Caleb Banks as a guy. So here's the profile on Banks. We talked about him last week on the show. Defensive lineman, Caleb Banks, defensive tackle. We know they need somebody in the middle. You have him ranked at number 37 out of Florida. He's got the size. He's got everything that you're looking for. He also has multiple foot injuries.
Yeah, and that's repetitive foot injuries and to both feet. So you're getting the whole – so the doctors will determine his state of the draft.
But he is a guy that, like, for a team that doesn't have an immediate vacancy at any position on their defensive line, you can draft him and you can just be patient.
Well, and I've said they don't necessarily have starting positions open, but they have starter snaps open.
Yes.
They've got like 350 snaps at an inside linebacker that Dre Greenlaw played that have to be filled. The job has to be filled. Is it Jonah Ellis? Is it a rookie? Those snaps have to be filled. And if you're going to be the Broncos, they have to be filled as well or better than Greenlaw. And I think John Franklin Myers, his snaps have to be filled.
Yes.
So, is it Uwazurike going to fill him?
Who probably plays more, but you still need somebody to fill in his role.
And not just fill him.
Right.
He's one of the best interior pressure players in the league.
Mm-hmm.
Zach Allen's led the league in quarterback hits last year, led the league because John Franklin Myers was next to him most of the time.
Right.
So it isn't just, there's no place for rookies to play. Yeah, the right rookie could fill some of those snaps. And Banks is a player. What's rare about Banks is, again, you're in the scouting weeds here, but when you're talking arm span for tackles and defensive linemen, anything over 80 inches is considered, whoa, okay, hold on. Let's take a minute. Caleb Banks is I think he had the largest arm span at the combine.
85 3/4 inches.
So that's like better than most elite tackles. So he has an inherent advantage on any blocker he faces. He can keep him farther away than the blocker can get.
Mm-hmm.
So that is a very, very, very rare trait in a defensive lineman. And, that's why you're hearing his name so much, even with but 32 teams, 32 medical staffs are going to tell them where he's at on the board.
All right, so Eli Stowers, Vanderbilt, Max Clare, Ohio State. That's the 2 tight ends. Kristen Miller, the defensive tackle from Georgia. Caleb Banks, the defensive tackle from Florida.
And I think he may not be one of the 6, but he's in the mix, is Grayson Halton from Oklahoma.
Okay.
Had one of the best, now that with all the GPS tracking and everything, he had one of the best interior pressure rates of any player in college football.
Grayson Halton, who you have down at number 98.
Yeah, I have him deep, but I have talked to several teams that have him in the high 60s and the 70s. So at 62, that's definitely in play for the Broncos. For me, he's probably a little undersized for the Broncos. Even guys try to show up at the combine at their maximum optimum, and he still didn't hit 300.
Okay. So, now give me the inside linebackers.
I think the guy that is available, worth the grade, mean, Rodriguez would be on their list, but I don't think they think he's going to be there.
Okay. He's an upper half, second round kind of guy.
Jimmy Rolder from Michigan, I think, is a name to watch.
Okay.
He is one of, if I had to make a list of the 5 best tacklers in this draft, he'd be on it.
6'3", 238. Jimmy Rolder.
He led the
Jimmy
Rolder. He only started 1 year for them just because they were deep on defense. But I think he probably should have started more than that. But he is absolutely one of the best tacklers in the draft.
Okay. I'm scribbling all of these notes down. By the way, at 62, Leggy is Josiah Trotter, the linebacker out of Missouri. And he's a knee injury guy.
Yeah, and he was not a top 30 visit. So
okay.
Now they don't always pick top 30 guys, but they
lean into it.
They stick to that list pretty hard. But I think he was not a top 30 list because they got the medical exam at the combine and didn't need to see him. So it's why you see teams kind of move on.
Okay.
And get other guys they have questions about that they need more information. They didn't feel like they needed. And they met with him extensively at the combine, both formally and informally.
So
all right.
he is a candidate.
I think he is.
Guys, I don't think you're going to hear a more in-depth breakdown of the Broncos' thinking going into the second round of the draft than what Jeff Legwald just laid out for you. The man is a draft expert. He's a Broncos expert. Hey, the Venn diagram works out well for our purposes here. It's the Kreckman and Lindahl show. Hey, make plans now because we kick off tomorrow night the Altitude Sports Radio Playoff Viewing Party Tour powered by Michelob Ultra. Andy's going to be at Jackson's in Lodo for the Avalanche game. Alex Ryanemi will be hosting the network broadcast on site. We got prizes, plus the draft is going to be on. The Nuggets game is going to be on. The Avalanche game is going to be on. Don't miss the start of the tour tomorrow night at Jackson's. More draft talk with Leggy after this.
Guys, Andy Lindahl here for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Are you dealing with the problem of erectile dysfunction? Because that's not a lot of fun. If you want to go talk to somebody about that, then it's time to go talk to somebody over at the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Look, if you need help with this and it's causing problems in a current relationship or have you avoiding getting a new relationship, it can be solved over at the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. You just have to go talk to them. First visit, real easy. Sign up, go get your blood taken. They're going to go and give you the T and the PSA test. They'll make sure all the important numbers check out, and if it checks out, then you're going to get a test dose. And if the test dose doesn't work in the office, the visit's free, so you have nothing to lose there. If you've tried other things and you feel like you didn't get a lot of options, go see what the options they have there, because they do have treatments that work when the pills and the herbals fail, and treatments with success rates well over 90%. And at the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, you're going to get guidance for things. You're going to get help. You're going to have somebody to talk to, and they're going to help you get through the problems that maybe you're experiencing. So go and see them today. Find out what they can do for you. They have 5 locations in Colorado to serve you, including Fort Collins and the Springs. They have a great new revamped location in Castle Rock you need to check out, plus locations in North and Central Denver. Call them today and get this process started, 720-440-7900. I call it a process, but if you're like a lot of men, you could be ready to go the next day, so not much of a process there. RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com is the place.
We'll visit with John Michael Lyles coming up at 20 minutes after 5 o'clock, reacting to the Avalanche's overtime victory last night in a wild game, too. Plus, we've got the high five at 5 o'clock, Jeff Legwald's favorite segment. We'll get you all the latest on the Nuggets and the Avalanche and everything else going into the NFL draft, which, of course, we'll be covering for you all day tomorrow. It is an embarrassment of riches when it comes to sports talk right now in this town. Broncos got the draft. Avalanche and Nuggets both with playoff games out on the road tomorrow. Should be an awful lot of fun. Plus, Andy is chasing ace. He sure looks like one right now, man.
Can he hit, though? Not as he an ace. Can he hit? You lost 1-0. Sorry, kid. We didn't decide to score a single run for it.
1-0. They don't score runs, but they are pitching better, so that's good to see. All right, so Leggy, taking a look at this draft now, tell me the wildest thing the Broncos could do tomorrow.
Well, I like that question.
Or I suppose Friday, because
he's pretty much let us know tomorrow's going to be
tomorrow's
find another team to root
Friday.
for
I
tomorrow.
think I think
a big whole lot of nothing.
I think publicly, none of their players are left on the board and they get out, so they don't pick in the first 2 days of the draft.
Yes.
I think that would be a little
second
unsettling.
and third round.
Well, they don't have a 3 right now.
Oh,
right.
Okay, but if they
I
get
suppose
out
they
of
could
the
go
second,
back into the third.
But I'm saying,
but they don't pick in the first 2 rounds of the draft.
The potential exists.
Yeah.
Like if someone will give you 2 great 4s or whatever it is.
Right.
I don't have the draft value charts in front of me, but
62, 108, 111.
If
correct?
for some reason, no one wants to give you a third, there is a scenario or two where they just simply pull the ripcord, and I don't think they would trade all the way out of the third. I think that would be part of the deal of getting out of the second. But there is a scenario or two that would be the wildest thing to me.
Do we all agree that if somehow Eli Stowers was drafted by the Denver Broncos, that would be the public sentiment? And let's be honest, it would be a great pick, but by public sentiment, that would be the single most exciting thing that could happen.
Yes.
Yeah, I think the need player for me is inside linebacker for this team in this position, because Waddle is taking targets. Those targets are coming from somewhere, and I don't care who the tight end is.
Well, they don't target tight ends anyway.
But I mean, Ingram had 50 catches. Now,
right.
We didn't like many of the 50, or people didn't like many of the 50, but he did.
People
have
don't
50.
remember many of the 50. Let's be honest.
I can't believe he had 50. I thought he had 10.
He did have 50.
Thought he had a fifth of the 50.
But those targets are going elsewhere. So
right.
That to me, that a 45 target player, at that spot, or one of your linebackers. So the need to me is linebacker. But yeah, the feedback I've gotten from most people is, I don't think people worry about run defense in their title pursuits. I think they worry about need a guy who can impact the game at tight end when.
But but the Broncos are worried about run defense in their title pursuit, and they should be.
I think they should.
Yeah.
I think that's always ultimately look at the team that just won. To me, it's the perfect Super Bowl profile of the modern era. You run a version of Mike Shanahan's offense, and you have a great defense.
Yeah.
You're going to win a lot of games.
Okay, so this team, since let's talk about it since Sean Payton took over.
Publicly, Stowers would be, I think people would shoot the
Real quick then, well, who's the backer? Before he gets his question, who's the best backer? Who should be the Stowers of the linebackers everyone should be excited about?
To me, Rodriguez is that player.
Okay. Texas Tech kid.
I think he walks in as a rookie and is ready. So he forces turnovers. He's in the right spot. His instincts are great. He does a lot of things.
All right.
Awesomely.
We've gone from 8 wins to 10 wins to 14 wins with Sean Payton as the head coach. Yet another George Payton and Sean Payton draft. And this is their first draft where they are drafting. And I'm not saying this wasn't the goal before, but this is the first draft where they are drafting for a team where it is Super Bowl or bust right now. Like, they need to view it that way inside the building. And that's not to say you're ignoring the future completely, but
the coach said it out loud last year.
You could have a parade right now, okay? Yeah. And last year it was like we could do it. This year I believe it's we should do it. And so with that said, and knowing how George and Sean approach this exercise together, what What have you gathered from maybe how they're operating differently, specifically to 2026 versus prior years?
I don't think they are.
Really?
I think because I say that because Sean Payton is very strong in his belief in when you evaluate a draft prospect, the part of the evaluation is where is this player for this team after 1 year, after 2 years, after 3 years. It's a big part of their evaluation. It's why they took Nick Bonito.
Yeah.
They take Bonito in that draft. Everybody's like, I see it, but maybe you wait a little longer. No, they took Nick Bonito because they very specifically saw after 1, after 2, and I think they've been right.
Yeah.
Nick Bonito.
I would argue yes.
Nick Bonito as a rookie is a lot different from Nick Bonito now.
Yeah, all
but
pro.
He was taken with that timeline, and I think they're still looking like tight end. They know the urgency. They know what they'd like to see from that position. But you also have a head coach whose model of that is Jeremy Shockey. And that player does not exist in this draft. There's not a two-way blocking.
How many of those players exist?
I was going to say, it's
they're
a great question.
Not in a lot of drafts.
Yeah.
I mean, it's time
for Sean Payton
it's
to
like a
compromise
George
a little
Kittle
bit.
and you know what I mean? And maybe the kid from Warren.
Yeah, so I mean, they're looking at it the same. Now they want impact, of course.
Yeah,
they want guys who are going to be here, of course. They want to be re-signing these guys in 3 years, like they just did with Surtain and Bonito. They want that to happen, but they're not going to stray, I don't think, from how they approach it. And I think they believe one of the players they have said is worthy of 62 will be on the board when they pick.
All right, I want to ask you about this kid because I have a small personal connection to him. I enjoyed his time at CU. You probably know where I'm going. At number 12, you've got Jordan Tyson, who was a buff and then transferred to Arizona State. Now, you mentioned the injuries. I saw the ACL injury, the game that it happened in. It was unfortunate. He'd had a phenomenal game. Matter of fact, I think he still made the catch on the play that he tore his ACL. What do you think about him? I mean, how good is he? How good are because he's fairly high for your receivers as far as your board.
No, as for an NFL receiver, I know teams that think he is the best receiver on the board.
Over Tate.
Yeah. Just because of all the he's faster when he can,
top end
really go.
Yeah.
And just his innate ability to create space and get the ball and win contested catches against bigger players and all these things. He's got all of the sort of innate things you want in a receiver, a route runner, athletic, explosive, so he's got all of that. But again, he is a player where, medical staffs are like coaching staffs. One medical staff will say, no way, whereas another one will say, no, we think it's fine.
Yeah.
So his real spot in the draft just depends on what doctors have told each team and what the GMs and everybody making the call, what their comfort level is with the injuries, because you can't ignore it. Guys don't get healthier. They don't come to the NFL and suddenly, oh, we're healthy.
Sure.
The only really great example of that is Gronkowski. He missed his last season of college football with his back, and he never really had an issue as a pro, which that is rare though. So any guy with an injury flag, it's always a long conversation in the draft rooms.
Is there a single local kid we should be dialed in on? A CSU Ram, a CU Buff, a Wyoming
really.
Cowboy?
Yeah. I mean, there's people from Colorado,
sure,
on the board, but didn't play at the schools. But locally, that was not it's a pretty lean year for the local.
Is that going to change next year in your mind?
Did you see those teams' records, Andy? It was a pretty lean
I
year.
know. I'm just trying to, we're trying to cover all bases here with Leggy there, Nate.
I mean, the one.
What about my guy, Caden Barnett, out of Wyoming? Caden Barnett.
Yeah.
He'll get drafted?
Yeah, I would think so.
Yeah.
Day 3. I think that's a good day 3. They're always a popular stop in the pro day circuit and everything. There's
Wyoming?
Always, yeah. There's always a few players where, Frank Crum here,
right.
He was undrafted, but
know why they
he
like
showed
him?
up, and that was an NFL player.
Josh Allen heard of him.
Yeah.
You know why they like him? As Larry Coyer once said, they're wild horse riders.
Wild horse riders.
Yeah.
Larry Coyer.
They sure are. Plus, Jay Sawvell's just a good time. Laramie's a fun place to visit.
Exactly.
Everybody
Is it?
likes to go there.
Scouts.
Oh, I love Laramie.
Do you?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Scouts like the.
All I've ever heard is wind. I've never really. It's crazy. I live close. I've never been up there.
There's
I'm
other,
literally asking.
It is windy. But
It doesn't feel like you're seen, but yet you seem happy to be up there.
Oh, I adore Wyoming. Yeah, great people up there.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
because when I think Nate Kreckman, I think Wyoming. Rancher, hard living, busting cattle.
Outdoors.
I'm basically the Marlboro man, Andy.
Driving fence posts.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's
He is.
I mean, I don't know what life in Illinois prepped you for.
You guys see this leathery skin here,
From
right?
Wakanda.
Weather beaten. Yes.
Cheyenne.
I know.
Nick Kreckman.
You know,
I can
every
hear the
year,
harmonica playing now.
every year you would see the big ranchers come to Illinois and go to Wakanda looking for people.
Looking for
Hey.
hands for the ranch.
Looking for the rugged of the rugged.
That Wakanda rodeo was no joke.
You know what I feel bad about when you had Nathan McKinnon in, not apropos of nothing, but someone close to this? We didn't ask him about him being from the town that isn't that all the
Cole
deadliest
Harbor.
catch people from up there?
Oh, are they from Cole Harbor?
In Cole Harbor, one of the deadliest catch sites? I swear
I mean, I
it
can
is.
see that. It's Nova Scotia.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No.
So
Don't
are,
help me out. It's excellent. We should have asked him
are
about
he and
that.
Sidney Crosby?
Did you
are
know
they out on the
any of
boat?
the deadliest catch people?
I want to know.
One of the deckhands.
I've covered a hockey game there in the winter, and it's harsh.
Yeah.
I'll just say it's
You'd like
harsh.
to escape. That's what makes you a good hockey player because
You're
you're
gonna-
getting the heck out of here.
You're going to zip up your coat. I'll just leave it at that.
All right, Jeff Legwold, everybody, the top 100 ESPN.com. Read it. Plus, we'll be talking to Leggy Friday. We'll be covering the Broncos on Monday and looking back on the draft. Jeff Legwold, best in the business, everybody. 41 years of NFL draft coverage, and he dropped all that expertise right there on you. We have got the high five. Nuggets, Avalanche. That's next. Let's get right to it. It is time for the high five, and let's check in with the Nuggets first. Mark Springer.
If you are wondering what's for dinner tonight, you need to try Papa Murphy's Pizza. They make delicious pizza. You bake it when you're ready. Order online at papamurphys.com. David Adelman, Christian Brown, Cam Johnson, all talking to the media today. All three were asked about Jaden McDaniels' comments from after Game 2, where Jaden McDaniels said that the Nuggets are all bad defenders.
All bad defenders.
And he named a bunch of players.
He named names.
Yes, he sure did. Let's start with David Adelman. Is this bulletin board material for the Nuggets?
I don't know, not for me. I think narrative's really interesting too. You hear so many things, and we've gotten really lazy in society. What's our defensive rating in this series through 2 games?
Really 109, right?
109.
Really good.
How is that?
That's fair. 6th best in the playoffs.
6th best in the playoffs? Oh. Okay. Next.
How do you feel you guys have played defensively overall?
I think if we rebound the ball again, I think our half-court defense has been okay. People are going to score points in the NBA, just like we did on them. So it's just about finishing possessions, and they did a better job than we did. You give them credit. They got themselves extra possessions. And in the playoffs, as you guys all know, the ball is key. If they have the ball, that leads to free throws, that leads to kick-out threes, that leads to DiVincenzo having more chances at that. That's the way it is in sports. If you have the ball, you're in control. And they were in control of that game because of that. But I thought our guys gave great effort defensively, but you got to finish possessions better. If we do that, we'll be in a good spot.
And I don't know, maybe crash the offensive glass, don't give up 20-second chance points in that game, keep them off the glass. Rebounding is so...
That's the key.
It's so and Adelman basically said that without saying that directly right there. He talked about possessions, and anytime you hear a basketball coach talk about possessions, they're talking about rebounding.
There you go. So what he was really saying was we played fine defense. We didn't rebound the ball.
Yes.
Okay. Fair enough. Either way, it's got to get solved.
Yep. So have the pride, whether it takes a bulletin board or not.
Do you like him addressing the McDaniels comments like this, or would you rather? How do you think? I guess I'm kind of curious. What do you think Malone would have done? Just because he's a young coach is why I'm asking.
I think Malone would have talked for another 3 minutes about it. Is what Malone would have done.
And do you think he would have addressed him too?
Oh, without a doubt. Without a doubt. Yeah. No. Really, what I took out of Adelman right there is I didn't take that as Adelman giving it all oxygen. What I took from Adelman right there is I hate that my team gave him the leeway to say that. That's what I took out of Adelman right there, and I think he's going to use that part of it to then motivate his team. But to David Adelman's point, and this is where I really respect the way that he responded to it, was he turned it back to, what did my team not do well enough? What do we need to do going forward? Obviously, he's annoyed that McDaniels took a dig at his basketball team like that. He's a prideful individual, but it wasn't Jaden McDaniels is a Richard. It's my team has to be better. And I appreciate that answer.
He did say in a snarky one, I can't wait for the podcast at some point.
Exactly.
So, look, I like the spice on a day where we're a couple days removed and the emotions are gone and all that kind of stuff. It makes it interesting.
You should still have it. Yeah.
A lot of these first round series aren't all that interesting, it feels like. And there's not a lot of,
I don't know, man. This year's kind of,
I mean, off the court kind of stuff.
Sure.
On the court, they're providing the entertainment. But who else has got this stuff going on when I feel like the NBA playoffs used to be filled with a lot of this stuff?
I mean, honestly, last night, Andy, I was stunned at all 3 results.
Were you?
I was stunned that Philly evened it up. Again,
the Portland thing stunned me, but not once Wemby and Barnes and all those guys got hurt. You know what I mean?
Still blew a 14-point fourth quarter lead like that. That's a bad look for them. And then the Rockets, the Rockets look like they're their own worst nightmare right now. Of nobody can score except for Kevin Durant, and it looks like they all hate each other.
And they're a small party that you and I were all last week. Don't hunt the matchup. You gotta. Part of me was like, I kind of wish you had hunted that matchup. I'm not going to lie. Fun with the rivalry or not, I'd take sorry.
Beat the Timberwolves and then beat the Spurs.
It'll all be fine,
yes,
but
Yes, beat the Timberwolves and beat the Spurs.
Second round will probably, especially like you said, you hate to think of it this way as a Denver fan, but you got to be selfish in these things. It might be easier for you in the second round because of this, but you got to get past first round first.
By the way, LeBron scored 28 last night.
God, did you see some of what he was doing? Now, I know everybody gets angry about LeBron. He was pretty funny where he threw down a monster dunk and he goes, I'm going to have to sit down for a while. I don't know what I thought I was doing there. And I could relate to that so much.
I like 41-year-old LeBron
guy
James.
throwing his back out. Why did I do that?
Exactly. We've all been there. Yes.
That's the most relatable thing the guy's maybe ever said.
If you haven't done something stupid and had to go to physical therapy
just to show the young pups
as
you
a
still
result
have it,
of it, then you haven't lived. And
you
LeBron
two were waiting
James,
for that to happen to me when I did the kickworm.
Exactly. And you were okay.
250.
LeBron James is one of us.
Yeah, we'll go that far.
In this one very
What?
micro-specific way.
Yeah, who are these us you speak of?
This one very micro.
Did you take a helicopter to work? Am I unaware of the Kreckman budget? I thought I saw you in the parking lot with me, but maybe not.
Again, Andy, me and LeBron, we get confused all the time.
Sure.
Go ahead,
Those
Spring.
private airports you frequent?
Yes.
Andy and LeBron both did Taco Tuesday yesterday.
Well, there is.
They did.
Yeah, I got a
They share
video
that.
coming for that.
Let's hear from Christian Brown.
Also, both of them used to weigh 250.
Yeah.
One of them was more slimmer at 250. Ain't
More
this guy.
muscle mass.
yeah.
Christian Brown
250 looks all sorts of different.
It sure can.
on Jaden McDaniel's comments.
Yeah, I think that defensively we've been pretty good. There's some spots where we could have played better. Like I said, we made some mistakes. I think late game that we don't typically make, but we're not too worried about comments or what other people are saying. Like I said, I think we just got to handle the Denver Nuggets, and when we do that, that's when we're at our best.
Also, he didn't say my name, so
Yeah.
CB's looking around at everybody else, being like, "It's."
Well, I got to talk about this.
Let's hear from Cam Johnson. Cam Johnson was one of the names that was named by Jaden McDaniels. He's a little less loquacious when talking about it than Christian Brown was.
Cam, what was your reaction to Jaden McDaniels' comments and calling guys out, including yourself by name, about your defense?
I'm not buying into those antics. Period. I'm entertaining it.
But can there be bulletin board material at this point?
Sure. But I'm not entertaining those antics.
Okay, good. Be pissed about it.
I like it.
That's what I want.
Go out there and shut him up on the court. And
This is
we're
a
all
great
good.
rivalry.
You know what I mean?
If he woke you up and forced you to, I don't know, move your feet a little bit better and communicate on switches and, I don't know, have more than one rebound in 2 games, then I'm all for it.
You know what I kind of hope happens, even though it was crazy to see last night? I'll relate it to an Avs situation. I hope that Jaden McDaniels' comments have the same effect on the Nuggets as far as waking up and getting in the as I'll use a Scott Hastings term, getting in the chili of your assignment on defense. As much as the Avs started throwing, the Kings wanted to hit it a little bit last night. All of a sudden, all the Avs are crushing everybody into a board. Like the whole first period, it felt like the Avs are doing more hitting than they were shooting at times. And it woke the team up for a bit. Now we had the weird long pause that kind of unjuiced the building there in the second. But in that first period, dude, I hope he woke the Nuggets up that same way. And we'll see. And you know what? I will tell you this. I'm going to be highly disappointed if it didn't, quite honestly.
Spring, give me that NHL 94 theme.
High five.
Jared Bednar went on Moser, Lombardi, and Kane this morning. And
is it like bones?
Was not asked today, but this question was asked. The goalie situation.
Really shoehorned that one in there, Spring. I appreciate it. Good job.
Why not? Scott Wedgwood's been great through 2 games, but would Jared Bednar still want to mix in Mackenzie Blackwood? Here is Jared Bednar.
Yeah, it's all about and for either guy, and we talked about it, like Wedge and Blackie and myself and UC and it's just you gotta kind of stick with what got here, but you also got to be flexible. So Wedge has never played every second night for a long period of time in his life, and it's not that he can't do it, but our team has won and in first place partly because of the way we rotated our goalies, and how good they've been. Now this is a little bit of a weird 7-game series because we've got like a couple 2-day breaks built in here. So it's mostly about rest and being able to be sharp, right? So, Wedge and I will communicate and with Blackie and we'll sort out what we're going to do because we play game 3 and then we got a 2-day break, and that's lots of rest at this point of the year to get kind of rested and ready to go again. So we'll sit down and have a discussion and make a decision kind of based on how Wedge is feeling at this point. And
that sure sounds like Wedge is the guy, as he
I don't know
should
how you take him out after last night.
continue to be. He was marvelous last night. By the way, Andy, our old buddy Ryan Clark, he was with The Athletic when he was here covering the Avalanche. Now he's with ESPN, and he wrote a great story on ESPN.com about the power of friendship between Scott Wedgwood and Mackenzie Blackwood. There's one quote in particular that I want to highlight and I want to read because this is truly beautiful.
Do you need new music for this?
Maybe I do.
Do you need something emotionally uplifting? Do you have inspirational there?
This
Spring?
is.
Do you have any kind of inspirational music for?
This is beautiful.
Spring's looking. Look, he's punching in the keys. He's using his big brain and his big computer. Here we go.
He's mostly looking at our stupid drops that we make him save.
You know what? On short notice, how about this?
Okay. There we go. All right, yeah. Yeah, baby.
Masters music.
Feels
Why
a little
not?
Masters-y, yeah, but
Okay.
I like it. Here we go. Let's
Listen.
go, Jack Candy. Read it.
Listen. Deep thoughts. Listen to this quote from Scott Wedgwood talking about his pal Mackenzie Blackwood. Going back to their time, they were in the New Jersey organization together. They've known each other for like 12 years before they
He's
even
been knowing him a long time,
became teammates.
as the kids would say.
Listen to this quote. We can't say what the kids would say, Andy. We get in trouble for that. Quote, I think what we've both found, this is Scott Wedgwood, I think what we've both found is you're walking on your path, but we can be side by side together. We do feel like we can be cheering each other on, and we don't want each other to fail, because then our team fails. Scott Wedgwood.
'Cause I'm your backup, and you are the hot hand.
Andy Lindahl and I will continue to be side by side together here on the Kreckman and Lindahl
Touch
show.
your knee?
Without the touching, though. We will.
We're going to be side by side. You know you can't avoid it. And for some dumb reason, I can't help it. You're getting a knee slap.
Okay. Andy will be across the table from each other forever.
Patty corner.
We'll be a couple of blocks away from each other.
Not that dang, not
Together.
that condo. Not the condo
Not
of
the-
sadness.
no,
You just
that's
wait.
true. I forgot about the condo of sadness.
when we're in Burnham Yard, living the divorcee life.
When Andy and I live in this,
We don't even know why.
the saddest
We haven't hit
roommates
it yet.
ever of Burnham Yards. Forgot about that riff.
We're going on down to the 22-year-old bar, and they're all asking if we're cops.
Hello, fellow kids. All right, we'll take a break. We'll talk to John Michael Lyles about Game 2 and all the weirdness from last night. That's coming up next.
Kedler. Up high. Manson. Wrist shot! Score! Nick Waugh the rebound! And the Avs have won in overtime. They take a 2-0 series lead against the Los Angeles Kings.
That was Moser last night. Overtime. Nick Waugh, the hero. Josh Manson putting a puck on net. Avalanche come from down 1-0 to win it 2-1 in overtime and take a 2-0 series lead. Joining us right now here on the Kreckman and Lindahl show, it is John Michael Lyles of Altitude Television, who was on the call last night, along with Mark Moser and Mark Rycroft. Johnny Lyles, welcome back to the show. How you doing, man?
I'm doing great. Thanks for having me, guys.
Man, it is so great. Like, John, you've become an excellent game analyst and done so very quickly. And then, you know, they go right to the post game, and you and Kyle Keefe are on the couch, and like right away, man, in that first 90 seconds, like you told me everything I needed to know about that game, going through the highlight package. And I thought one of the biggest things was you talking about the penalty that was called on Cale Makar on Byfield, and you made the point of, is it a penalty? Probably not. Is it going to get called every single time? Yes, it is. Like, as much as Avalanche fans don't want to hear that stuff, like, that's the kind of stuff Peter McNabb used to tell us, man. Not what you want to hear, what you need to hear as hockey fans. And I thought it was great stuff, man. You broke that game down beautifully. So I don't really have a question. I just thought your analysis was terrific.
All right, I'll jump in. Johnny, seriously, was that the weirdest hockey game you'd seen in a while? And I'm not like Johnny. That was a weird hockey game from guys running each other in a playoff game to every little weird non-bounce. The guys are I mean, that was a weird game. What were your overall thoughts after you've had 12, 24 hours, whatever it is, to think about it?
Oh man, you know what? It's kind of crazy. I was exhausted in the post game last night, but let me just say that our crew is amazing. From producer Lee Blair, Moj, like Riker, Kiefer, those guys, like everybody involved, the camera guys, like all the Griff and pre and post, like. It literally just is. It makes it so easy on me and the transition and whatnot. And like, I appreciate the kind words about Peter McNabb, just because he was one of the
gold
best,
standard,
especially to me. Yeah, and when I played, right, like he and I talked, and he would just give me little pieces of advice when I was playing and he was broadcasting. Like he meant so much to me. So thank you guys. That game was. Definitely strange. I mean, listen, you got an 8:22 puck drop. You have a 20-minute delay for a glass break after a penalty shot saved by Wedgwood when the Avs are on a power play. I mean, there's just so much happening, and like game one was physical, and then game two got really physical, and it was obvious early on. DJ Smith was kind of deploying his fourth line, I would say more than expected, and so you got Hellenius, who's 6'6". You got Malott, who's 6'5". Joseph, who is, I want to say 6'1", but he's thick and sturdy, and they were running around hitting everything, and that big hit by Anderson on Natchez. There was a lot happening, even if there wasn't a lot of scoring going on early. But I do love that the Avs have, they've stuck with it. And I was just saying this, earlier today, in the sense of, like, everybody looks at the Avs and you see, McKinnon wins the Rocket. Natchez has 100 points. They win the President's Trophy. They seemingly come at you wave after wave with four lines that can score. But I think a lot of people forget that the Avs led the league in goals against as well.
Yeah.
And, and so, like, if you want to play a system where you really don't open it up hardly at all, I mean, I'm thinking at how many odd man rushes the Avs have had in the two games, the 3-on-1 last night. I mean, you would love to see Natchez just rip that one home instead of trying to maybe pass the Landeskog. But, LA really doesn't open it up much. And the Avs have been, dominating, I would say, for the most part at 5-on-5, albeit, a couple shifts here and there where maybe a stick broke or, they'd been out there for an extended period of time. And I think they're comfortable playing that game, knowing that they don't have to open it up to break LA down. They'll break LA down, but it's going to be, it's going to be over time. And at some point you will break. And LA is trying to bend and not break with their system, but they aren't generating anything offensively 5-on-5 or very little. They still don't have a 5-on-5 goal in the series through 2 games. They've got 2 power play goals. And let's be honest, like Anton Forsberg's played really well. The Avs have hit, I think, 6 or 7 posts through 2 games. And I think that if they continue to play the way they play and LA doesn't do anything to adjust, they just say, well, we've been in 2 really close games and we think that we have a chance to win at home. I do think the dam could break and you could see a 5-1 win or something for the Avs. But I like the fact that they are comfortable in those 1-goal, low-scoring games, because not every game in the playoffs, we all know, is just this high-flying, high-scoring affair. And that's been the case for the first 2 games of this series.
Yeah, it very rarely is. And again, we're talking to John Michael Lyles. He joins us on the Ramos Law Hotline. Car accident, you need Ramos Law, a medical doctor and attorney. Visit ramoslaw.com. Car accidents all over the ice last night, quite frankly, in that game. And Johnny, to everything that you just talked about right there and what the Kings are trying to do systemically to the Avalanche right now, not allowing any odd man rushes. Anton Forsberg has been great, but what can the Avalanche do to make life tougher on him?
Well, I think you saw it in that overtime goal. He has been great. But there have been some opportunities. Makar hits the post early on a I don't even want to call it an odd man rush, just coming out of the box.
He just took it himself. Yeah,
and just took it in and decided, hey, I'm going to rip this, low blocker. I think Forsberg's glove's been really good so far this series. So if you can avoid that, I think that's probably a smart play. But what I love about that overtime goal, and I'm planning on breaking it down pregame, tomorrow night, is just the wave after wave that we talk about, right? Like when you hem a team in, and they can only flip a puck out to the neutral zone. And if you can, we call it half icing them, right? So you only allow that puck to get to the red line and then you just turn it right back. And there's no opportunity, especially in overtime with the long change, there's no opportunity for the LA Kings to change. And so all of a sudden you've got a group that's been out there for a minute or whatnot. And now things start to open up a little bit. You think about right before that goal, Natchez fed McKinnon backdoor. Brant Clark goes down and blocks that shot, keeps that goal from going in. But at the same time, the Avs continued with it. They didn't let off the gas. And you have Kadri who makes an amazing play, just a little depth kind of backhand forehand around, I want to say Joseph, out to Manson. And Manson, what he does is he says, all right, I'm just getting this to the net. And Nick Waugh, who, what a pickup at the deadline. So now you have Kadri, who the Avs added at the deadline, who has an assist. And Nick Waugh scores the game winner, who the Avs added at the deadline. But he crosses in front of Forsberg, takes away his eyes. So now Clark goes down to block it, but because he blocks it, Forsberg loses track of it. Nick Waugh just has to get the slightest touch on it to get it past Forsberg. And that's what the Avs can do is that sustained pressure in the offensive zone. If they can have those sustained shifts at 5-on-5, there's always going to be pushback from LA or whatever team you're playing. But the Avs have that ability to wear teams down at 5-on-5 in the offensive zone and keep them out there for long periods of time, long stretches of time. That's what I would love to see, is them to do that a little bit more, and then just that traffic in front of Forsberg, because it doesn't matter how good a goalie is. When you're fighting through 2 and 3 players, a lot like the LA Kings power play goal from Panarin in game 1, where you have I'm trying to think, Byfield, who's 6'5", and Kopitar, who's 6'3", screening Wedgwood. He never sees it. I think those are the things that the Avs can focus on going forward. And like I said, it wouldn't shock me if the dam breaks, because I do think the Avs have played some good hockey over stretches of the first 2 games.
Well, and the winner was a playoff goal. That's what I like about it. Yeah. You're just bigger and stronger than the guy in front of you, and you find a way to put it in the net. I am curious, Johnny, because you gave us a great breakdown, or maybe I saw it on TV. I can't remember if it was us or there, so I apologize. But you talked about shooting through traffic. It feels like the Avs have had a lot of shots blocked. Do you think are they not placing it right? Is it just good defense by the Kings? We had McKinnon in here last week, and he talked about how scary it is to try to do that when Kale's winding up. And, of course, we all can't quit referring to Gabe. But with your expert eyes, what are you seeing there? Do they need to be more purposeful with the placement of the shots they're taking, or is it just good D by the Kings?
Well, listen, like we talked about, LA doesn't really open it up, right? So there's a mass of Kings, we call it, in front of the net, we call it the house, and they protect the house. So even if you're a defender, call it Makar, Malinsky, Burns, whoever, those are probably the three best defensemen on the Avs at getting pucks through. And your job as that player at the blue line with the puck is to get it by that first forward. If you can get it by them, then it's up to the guys at the net to try and make a play on it. But what LA is doing, because they aren't really leaving the front of the net with their other three guys a lot of times, is they're just throwing bodies in front and saying, okay, we're going to sacrifice our bodies. And that's, it's become playoff hockey. I mean, that's really the norm of playoff hockey is if you have an opportunity to block a shot, doesn't matter who you are, you block that shot. And so as a defender, you're getting it past the first guy, but sometimes it's hitting the second guy, sometimes it's hitting the third guy. And that's, I would say some of the times it's actually hit Avs guys, and that's been a bit unlucky. When you talk about Lehkonen going to the front of the net, I think one clipped McKinnon going to the front of the net, on a shot from the point. And so I do think the traffic in front is a very good thing. And it's just, it's an art form to be able to get that puck through, but also have it still hit the net. So you're getting it by the first guy. You're still trying to hit the net, and you're still trying to give your forwards an opportunity to get a tip on it without it being a high stick or anything of that nature. So there's a lot that goes into it. I think LA has made that, a very major point of emphasis is if you're in front of the net and you see an Avs player that looks like he's going to get a shot around that top forward, you have to sacrifice your body. And, it's a hand, if it's an ankle, if it's a foot, they've been doing that quite a bit.
All right, before we let you go, and we appreciate your time, I want you to weigh in on this. I sent a tweet from Frank Saravelli to Nate this morning, and I'm sure at some point you saw the ridiculousness of what went on in Carolina and Ottawa with the weird offside, but somehow a penalty shot and all the other stuff. And Saravelli said, you know what? I think that the true spirit of the review of the offsides has been abused. Would you agree with that? Have we gotten too granular with how we're judging some of these offsides in your mind?
Yeah, I mean, man, it's hard because I think,
Johnny, because again, his point was we didn't put the cameras in to slow it. Like the NFL does this too with catches. How many fingers were on the ball, or did we tap this last blade of grass? It's like, to me, if it looked like it was onside, let's just let it go. Someone's going to get hurt in action at some point that is apparently was make-believe. Didn't really happen.
Well, and I think, yes, to answer your question, I would say that, it's kind of twofold. Have we become a little bit too granular? Absolutely. But I do think there's, some fluidity in the sense of how they approach it. I don't think you're ever going to make everybody happy in that regard. I think if you adjust the rule, there's still going to be people that want it the old way. Mm-hmm. And if you adjust the rule, there's going to be people that don't agree with the new way. And so it's this constant, I guess, fine tuning, but the rule as it's written and the review as it's written, they're, doing it to the best of their, to the best of how the rule is written, I would say. What it was put in for was, Matt Duchene 10 feet offside. Really. Yeah. Is the rationale, and they